talking with famous people, and the internet's greatest man. Okay, maybe not the internet's greatest man, but I'm not the internet's worst man. So that's something. Maybe it's not much, but it's something. Good job, guys. Good tackling. So we're watching the USC football game right now. USC's up 7-0. If we win this game, there's a very high likelihood that USC will make the college football playoff. Oh no! Tackle! It's okay. Don't worry about it. We're up 7-0. Off to a good start, but obviously Oregon's going to be tough at Autzen. Yeah, I've been thinking more about Alex's question that he asked me last night during the live stream. And he's like, well, how do you imagine these exchanges would go? Like, you know, I was a little, I don't know. I was in general a little demoralized last night, perhaps because of, uh, as I tend to be when words don't work. You know, I have a lot of faith that that if people can just listen and be honest, that you reasonable people should pretty much always be in agreement, right? Because to the extent that they're not in agreement, it should be because one party's like, uh, I don't know. This is not something I know about, or or what have you. But anyway, Alec asked me the question. Well, how would you like those exchanges to go? How do you imagine it could go? Well, what I would imagine is that, I mean, how do people communicate with one another except through words, right? Like, the problem with a witness was simple enough to diagnose ultimately. He was just dishonest and shitty. No, I haven't watched it. It does sound interesting, but my take on it is that that you have to be issue specific about politics. You can't. It's good to prioritize legitimacy in general and rights and stuff, but that ultimately, you know, there are it's that one ultimately has to be a pragmatist. one wishes to be correct about politics, one can't be an ideologue. And ultimately, libertarianism is an attempt to totalize one frame of reference. But the world makes different demands from different kinds of situations. Like, you know, about typology, one has to make a case if one is going to be taken seriously. But there are certain kinds of things where one can't make a case, and or where making a case would be horribly ill advised, right? So, hi, Popovich. I do believe I said that. He just says he needs to be. He's absolutely not. If you think he is, you're fucking insane. Well, you may not be fucking insane if you think he is, but, you know. Michelle, you wanted Dulles' take on a libertarian who is right leaning. Well, I don't think that libertarianism is either right or left. It's the idea that we should we should excise to the extent that we can, you know, government from our lives. But no, I don't think it's right leaning or left leaning. Libertarians will be in favor of drug rights, which are not typically considered conservative. Libertarians will be in favor of gun rights, which are not considered liberal. I mean, the point is that conservative conservatism is the basically the idea that um, the best ways to be are ways from the past, ways that are being threatened by change, right? Whereas progressivism or liberalism, contemporary liberalism, I mean, is best understood as a belief that change is good, you know. Both are wrong frames of reference, of course, you know. You have to evaluate things on a case by case basis. Whatever happened to paleocons? I mean, the thing is, those kind of terms are silly terms that attempt to put labels onto people's politics as a way of avoiding dealing with the politics directly, right? Well, food isn't an entitlement. If he's saying food stamps shouldn't be an entitlement, then, well, it's like the government wastes so much money on so many things. Why would people be highlighting food stamps as a problem to get rid of? Can Enneagram type change? I don't know. Maybe it can. There's no mechanical reason why it shouldn't be able to. It doesn't represent necessarily a, a handedness kind of situation the way that typology does. I mean, nobody thinks that food itself is an entitlement, but in general, means tested entitlements are bad because they incentivize poverty. I have no idea about the Enneagram creator. Some guy did make it up, like early 20th century, I think, but I don't know anything about him. Oh my God, he went to jail. The thing about entitlements, of course, is there's something wrong with them in principle because it represents some form of unequal protection under the law, right? Oh, well, you qualify for these free things, but you don't. Well, we're both citizens, right? Well, yeah, obviously entitlements aren't rights. I mean, obviously not. They're different things, right? Well, Catherine Favre is was the first person was the person who like copyrighted or maybe came up with the idea of tri-types. Although I don't think I think it's one of those things that plenty of people had considered before, or but they didn't have that term. But yeah, the idea that somebody might have a prioritized anagram number. Oh, wait, that's yeah, okay. God damn it. The idea that somebody might have a preferred number for each of the head, body, and heart, that just kind of like, it's a natural intuitive leap to make, I guess. But she's the one who copyrighted it or something. Peter Dentici, he was not an Enneagram expert. He was an expert on being wrong. Expert at being wrong. It's not the ideal expertise, to have. She may have come up with the term tri-type, though. Winston's mom. I guess she wrote a book about it. Um, she's not very correct or anything. So what's interesting about Alex's question, like, how would you like these things to go or something, is that it really distills the question into what's a realistic possible outcome that would be something other than just me banging my head against the wall, right? You know what, Putty Cat? I thought it was on yesterday at like 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock. When I went to go turn it on, it was already over. I was planning on watching it. I guess I just got the time wrong in my head. So the answer is no. When I saw we lost by 2 points, it was pretty frustrating to see that. But no, I'm watching the USC game. Obviously, USC at Oregon. This is the biggest game of the week because whoever wins this game is pretty much in the playoff. Oregon just ripped a hole through our defense on their first possession, but we ripped a hole through theirs on our first possession. But now they get the ball back with a chance to take the lead here. Shades of mauve, purple, and magenta like an oil spill. Blue skin? Who are you talking about? Captain Blueskin? Right. Well, there's going to be a third Putty Cat. And the point is, if SC wins this game, it'll be SC because Oregon will have two losses as well, but um, USC will beat them head to head. If Michigan beats Ohio State, then what? Well, Ohio State and Indiana would still be in the Big Ten championship game, assuming they still have a Big Ten championship game. Those things have been changing, so I'm not sure. Um, Basic difference between 8 and 9. Eight like to, you know, they want to, they get mad, and they use anger to, uh, because SC beat Michigan. So SC would have had head to head wins against Oregon and Michigan, which is why SC would be in if we win today. So the difference is nines appease slash, you know, the way I put it is nines are like, well, if you're going to be so mad about it, fine, have your way. But, you know, they are less snarky about it than that. Eights are like, well, if you don't want me to be mad, then don't be wrong. Yeah, they're opposites. No, it has not snowed yet, but we're supposed to get some snow, I think, within the next week or something. Um, Eights and nines get along well with one another because eights, then you're probably a one, Popovich. That's the third option. Eights and nines get along well because, like, I don't ever, there's no point in getting mad at Rachel because she doesn't push back. I'm not trying to push through any barrier to agreement. Well, it goes hand in hand with the fact that Trump doesn't have any principles. He just has his subjective preferences. And his objective knowing, but it's weak. Fourth slot. You know, Trump's, uh, he's just, he's like, well, because he's like Tuts, right? He uses his objective knowing can know whatever he knows, but he's his tool functions FI, so he ends up just knowing what he wants to know, right, and not knowing what he doesn't want to know, and that's good as it is. That's as good as it gets, you know. That's as good as it gets with an ESFP. We, I would like there to be a universe in which ESFPs, in which difficult people in general, people who are not, um, who are just communicating in counterproductive, unproductive, or annoying ways or something, you know. Is Tut's a teenager, in my opinion? No, I think he's an ESFP. And I think that what the conflict that occurs between Tuts and me or Tuts in this community is it's just as simple as an ESFP conflicting against an environment and a way, you know, like a paradigm around here that's very communication prioritizing. And what who the person Tuts reminds me of in some ways, although I think Tuts is a little less toxic, but he reminds me of Club ESFP, or what he called himself, Club ENTP, you know. Why are ESFPs like that, but ISFPs are not? Well, I guess it has to do with, it has to do with TI polar and the unfortunate reality that ESFPs probably get pathologized a lot, you know? They get told they have learning disabilities and stuff. And you could see in my dealings with him how not only is he not interested in like using words to communicate information, actively opposed to it, such that if I want to ask him to explain something or tell me what you queued on or give me an answer to a question, I had to ask him 4 or 5 times before he answered the question. So do you agree that not liking something and saying there's something wrong with that thing are different? You know, I had to ask him multiple times. When he finally did say, "No, I don't agree. I agree. I think they're the same." Well, now he's given me an answer that I can refer to and use to explain things or understand things better or whatever. But he doesn't like that his words are being used against him. He's afraid to give me any words accordingly. To me, I'm not using them against him. I'm trying to explain things, uh, but he doesn't see my seeking of agreement to be helpful. It's weird because in real life I find ESPs pretty cool if they flip out online. Well, they don't belong in the area of explaining things about typology, right? Well, like I said, Putty Cat, he it's not odd at all if Trump's using his subjective preference, his interested calculus, in other words, whether he likes somebody or whatever, then it doesn't matter Trump is not. One complaint you can't make about Trump is you can't say that Trump is an ideologue. He's not trying to implement any political ideology. He's instead just being completely arbitrary and just sliding by the seat of his pants. I had a good friend who insisted on aliens existing. When I tried to explain to him why I don't believe in aliens, he flipped out and never spoke to me again. I wonder if this is a TI polar reaction. Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say so. Man, I hate that guy's stuff. PBD. Who's PBD? Patrick Bet David? Never heard of him. Yeah, Trump's not a warmonger. He's not an ideologue. You can't really be an ideologue if you're FI tool. I mean, you might be, like AOC kind of is, but what I'm saying is FI tool NI4. It's just, you have to have a better relationship with intuition to apply consistently in ideology. No, I'm not talking about personality today. It's talking about somebody named Patrick something. Hi, Rachel. Good morning. So, it's tough to get a leader who's neither, right? Neither an ideologue nor an arbitrarian. You might call Trump an arbitrarian. He knows what he knows for reasons he can't explain and doesn't think he should have to. Tony Robbins. Tony Robbins is a self help guy. That's what I think of him as. Like, you gotta believe in your power to do stuff, and then you will accomplish amazing things. Yeah, I like some stand up comedians. Um, I periodically go through a little phase of watching comedy stuff, be they skits or some stand up comedy. I like uh, Rachel Feinstein. I think she's pretty funny. I like uh, why they can't get rid of the horrible ACA. Well, I don't know. Oh, nice pass. Good job. Is Tom Cruise an ENFJ? I don't know. I don't know what type he is. I mean, the reason people can't do anything politically is always the same. It's that people aren't. Oh, come on. Because we're not evaluating things in general based on honest assessments of them, right? People say, well, you just don't want poor people to get health care. Of course, that's what they mean by, that's what you mean by not understanding anything. Like, everyone's healthcare costs go up when we codify a middleman and require people to buy more insurance for more health care than they actually need or want. It's ridiculous. It's insane. Obviously, cost it just drives costs up for everybody. But I understand why people uh, didn't like the reality of insurers denying people had pre-existing conditions, right? But you can't force. I mean, the bottom line is this: it's not the case that I'm ever going to, as an average person with average means, I'm ever going to pay less to a third party who pays for my healthcare for me than I will by paying for the healthcare directly. It's never going to be the case. There's obviously a margin there for that middleman that's going to make the healthcare cost on balance more expensive for everybody, right? Well, I'm obviously, I mean, I think the income tax ship has sailed. There's a constitutional amendment allowing the federal government to do it. Capital gains tax can and should be eliminated. I like the part where the wolf eats the world. Do you like Nordic mythology? I mean, like Thor and Odin and stuff? I'm not disagreeing with you about what makes the most sense and what's fair, etc. You're not wrong about that, Putty Cat. But you tend not to pay any attention at all to what's plausible as far as implementing changes. Like, I don't think you're going to successfully repeal the income tax amendment from the Constitution. And I don't think you're going to successfully convince Congress to not have money to work with since they like to spend it. And you make a good point if you were to say, and you do make a good point to say that, like, you could still get the same amount of money. It's just be attained by a better tax. I agree with you, but well, there's no point in not thinking maybe we could fix things. It's like anybody who thinks the federal tax code is preferable to something simple and straightforward like a consumption tax is not thinking at all. Waiting on an answer from Eric about Mr. Rogers' thanks, or maybe Rachel can answer this. What is it? What did you ask me? Let me see. I don't see your question. I don't see what you're asking. I don't see the question you asked. I'm looking. Waiting on an answer from. Are you asking? I I believe you, Link, but I did scroll up and I'm just looking through every fucking thing and I can't. I can't see it. You want to know what Mr. Rogers typed? Maybe. Maybe reword it because, like Fly Guy said, maybe it was censored. That happens. Well, Putty Cat, I'm not surprised that it feels amazing to be drunk. Can you give me a timestamp? Well, Putty Cat, and you are definitely deserving of your alcoholic high. But you're just trying to make me jealous, I guess. Yeah, so I scrolled way up there, I couldn't find it. If you're asking a question about Mr. Rogers, well, I don't know what the answer is because I don't know what the question is. Why does Putty Cat correct a Puffy Cat? I don't know. Let's see here. You are really insisting on making me look for this, huh? Mm, ACA there. Okay. So underneath the ACA at 129, at 128, Putty Cat asks, I don't understand why the Republicans cannot get rid of the horrible ACA. The next chat is Popovich saying, it's Tom Cruise and ENFJ. What do you think and why? The the chat after that is, this dude made a lot of money. Then Putty Cat says, anyone who thinks the ACA was a good idea didn't understand it. Then Link 1111 says, in our current society. That's all it says. Current society. So whatever else you put got censored. You may still be able to see it, but it doesn't mean that we can see it. Yes, today's a mushroom day. I can understand why Link would be like that because he'd be like, I can see it myself, but just because you can see it doesn't mean that we can see it. And what I can see, it just says in our society today. That's all it says. In our current society. In our current society. Oh, well, Mr. Rogers was clearly a papaya guy. I am going to eat mushrooms today. The game is tied 14-14 now, thanks to that touchdown by USC. Yes, and I've got your, yeah, it's here for you. Oh, my Uncle back, just so you all remember, I MAGA. Well, good for you. Good for you, Magane. Oh, you're going to hit your bong? Good for you. If a source like Mr. Rogers could enter our society, would it heal us all? He gave us something great by asking us when we were kids to respect our neighbors. Well, always yes or no. I don't. I'm not that impressed by Mr. Rogers myself. Money flowing with the women, huh? Mr. Rogers, for example, was famously against famously against a lot of other entertainment, right? In other words, he had a an unreasonable uh, an unreasonable snobbery about him. Like, what's wrong with entertaining shit? Why does it have to teach people things? Entertainment's just as valuable as education. More straightforward. Is Mr. Rogers and Leave It to Beaver good for our society? Yes or no? I don't think that Leave It to Beaver was either good or society. It just was. Mr. Rogers, well, I guess the world was better off with him producing content than without him producing content. I don't particularly object to his content. I object to some of the things he said when he testified before Congress and stuff, you know. Dropped pass. All right, good stop, defense. I am like 40 years younger than Uncle. He is so Oakland, which makes me respect him. I all Boston. Are you talking about me being Oakland? I am not Oakland in any sense of the word. Yes, we live a few hours from Oakland, but there's nothing Oakland about me at all. Is the world better off with? Well, yeah. I mean, with most content is that some people enjoy, as long as it's not, you know, hate-inducing toxic garbage or whatever, then it's going to be the world's better off with additional media choices than with fewer. But as to what comprises important bits of media, well, um, it's hard to say because correctness should be important, but it's only important to some people some of the time. Have I ever had a crush on some of my professors? No. So I get about Pee Wee, okay, but the fact that they were both influencers out there in mainstream, however, a source like Mr. Rogers gave kids morals, Pee Wee was something different. I mean, I don't think that you have to instruct about morals directly to um, have a story that has moral relevance, right? I think almost all of our narratives have moral relevance. Yeah, that was a really silly arrest. I agree. Like as a kid, I watched Sesame Street. I watched Mister Rogers. I watched Captain Kangaroo. I also watched various cartoons, Scooby Doo, etc. Why are you attacking Fly Guy? What did he say to you? I don't think he said anything to you, did he? If Mr. Rogers thought who would win, well, they're both dead, so I'm going to say it's a tie. What influenced society more beneficially, the Teletubbies or Barney? I would say Barney because it's got at least got music in it. Which show entertainer did you watch more of? This will say everything. It doesn't say much, Link, because when I was a kid, I only had you know, there was at most one kid's option on at a time. It seemed like. So it's not revelatory what I watched as a kid because that's all there was to watch as a kid. There was no VHS. There was just a few television channels, and that was it. Tom or Jerry, who is the real villain? I think they're both quite villainous. Dinosaurs can't be gay, pretty cat. Okay. I said you were 14 years old. No, you said you were 40 years younger than me. So he said, "Are you 14?" Because I'm 54. So if you are 40 years younger than me, then you are 14 because I'm 54. Yes, we live to see both of them, Mr. Rogers and Pee Wee. Let's leave Barney out of this. Yeah, but I was a kid for whom, and it was Winston's mom who said that, not Fly Guy. So, yeah, I know. I was, I also uh, don't know why people want to shit on you. You look 74. Sorry, that's fine. Um, but you can understand now, though, why somebody would say you're 14. What's going on here? Do I think the National Education Association should disband? I don't think it. I don't think it matters what I think the NEA should do. No, I really am 54. And that's exactly why Winston's mom said 14, because she knows how old I am. I was born in 1971. Yeah, you can see a video from 1988 where I'm 17. Yeah, you made that clear, T2. Are you sure you're not just trying to insult me at this point? Which you're never going to succeed by talking about how old I look. I could give a fuck less. Yeah, I'm not feeling the political stuff either. Can we knock it off? Oh my god. Grove a kick return for a touchdown. Oh my god. Come on, special teams. Okay, time him out. What's the closest thing to mixture of Mr. Rogers and Pee Wee? Jim Carrey, yes or no? I don't think Jim Carrey is a mixture between Mr. Rogers and Pee Wee. Jim Carrey's evil, personally, I think. But well, we're down by a touchdown now. It was tied up, but they got a kick return for a touchdown, and now they have a 7-point lead. I think it's very possible that T2 is. I hate Mr. Bean like nothing else. It's so terrible. It's so not funny. Go New England Patriots forever. 2 losses, Putty Cat. 2 losses for the USC women's team. It's still early in the game, so 7-point lead can be reversed. Yeah. Fly Guy likes Mr. Bean. I cannot stand Mr. Bean. I think he's painfully, egregiously unfunny. We've lost to South Carolina and Notre Dame, both of which are good teams, but we also beat North Carolina State, which is a good team as well. And we came very close against Notre Dame. South Carolina beat us pretty good. The man with the great machete greets Dulles by saying, "Hello, influencer." I'm. Yes, Fly Guy. That does not explain at all. That is not a justification at all for liking him, though. He is like a mime. A terrible, terrible mime. Charlie Chaplin, also not funny.
What about if you're a kid? Can I get a pass?
Sure, when you were a child, sure.
Yeah.
When Delilah was a child, she liked Full House. She thought it was hilarious. Is it actually hilarious? No.
I don't
Abbott,
know as a kid.
Abbott and Costello, Putty Cat, not funny.
Not funny.
In general, humor doesn't age well. Three Stooges, not funny. Alf, I mean, I don't remember Alf well enough. I haven't watched Alf recently enough to really comment on it, but I was thinking how no, I don't like The Big Bang Theory. I I do remember when I was young and it was on. I really liked Mr. Belvedere. I thought it was hilarious, but is it actually? I don't know. It's been a long time since I've watched Mr. Belvedere. Garfield or Heathcliff? Oh, Garfield was way better. Facts of Life, not funny. Not funny at all. It was one of those serious sitcoms, Facts of Life. Winston's mom's guilty confession is that she liked Urkel. Well, it's pretty straightforward. There's a very simple answer to Urkel's frequent question. Yes, Urkel, you did do that. Mash? Mash was not funny. Soap was, I kind of liked it. I Bosom Buddies I liked a lot. It had Peter Scalaria or something like that. Is Chandler like me? I mean, I think the character was written generally to be an ENTP, but is is he super ENTP-ish? He's kind of a somewhat two-dimensional caricature ENTP. Inverted butthole fix 2025. How do you fix your inverted butthole? Oops, thought that was the search bar. Good job, Ruben. Good job with the joke. Um, okay, when you were a teenager, LMA Clampett or Bewitched? I mean, the thing is, I preferred I Dream of Jeannie to Bewitched. How much dark matter is there in my anus? It's a good question. The amount of anus that you can measure, in general, it's like, where does all that poop come from? I think most of my plumbing is comprised of dark energy and dark matter. I am too much have some kind of energy thing the giving off. What? Different Strokes, terrible show. Terrible, terrible show. You want your out of rizzes? Out of rizzles. Does Rachel want her out of rizzles? Do you want to? I like Silver Spoons a lot, yeah, but it also had some serious episodes. No, yeah, I know. What am I talking about? Good question, Dallas. But what I'm talking about specifically is that I did not like Different Strokes. How many do you want, Rachel? She must have her headphones in or something. What is my opinion on Shrek? I think it was fine. It was a fine movie. Different strokes for different folks is right. Like, one show that I kind of liked that was sometimes entertaining was The Jeffersons. It could have its serious episodes too, though. Hi, Acacia. What happened? What in the world? All in the Family was terrible. It was full of serious episodes. Different folks stroke differently. Well said, Acacia. Well said. Alice, I don't remember Alice super well. But I do believe it involved kissing grits. Oh no, interception. Webster, no. No, 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 no. Hi, Acacia. Saw you over at Radish Raven's live stream earlier, but was doing chores so couldn't wait at the time. Punky Brewster. Not a huge fan of Punky Brewster. 227. I haven't thought about that show in a long time. No, not a fan. Do you like horror in general? Not especially, but I don't hate it if it's decent. Teddy Ruxpin. My Two Dads. What's interesting about that show is despite what you'd think, they weren't gay, the two dads. They were two straight dads. My So-Called Life, also serious. God damn it. That's the second unsportsmanlike conduct against us this game. In what country would you like to live? This country. I don't know. We're mostly listening sitcoms. Rachel,
Yes.
how many of these do you want?
How many did you have?
I had quite a few.
Okay, so we don't have anything to do tomorrow, right? So 2 or 3. What do you think?
You want 2.5?
Yeah, that's good. Is that all right? Can you spare it?
Yeah, we're gonna cash them today. It's fine.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm making coffee right now.
Teddy Meat Spin. Um, can you tell us your experience with 8th SE? You know, it's not a good relationship with extroverted sensing. I have trouble accomplishing things, following through. I don't. The key note I would say about 8th SE, you want just one takeaway. It's that if I say I'm going to do something, it makes it less likely that I do that thing, which is not so good. I've never watched Dexter.
It's like trouble. You dominate everything. You can't even let your sister go outside.
It's a relationship between words and actions that say, um, basically that words aren't for informing people of actions. Therefore, talking is its own reward. So accordingly, there's a relationship between words and actions such that if we're using words to say we're going to do things, then we're eliminating the possibility of us continually prioritizing words over doing things. Cagney and Lacey, Mork and Mindy, Matlock, Dr. Quinn, She Wrote, starring Angela Lansbury.
Do you want me to make you something? Are you hungry?
No thanks.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay. I didn't mean to make food without including you.
I just wondered what that was. It looked like it was oatmeal for Eric, in the Holy Bible, it tells us not to consume pork. Why is it the FDA allows us to enjoy barbecue? Because we live in a secular society, and some people's religious texts should not determine what's legal or illegal in a secular society. What's the difference between a trip and mushrooms and LSD? Um, they're kind of quite a bit different, really, but um, mostly I'd say LSD doesn't have the physical aspects to it that mushrooms do. It doesn't have the SI stuff. Oh no! We're gonna lose this game. I figured we might, but terrible.
So that takes us out of the playoffs if.
Yeah, if we lose this game, we're out of the playoffs. Let's see, unless they called it on them, that'd be nice. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct on them. Good. That's good. LSD can be very intense, but it depends how much you take, you know. When are we putting up the Christmas tree? I think we said after Thanksgiving. Yeah.
We can make a stream of it.
Yeah, we'll make a stream of it. Do I think that Voldemort is a good villain? Yeah, he's a fine villain. If you're not fond of mushrooms, you're especially unfond of magic mushrooms because they're extra mushroomy. So dullest. Well, congratulations for getting it done, Ruben. I'm proud of you and your battery changing ways. I'm proud of it because I'm responsible for it. I gave you the inspiration you needed to get that done. Well, you know, I think he's a fine villain. Like, if I had to pick the best villain I could think of in all of literature, let's see. Let's solicit answers from the assembled
That's
people.
a good question.
What's the best villain in all of human history?
Should we all of movie history?
All of literature, history, whatever.
Okay, history in general though doesn't that go to Adolf Hitler?
Well, he's a good villain, I guess. if you're the thing is, what you want a villain to do, I think narratively, is to make sense, right? Like, what makes them so villainous? And how did they become that villainous? That should make some sort of sense.
Okay. Do you want a villain that like has a sad story to start off with, or have they always just been evil? Because like sometimes they'll like show the humanness of the villain, and sometimes that makes me feel like okay, that I can understand why this guy is that way, and then I don't feel as if like I feel more empathy towards the villain.
Right.
I'd rather a villain that I don't feel any empathy towards.
Megatron is pretty good. Roscoe P. Coltrane, that's a pretty good villain.
What about
Skeletor? Who's No Heart? Never heard of that.
What about what's his name from X-Men?
Magneto?
Yeah, Magneto.
Magneto's a pretty good villain. Kanye West. P. Diddy is a good villain. He's a super villain.
No Heart is the villain, evil wizard from Care Bears. I didn't know that.
I just don't put any stuff up on the blog anymore. So I just haven't really kept up with it or updated it in a long time. I mostly wrote on that blog when I didn't have a YouTube channel that provided an outlet for my meows, you know. Oh, come on. Man, we are committing way too many penalties. We're going to have to really turn this around in the second half if we want to have a chance here. I think I'm going to eat a muffin, which is French for muffin. Is Monica better for Bill than Hillary? I don't think that Bill and Hillary was ever really a real marriage.
except the one time had Chelsea, and I'll do that.
Yeah. I think that makes some sense. The thing is, it's important to remember that Hillary Rodham Clinton, the reason she kept the Rodham is because they're a powerful political family, the Rodhams.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and that's why Bill Clinton ended up with her.
Ah. I guess it's a smart political move. Would you like some coffee?
I think I'm gonna switch beverages actually.
Okay.
Thank you though.
You're welcome. Meow! Oh, you need food, honk. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I washed those knives off. And now we are going to do what? Get the mushrooms and eat them. All right. Let's see what we got here. Hillary tweeted that Bill was going to sleep with the president on January 20th, 2016. Can we stop with the Republican, the Fox News rabble rousing? Putty cat, please. There's really no need for it. Have you ever been to Cabo or Tijuana? I've been to Tijuana. I've been to Cancun. If you're familiar enough with her character, do you think Princess Diana was an INFP? No. Maybe. I don't think she was that into talking that much, was she?
No, she didn't.
ISFP says Ruben.
Maybe.
That's a possibility.
You know, she had the guts to like go to Camilla and be like, I don't want anything, I just want my husband.
Well, that's fine, Putty Cat. I'm not saying that you watch Fox News. It's just Fox News style rabble rousing. Sure, there are plenty of people who are wrong, but getting mad about it is just it's not really. I just don't. I'm not in the mood for it. Put it that way. Hot balloon Henry. Who's hot balloon Henry? Do you mean hot air balloon Henry? Oregon's going to go into halftime with a 14-point lead here if we can. I cannot substantiate it, but my impression is big time FI in a person in few words. Are we talking about Diana? Yeah. I do not like MSNBC, Fox, CNN. The thing is, Putty Cat, I just used it as a label to mean boogeymanning on that side, okay? I'm perfectly happy to read articles in all of those.
You do, actually.
I do, yeah. I have no problem with those as sources of information. I just used the term Fox News rabble rousing to represent a kind of editorial voice that is boogeyman-ish, boogeyman focused. Is Lucifer that bad? Well, I mean, as you mean as a villain in history?
Oh, that's a good
It's a
question.
good villain.
That is a good villain.
I like the way that his character is. Sure, it is some of the time, but not all the time, right, Putty Cat? You'll get various kinds of articles about various kinds of things on these platforms. Some of them are just straight up, news articles about non-divisive matters, right? Old Testament God. So the thing is, at least with Lucifer, you've got his backstory and stuff explained by John Milton in Paradise Lost, and his basic motivation is better to rule in hell than serve in heaven. In other words, he wants to be in charge.
I think Judy's a evil villain, but I don't think he deserves any sort of title.
Who is an evil villain?
Diddy.
Oh yeah, he's a
Major evil. But like, I don't want to give him the satisfaction of even having a title. Oh, look at this, everyone.
Well, it's not just them. It's like problem admiration is not a good way to deal with things. Okay, time to get to work.
Dallas says mushroom dinner and snack.
I mean, I'm not looking forward to this experience of eating it, but I am looking forward to being on mushrooms. That would be fine. Let me start by plugging my nose. So I won't smell anything. And then I'm going to do it a little bit different this time. I'm going to do it in this thing. This will allow me to, well, all right. I should eat one of these probably too. I gotta eat it
You've
after
been wanting, yeah, you mentioned it before, having a fawn.
I should eat it as a chaser to the mushrooms though, it's fine. Alright, so how much mushrooms could I eat? Well, last time I didn't really get high enough.
Do you think you have enough? It was last week, right? A week exactly?
Yeah, it was a week ago. It should be clear that it sits on a week, but I don't know.
Urban says make a slurry shot and cheese that bee.
Yeah. Alright, well. This seems like it should be plenty. It's more than half. I'm just leaving myself this much left for next time. That should be enough. This should be plenty. That I'm gonna have to eat. Should be plenty. So let me do this. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to snip these with this scissors. Alright, making some progress here. So you want to break this up nice and small so that you make like a porridge out of it or something. I mean, this seems like a lot. I don't know if I really need quite that much, but. Okay. I'm getting pukey just imagining the horror. It's okay. I was just anticipating how gross it was going to be. No, I don't like mushrooms. Which is what you might call anticipatory meowing. It's fine. It's not a big deal. yang. What does the 80s look like from my perspective? Well, it was a kind of a shitty time with shitty people and their shitty ways won the day. But in another sense, it was a simpler time when nothing had been shitified yet. So it's kind of a contradiction, you know? You envy my abilities with language? That hit me off guard. I'm kind of flattered. Guess it's time to learn Polish. The Polish language is mostly about light bulbs and the changing of them. Yes, I think Feynman was an ENTP. Do you know that the Polish have 17 different words for light bulb? He ignored every one of your suggestions. What were you suggesting about? No, mushroom cannot be grown up and smoked. Einstein, INTP, I think. But I don't know for sure. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette and then I'll come in and finish with the mushrooms. SE needs this touchdown before half. I can't even spell my father's last name in Polish. Well, ginger ale is a good choice, but I don't have any. And are there other things I might try that I don't have either? And also, I'm not even nauseous. I haven't even eaten it yet. It's just anticipatory meowings.
Oh, really? You haven't eaten yet?
No. I was just. Have I ever done any coding? Not really, no. I mean, maybe you could say I did a little bit of casual programming back on the Apple IIe or something, but that's a pretty long time ago. You thought I had ivy on my balcony? I don't even have a balcony. If we don't get this third and goal, we should kick the field goal. Do we have any timeouts here? Yeah, we have one timeout left. Papaya is, say it, sexy stuff. There's nothing sexy about papayas. Oh, easy stuff. Well, the thing about papaya, a lot of people don't know this, but technically, a papaya is not a fruit. It's an herb. I know, right? It doesn't seem like an herb. Kick the field goal, Lincoln Riley. Kick the field goal. Papaya sounds like It's like Italian for what are you doing? Papaya. Miggity, miggity, meow. Good job, Lincoln Riley. He is taking the 3 points. I'm pleased to see. We're going to have to make some plays on defense, so we're going to have a chance in this game. We're down 11 points now. But I'm pleased that... Oh, did he miss it? No, he made it. That's good. Didn't he? He missed it? I thought that was good. It's no good? Didn't it bounce through? What? This does not bode well. That's an easy field goal. So we're going to go, and we're going to eat those mushrooms. What does that say? Take your snails. Take your snails? Tastes gross, smells worse, has an awful texture. Talking about mushrooms? They do fail across the board as food. What type is monster from your nightmares? I have no idea. I don't know what that is even. Never heard of it. I dislike the way they handle zombies. They handle numbers. I almost always have a jar of pickled okra in my fridge. Okay, I'm sorry, Winston's mom, but there's nothing good about okra. It's one food that you can't make good no matter what you do to it. Some things are hard to make good, like Brussels sprouts, but you can make them good. Other things, they're impossible to make good. Things like okra and octopus. Um, poo. Okra is in the same class of food as poo, which is to say it doesn't qualify even as food. It's just slimy grossness. So I'm sorry to tell you, Winston's mom, but you were wrong to have pickled okra in the house. If you had pickled okra in the house, that would also be wrong, but I'm assuming you don't have pickled okra at the house. Looks like there's more disgusting fruit I need to try. Yes, there is. Or you love octopus. The only way you don't eat, the only reason you don't eat is because you feel bad for them. Yeah, I feel bad for things harvested from the sea in general. But I do occasionally buy tuna. I mean, we regularly buy it. I just don't eat it very often. Because tuna, you can successfully make it not taste like fish. So many cultures and civilizations built up around eating fish. I can't help but think they were all wrong. Like, you're not supposed to eat those slimy things. But people have a history of eating gross things that are convenient. Like back in the day in New York City, everybody ate oysters all the time because the whole of the Potomac River, I think it is, was like this massive oyster bed until it was completely fished out, and then there were no more oysters for a long time.
That was an interesting video.
Wasn't that interesting?
Yeah.
And then they replanted the oysters, and now there's oysters there again.
Yeah, now it's an oyster.
But oysters are an example of something that you'd only conceivably eat because it was the only convenient food.
Yeah.
It's not. There's nothing good about oysters, and then people think like, "Oh no, now it's a delicacy."
It's pretty gross.
It's not a delicacy. It's disgusting. You can't just eat it. You have to swallow it.
You swallow it.
And you
Yeah.
have to put
If you do
stuff
try
on
to
it.
choose it to make it taste good, you're right. You're 100% right. Look, I've eaten oysters and mussels before, and like yeah, I put the Tabasco sauce on it. I put vinegar. You like do what you can to make it less disgusting, and they're so expensive too. I would always split, like split oysters with a friend.
Gross. Well, I mean, they're convenient in a sense, like if you're looking for animal protein,
Yeah.
It's gonna remain fresh, and you just have to go down to the water and pry out a couple of oysters.
Yeah, and Manhattan and Long Island are islands, so the biggest form of food would be fish.
You gotta think back in the day when there wasn't preservation of slaughtered animals.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. Although there was a lot of farming land on Long Island, but still. You like mussels? I used to go to this Belgian restaurant that specialized in mussels, and I used to get like the lemon and butter, but still, like Eric's right, you have to like flavor it to crazy amounts to actually like be enjoyable. Like the mussels that I used to get were either buffalo flavored or like lemon and butter, and it would cover up the inherent grossness. Yeah, you have to open them and then you have to scoop it out with that little fork. It's a lot of work. Yeah, I like Frank James videos. I will say that I wish he did less of the 16 types doing these things and talk more about INFJs, but I actually don't think he has a good sense of what the 8 cognitive functions are.
He doesn't like pushback in the comments.
Oh.
I can tell you right now, he doesn't want to talk about those things because he wants to be right. He's going to talk about it, or at least be defensible, and he can't. He doesn't.
Well, that to be fair, like that could have been easily me without you. Like, you help me understand the functions. And if I were him, I probably wouldn't like push back either. I don't know. But
If you look at Eric Thor, he's another one who ultimately found the typology community too contentious.
Yeah. Eric Thorpe he doesn't talk about typology anymore. He's on a journey. He doesn't want to categorize people anymore. And I get that, right? Like I almost get it because I can see the dissatisfaction with doing all this research and finding out things that don't match up. But I think that's just because there's lack of education um about the cognitive functions. Like Eric Thor really, like, he didn't really talk about he they talk about the four, conscious functions a lot, but like they didn't talk about the unconscious four functions a lot. So I think Eric Thor at least would meet people, type them, and then come up against like problems. And instead of it being like, oh, maybe I typed this person wrong, I think he would generalize and be like, this is not a good system of categorizing people. So, what's your relationship with SE? It's sloppy. I think more about doing things than actually doing them. But in a pinch, I don't like to rush. If I rush, I'll forget something important, or yeah, if there's something on the list that's important, I'll forget it. But if Eric is like, I want to go to the store in an hour, I'll be like, okay, that's fine, that's good. That's enough time. Even if it's 30 minutes, that's fine. I can get ready, get dressed, put what I want in my bag and go. Like, so it's really, no, he's an Eric Thor is an INFJ. Putty cat. I am not going clubbing tonight. I don't go clubbing. Thanks, Winston's mom. Yes, sir. No, my NI is not constantly trying to predict things. I don't like to do that. I can get like a sense of if something's not adding up, right? Someone tells me a story and something's not adding up in my mind, that's when I use my NI to be like, wait. This, and this happened, but right before it happened, nothing changed. There was no difference. Like something isn't adding up. No, I don't think we're gonna put candy canes on our tree. We have my mom gave us plenty to decorate with. When I go into NI, it's like I'm looking for answers a lot on my personality, like why I did. No, TE isn't stupid to me. TE is something that I actually rather admire. I feel like I'm stupid when it comes to TE. Like, why can't I have my shit together the way that they do? I get very much like, fuck, like, they know how to do human life really well, and they're so prepared and so um like they figure out how to handle situations really easily. Sometimes it'll hit you like a ton of bricks that something might be off, and nobody else around you will perceive it like you do. Yeah, that's true, G. I feel that too. I won't tell people though. I will if they bring it up. If they're talking about a subject and I find that something's not adding up, I'll say like, okay, something's not adding up. But and I might say like, maybe let's not jump to conclusions because something's not right. So let's not jump to conclusions. But a lot of times I might have an idea of what might happen. but I let people live their lives. You know, like it does hurt me, like to be like, oh shit, like I saw that coming. But I find that most people like to learn on their own. They don't like to be told what to do. If you could choose to be ISTP or INTP, ISTP because INTP, SE polar is tough. I wouldn't want to be stuck in my head with all the right answers. My ideal job, for me anyway, would be something like writing, where I could work independently but with people, but it's not like I have someone looking over my shoulder all the time. I do work in environments where they tell me exactly what is important to do first and what can be like what's priority in my position and what can be like kind of like
Backburner.
yeah, backburnered. Yeah. I do well in those kind of jobs. I work well where there's not a lot of SE. I was a hostess for a while and then I was a waitress. And when I was a waitress, I was like, oh my God. Like every night after being a waitress, like I was like, oh my gosh, I can't wait for my bed. Like, so like working in a company, if I were to work in a company, working in a company that has very little criticism, it's more positive than negative. Um, I did data entry for a while and medical billing, and that didn't work well at all. I think there's a lot of SI with medical billing, and do I consider myself highly logical? My logic is pretty shoddy. You know, like TI third, it's like I care a lot about fairness, but it's selfish. So I care about equalness for me. I expect I expect like um I expect when if you're going to do something that you include me in it too. How good in your opinion you're in drawing? I'm average. I'd say I'm a B plus at drawing. I'm really good at drawing people. Like I'm good at portraits, but when it comes to perspective, I'm really shoddy. I'm very bad at perspective. I'm really not that good at shading either. Like I said, like a B plus I'd give me at drawing. It's not easy to draw. The only reason I'm good at drawing people is because I practiced it over and over again. But like techniques in art, I was, I had people who liked. I don't know. There were always people in my class who were better than me, so I'm average. But when I look at um Antiques Roadshow and I see some of these artists, it's like Jesus Christ, like I really should get back into art. Mr. Yum Yum, Eric is okay. He's taking mushrooms right now. It's a process. It's not just a one and done. But I think he's just finished his mushroom taking. It's pretty rough taking mushrooms. So y'all, you can't draw, but what's something that you find? Do you consider yourself to be artistic? Richie 116. So what is your best art form? Sketching. I'm a really good sketch artist. How well would you do, in your opinion, if you were the only living thing on Earth? I don't think I would do well.
I don't think anybody would do well. People need other people. Rich is a good singer too.
Thanks. I'm very critical of myself, so I like singing. Um, I would, in my mind, I would love to, do music with Eric and friends. No, you know what? Actually, Santa might be in Mariposa. I believe they do pictures, with Santa in town.
Yeah.
What's your opinion on wings and Enneagram? I mean, I don't think much about wings, because Eric, when he talks about wings, makes sense how they don't make much sense. But if I were to say if I were to include wings, I would say I'm a 9 wing 8 because I do get riled up. Yes, they do have a Christmas tree in town. I don't
I
know
don't think
where.
it's up yet.
No.
Big Saturday night here. We're ordering DoorDash. Subway sandwiches are on the way. Nice.
Good job, Winston's mom. That's yummy. Are you aware of your FI? No. No, I'm not. I'm not. I could demonstrate it really well. Not really well.
You're like me. You're more aware of it when you're upset about something.
Yeah, yeah. Or when I want to show affection towards you.
Right.
You know? My favorite Christmas carol. Oh, it's so hard. I like Jingle Bells. Uh, Santa Claus is coming to town. Here comes Santa Claus. Here comes Santa Claus.
Right down Santa Claus Lane.
Rudolph is a good one. But that's not really, like, what came first? The song about Rudolph or Rudolph in folklore?
I do not know. I'm assuming that the story preceded the movie in which the song was from.
Yeah. I love Ghibli movies. I love them. Um, I
So,
like that there's what?
song, but every type is totally stupid about something and totally smart about something.
Yeah. Like honestly, like my mom worries about me a lot because of my TE polar. She doesn't know that it's because of my TE polar, but she gets a sense that like there's some things that like she can handle that I can't, and it makes her worry about me. Whereas like my sister who's TE polar, but she's an SI Dom, it takes her, she could have a goal, right? My sister could have a goal and it can take a while for her to get there, but she, after practice and doing things over and over again, will eventually get those goals done. Where I'm more like, I don't know.
Right. Well, both of us have trouble committing to and sticking to a course of action because that involves
Yeah.
more SI than either of us have.
Yeah, and I don't like to promise. I don't like to promise my parents who both have TE in their conscious stack. I don't like to promise them things that I can't do or things that I just can't. I can't promise. I just can't tell them like yes, like this year I'm gonna get this, and that done.
Have you ever
Uh,
taken psychedelics?
Yes, I have. I've taken mushrooms and I've taken DMT. DMT I like. DMT doesn't do much to me, although I have to be very careful because I take medication for serotonin. And if I take too much, I've just realized that DMT, I don't think I'm ever gonna have a breakthrough. Like I just think that I see the what do you call it, hallucinations. But I don't think I'll ever see the dancing elves or anything like that. And I'm not gonna try. I'll do DMT, but I'm not going to. I am looking forward to the Christmas party. I think it's going to be small, which is nice, and it's going to be with people, our neighbors who like to jam out and stuff, and they're fun. So what the plan is that we're going to go over to the big neighbor party that Tom and Marianne, our neighbors, are doing, and then we're going to come back here and do like Christmas carols and stuff. No, no.
Oh, did you catch it?
I haven't done hard drugs. Hard drugs are not for me. Cool, Ruben. I'm glad that you are the same. By the way, I think you can eliminate us from the December 12th. I have eliminated you from the Christmas party. I'm sorry. I already was thinking you told me no.
We don't currently put a cap, but we will have. We'll bring finger food, or is
Yeah,
I think what they say.
yeah. They want hors d'oeuvres. I appreciate the Effie. I appreciate the Effie. You know, like I know you
Oh
guys
God.
want to be there, but like the reality is okay. The reality that you're not going to be there is totally okay. You know, like you don't really have to pay attention to Effie when it comes to me and Eric. Like, of course, I invite all my friends. So like Kamie's in Chicago, and I sent and Fly Guy and uh Fly Guy and Carrot I also invited as well. But you know, I know that they're in Canada. Um,
Do I have an addictive personality? I mean, yeah, sure. Uh, you know, for as long as I can remember, the idea of getting loaded appealed to me. I tried to get loaded in natural ways, like hyperventilating and stuff. I also, in middle school, I regularly used many times a day a Vicks inhaler. Like I like to snort just mintiness into my nose, and
but
yeah, I just took right to intoxication.
does that necessarily mean that you're an addict, or you just like getting high?
Well, I do have an addictive personality in
Mm.
the sense that um, I will tend to hit something hard until it stops paying dividends or something.
Oh, oh. I have to learn not to go as hard as you with things. I'm a little
Right.
bit weaker.
Gil says I feel empty in a lot of my interactions. Like I know that my family sometimes it feels like I'm just going through the motions. Feel connected to my family in a very familiarity kind of way. Yeah, well, um, you'll find someday that they matter more to you than you think, probably. Obviously, our family are not people we pick to be close to, and they're not necessarily intentionally. Uh, they were not intentionally compatible, but we're still, you know.
Is it normal though? Like not normal, but is it? I guess I need permission to feel close to my family, right? Like my immediate family, my mom, my dad, my sister, and my brother. Well, like I don't know. I feel their importance. I feel how important they are to me. But when it comes to like distant family, um, like they just don't show that they even care. So I don't care.
I don't think they got there. That's First down this way. If we stopped them right now, then we could still have a chance to win this game. Down by 2 touchdowns, but the only emotions I didn't doubt were the ones you felt on stimulants, huh?
You should definitely doubt those. You should definitely doubt those. You should definitely doubt when you're on stimulants what the emotions that you feel. I mean, maybe it brings that stuff out of you, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't mean to be talking for you, actually. I should just state for myself that, like, the emotions that I feel when I'm on stimulants or have the lack of stimulants are not my real emotions. My real emotions are most accurate when I'm sober.
I don't think you got there. I don't think it's going to be enough to change the call, though, whatever they call on the field. The USC's ball? We stopped them? Let's see here. Yep, we stopped them. All right, well, we're down
Yeah.
by 2 touchdowns, but, you know, they got the ball
There's
first
still
third
time.
quarter. Yeah, they got the ball first third quarter and we stopped them. That's pretty huge. Reality or the universe is gut wrenching. Yeah, I mean, I experienced plenty of. I feel in general closer to anxiety and panic attack and ontological terror, existential terror, whatever you want to call it, than I used to. Um, Perhaps I'm just more susceptible to it now that I've experienced it or something more. But that somewhat has to do with this moment in time too. I'll feel less anxious when I get my teeth situation dealt with, and hopefully it doesn't get infected, etc. I get existential dread almost every Sunday at sundown. Well, like I've been watching this channel. I was watching a lot yesterday called The Missing Enigma. I've watched it before, but then I stopped watching it for a long time. And now they had a bunch of videos I hadn't seen. Sometimes it makes me feel a little bit of panic. Like they'll be telling the story of someone who was 25 in 1987 and has been missing for like 40 years or something, 35 years, 38 years, whatever. And I go, oh my God, like that guy was the same age as me, and he had his life, and now he's been missing for multiple decades. Time sure does pass. I'm an FI user and I hate feeling emotions. Nothing is stable. Well, presumably, you're more able to roll through life while feeling them, whereas I find emotions quite crippling. Are the kiddies going to be interested in the Christmas tree and shiny balls? Maybe. Find out.
Yeah, yeah, we'll find out.
All right, so SC has the ball again, down by 2 touchdowns. We're going to need the offense to do more than that, though.
Come on, offense. They have a good offense, too.
Yeah, well, we kind of shot ourselves in the foot this game with some penalties and some other
Oh.
problems, but also Oregon's a good team. Like, what happened there?
I I've had two paranormal experiences. Well, one experience, one I Eric and I saw something cross the street here in front of our car once, and that was like the weird, so weird. Like I've never ever like seen anything like that before. I don't know what it was. It was a thing. It was like a unidentified thing. It looked alien. And then like a paranormal, I haven't had like any like alien or anything, but I've had like a mystical experience, if that kind of counts. There was one night after going out with my friends where I woke up for no reason, like just woke up out of my sleep, and I looked out my window and I see like flashing lights, and I'm like, what is going on? And like my instinct was to go right into my sister's old room and see what was going on, and there was a burning tree right outside her window. And I was like, oh my gosh, like this is crazy right now.
There was a
Like
burning tree outside your sister's window. Say again, like what was the
so
context?
I was just sleeping, right? And then something I just woke up like at for no reason. And then I looked out my window and I see, with the blinds closed, that there's flashing lights, and I'm like, what's going on? And then I run over to, like, my instinct was to go right to my sister's room, and I looked out the window and there's a fucking huge tree on fire. And I was like, wow, this like feels like a religious experience.
And was it really on fire?
Yeah,
And how did it catch on
no one
fire?
knows.
That's weird.
Yeah. Yeah. And this was like at 3 in the morning. And me and I woke up my dad. I was like, oh my gosh, like, did you see what's going on? So we're like looking at the window and we're like, wow, like we see the fire trucks come and everything. Um, and my like we told our family friend about this experience, and he was like, yeah, because he's a volunteer fireman. And he was like, yes, I heard about that story, and they don't know what caused it. Um, it was crazy.
It seems odd that they wouldn't be able to figure that out.
I know. It felt super religious and mystical. It felt more mystical than like someone trying to like burn down the neighborhood. But um do I believe that exorcism is a real thing? I don't know. To a degree I think I do, because behind most stories there's some sort of truth. I don't know. Like I really don't know.
I think there are individual case studies that will be convincing about various things like that, right? So I watched some individual case studies um, about reincarnation that were kind of convincing, but it depends on how much you want to trust testimonials, I guess.
Well, see, that's the thing. Like, I don't want to be Japanese and think that reincarnation is definitely true. So let me just ruin my life right now and die. Like, you
Do
know?
Japanese people think reincarnation is true?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I mean, they. I learned that from you. How like they believe that they'll come back, so they die. They commit suicide, and they think that they'll just reincarnate.
Did I ever tell you that?
Yeah.
I mean, I just think that that's the case in the cartoons,
Oh.
but not in real life.
I wouldn't be surprised
Maybe it is in
though.
real life. Who knows?
We really should get food and alcohol for the Strauss Christmas party. I think we would be bad hosts.
We'll get to a few
Yeah.
things, but it's probably we're gonna primarily, we're gonna go with the neighbors to the neighborhood Christmas party first, and we're gonna come back here and jam out or something
Yeah.
and live stream
I
probably.
I would like to have some like snacks and
Sure. We need
um.
to get
Uh-huh.
somebody to take over there too.
Yeah, we do. We didn't. We showed up with nothing last year, so we really should bring something.
Yeah. Johnny Arson is responsible for all kinds of problems. You're not supposed to talk to Guilt about his delusions.
I mean, I really think that it was like a yeah. I don't know. It was.
I mean, that's a fair thing to say about Old Testament God. You know, he liked to send plagues and turn people into pillars of salt and all kinds of stuff. But um, if you're just saying that in the status quo, God must be a psychopath because evil exists in the world, well, that's not, there's no issue there because, oh, nice job!
Yes, good
Interception!
job. Nice night.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Um, Free will, etc. Do you believe in reincarnation? I don't know what I believe in as far as the afterlife. I don't have any specific beliefs.
I like to talk about past lives and stuff. Like I like to say that Eric was a cheerleader in his past life. Um, but I don't want to rely on reincarnation. I don't want to be like, oh, I'm not afraid of dying because I'm just gonna come back as a dog. Like I am more of the type where
Well, I
I
mean,
don't
some of
know.
all Christians would say the kind of love is that he gives people free will. They sin and they're forgiven if they seek forgiveness with honest repentance. That's that would be the Christian answer to that. But
Yeah,
you could also simply argue that making the world and allowing you to live in it is generous enough. I don't know. Spinach dip. Get your spinach dip off my nice clean drawers. Quote from Greece.
so
Eric was probably a slave shipped in from Ethiopia. Possibly.
he was definitely a cheerleader though. Like I'm talking like 1940s, 1950s, long skirt, sweater on with like the a big letter of the school and pom poms and a megaphone, like that kind of cheerleader. That's why he's so good at it now.
Michael Huemer, an atheist, described reincarnation with substance dualism or property dualism.
What does that mean?
Well, I don't, I've not heard the terms before. What I can guess what it means is that um, some part of you has to persist, right? If you're going to have reincarnation. Like, um, if if you are if you die or born again as an entirely different person, then in what sense is there a you that persists at all, right? So either the substance is the same but it's in a different form, or the properties are the same but the substance is different. I don't know what we're gonna get, Putty Cat. We'll worry
We're
about that
definitely gonna
later.
get. I would like to get wine for Kay and beer for Jared because I want to be good host. And then, like, I don't know, potato chips and stuff. We're gonna be at a party beforehand where there's gonna be food. Um, so, like, I'm not too worried about food, but I'm talking basic wine and beer. I don't think we're gonna. Our party's not gonna be the main party.
Where do you stand on idealism, dualism, or materialism?
Mm.
I it would depend what you mean by those and what
What's
context,
what
right?
is yeah?
Like dualism presumably is the idea that there are subjects and objects and they're distinct from each other. But of course, my position on that is there are three perspectives that we have, which is to say, a subject that takes action, an object that has action taken on it, and an observer that sees this happening. So this is one of the issues um, with cognitive functions is that they represent one of three possible perspectives, right? Or they link with that. Fourth and two, we're going for. We need to get this. Good job, Mayama.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yes.
First down. All the theocracies fall beyond belief. Well, I don't know what that means, but
They. What do you guys think about the when people say you choose your parents, like in a past life you had some connection, and then when you're born into this life you choose your parents.
I mean, I like the idea of a person, if they're going to be reincarnated, living a sequence of lives, and uh, that the person gives themselves more challenging circumstances as they go through more and more lives. And
Does
they,
it ever end?
I don't know. It's like if you think of it as a video game, then you have to score it on. Okay, well, you got this many points, but you were on this difficulty level, so you have to have like you'd have to have some sort of multiplier, difficulty multiplier, because although I guess in some sense each life presents its own unique difficulties, there are difficulties associated with privilege as well as with want.
I want to know how far back my lineage goes, because I've done 23andMe before, and like I know based on my
Oh, good job! Good
yes,
job!
yeah, I'm doing good. Um, was Alexander the Great overrated? From what I read, no, I don't think he was.
Now, materialism is the idea that if we don't have, basically, it's the idea that if you can't point to something physical and concrete, then it's not real in some sense. But I mean, people mean different things when they say materialism. If God existed now, I wouldn't. I'd choose non existence.
So on a lighter note, Eric and I try to type so God we believe is an ESTJ. Jesus we're going with INFJ. Mother Mary, the Virgin Mary, ISFJ. Um, I wonder if Joseph was an ISTJ because he was like a carpenter.
The thing is, Winston's mom, I don't think Michael Humor understands things very well. If he doesn't have cognitive functions at his disposal, then what he's saying is false self-reporting. He's not increasingly understanding things.
Ooh, Lucifer. What type is Lucifer?
Um, ESTP maybe.
Yeah, I was thinking ESTP too.
I don't know if I'm 2, 3, or 4. Well, why don't you have to be ashamed of yourself? Because you're helpful, because you're high achieving, or because you don't need their standards and rules?
Yeah, did you hear that? That's how you tell if you're a 2, 3, or 4. Are you helpful? Are you high achieving? Or are you like, I don't care about your rules? Jesus was a carpenter, but I think he got his job through Joseph. I think Joseph was a carpenter. If God existed, he's definitely a nice ESTJ because he's all about lessons. Well, 3 or 4 are really different. Like my brother's a 3, and he is goal setting and achieving goals all the time. Like he considers he wants to be successful in his job. He wants to be successful in life. Whereas I'm like, fuck you, rules. Like, I want to live the way that I want to live. I do like angel food cake. We just finished season 5 of Supernatural last weekend. Apparently, it was supposed to end on season 5 finale, but then they decided to continue the show, which is why a lot of people say the later seasons aren't good. That happens. 4s have no problem giving the middle finger. 3s really like getting awards. 2s like getting uh like helping people out and then getting recognition for helping those people out. Like with my tri-type, I for some reason I always knew that I had 4 in my tri-type because I knew I wasn't helpful and I knew I wasn't success driven. But I thought I was a 7 for so long because 7s are positive. No, he's not a TE Dom. He's an ESFJ. So socially, he's very active. He's a teacher. He's a coach. He's a husband.
So, Buddy Cat, just to clarify, yes, I get that people say, oh, they're materialistic means they want to buy a lot of products, right? That's not the same thing as materialism. That's not materialism. What they mean there is like the philosophy school of materialism,
What is
which,
that?
which is basically a way of understanding what you can. It's a subset of epistemology. It's a way that claims to dictate what you can know and not know.
Self-pres 4 seems like a 7. I don't.
I don't
I don't think
understand
so.
this. Like, you mean with the instinctual variant of self-preservation forcing more like a
I
7?
don't think
I don't
so.
think so either. I don't think that the instinctual variant links much to the numbers, really. I mean, there may be a correlation, like 7s are more likely to be yeah. I'm not sure, but I think they're talking about very distinct things. One being instinctual variant talking about what comprises a person's default comfortable relationship style, whereas the numbers are something else.
So, like, if we're talking wings, Ruben, you might be a 2. Can you be a 2 wing 3? Can you do that?
Yeah, sure. Or you could also be somehow a 2 wing 1, even though 3 is heart and 1 is head. It doesn't make any sense.
Um, 2, then 3, but also I'm like, you don't have to know me. You don't know me, but I'm probably more likely to express that by looking at the arguments for why people claim something about me. Ruben, to be fair, I see 2 more in you. When I get upset over things that people done, you always are like, I give people the chance of the benefit of the doubt. Like you reserve your opinions about them until they've done something to you. Um, and that's very true.
Well, I also like sharing what I'm doing with people, but I'm not sure how definitively that indicates anything in particular.
I don't know about 5 and 6 because I'm confused whether my head type is 5 or 6. Um,
Okay, well, yeah, it does have those definitions, but that's not what Gyalt meant because he listed it in context with idealism and dualism. So he was clearly talking about the philosophical meaning.
I think that's very true. I mean, it could be FI ignoring also. Um, Twos are very helpful. I don't know how else to explain. I mean, you seem very helpful. You, from what I know, you help at home. Um,
Your favorite Beatles album is Help, which is a terrible choice, by the way. That shouldn't be anybody's favorite Beatle album.
what?
Help.
I feel like some good songs come off of Help.
I'm not saying it doesn't have some good songs on it. I'm just saying, how would that be your favorite Beatles album? Is it your favorite Beatles album?
No,
No.
but I definitely have some like it was definitely significant. It has some it has 8 days a week on it. Ticket to Ride.
Help.
Yeah, Help. That song that we like. We said our goodbyes
And
the
the
night
night
before.
before.
That's on Help.
It's, okay, well, it's pretty good, I guess.
But favorite album is a stretch. It's a good album. I it's a good album. What Yellow Submarine is not a good album. Yellow Submarine, if you see that's your favorite album, it's like what? So like basically you just like the soundtrack from the movie.
If you hate drugs and you're like, I can't respect anything after 1962, then what? Who says that? I hate drugs and I respect nothing after 1962.
Might be my mom.
Oh, I see. That's if Help's your favorite
Oh.
album.
Yeah, I don't think they discovered drugs. Actually, they did. They just discovered drugs around the time of making the movie Help. So that's why Rubber Soul, I believe, or I don't know the discography.
If you don't think drugs
Yeah,
have done
Rubber Soul came.
good things for us, then take all of your records, tapes, and CDs and burn them. Right, then Help is your favorite album. Now, I did figure it out before too long, Ruben.
Yeah, Rubber Soul came after Help, and Help is when they discovered marijuana. And to me, that's why the album started getting really good. Because they started experimenting with marijuana.
Well, rubber hole is in the top two, followed by regular hole. Oh no.
I know people like Courtney Love and the fact that she stood up against, like, she's talked about Harvey Weinstein and stuff, and I get that, but I do not like her. I don't like what she did to her husband, and I will never forget that.
You're back, T2. You got timed out last time you were here. Explain the head, heart, gut centers of the enneagram. Well, the head is anger, the heart is shame, the gut is.
No, isn't the gut anger?
Oh, sorry. The gut is anger, the heart is shame, the head is fear. Hi, Jim.
Oh, it's a witness.
Oh, wonderful. Well, at least you're being honest this time. Her band Hole made some decent music. They have like one good song.
I don't care about your news,
Ba-da,
man.
ba-da,
Oh, wake me over.
ba-da, ba-da, ba-da,
I'm all I wanna be.
ba-da, ba-da, ba-da.
I mean, you could still be a terrible person.
Probably Kurt Cobain helped her write
I would be surprised.
that. I wouldn't be surprised either.
She recently admitted that she believes that he was murdered. It's like, all right, the guilt is weighing on you. You're starting to open up a little bit. She's such an. I don't like her. I just don't like her.
I mean, that's
Joan
not
Jett, of course.
T2. You're just being super too weak to even tolerate. I'll time out T2 for 5 minutes. We'll let a witness cross a line first, I guess. At least he was honest this time about who he was, you know. That's A. That's progress, I guess. Okay, I have an answer, which is probably going to be you get banned, but we'll see what your question is. No, I did not have any Joan Jett poster, or I didn't put up posters in my room. I don't think Nirvana was horrible. He's very talented, but regrettable aesthetic, you know. It's a shame he didn't get to get older and possibly grow as an artist. Although not everybody does, you know. The question is, after watching your typing videos, could you ask me these questions? I mean, I asked them to whoever hired me to type them. Well, I agree with you that the whole grunge movement was ill-conceivably like it was ill-conceived in its positioning itself as counterculture or something. I think Trent Reznor and Nine Inch Nails are terrible. Third and 7 for SC now, down by 14 points here at the end of the third quarter. We'll see if these mushrooms do a little bit more to me this time than last time. I feel I'm coming on some, but Soundgarden was inducted to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. What a pointless honor to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. You mean I'm as good as Soundgarden? Soundgarden's terrible. The young lady from Great Britain. I don't know who you're talking about. Oh, you're talking about somebody I typed? I don't remember. I don't remember who I typed. Maybe we get that far. Good job. Way to rough the kicker, Oregon. I don't want to keep petting you.
Like, really, Capio? Come to me.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Capio.
Cyndi Lauper was also inducted. I have less of a problem with Cyndi Lauper being inducted. Sometimes you're worried about being murdered in America. I worry about a lot of things. That is not one of them. Yeah, well, a witness. You could watch more of my videos. Sometimes I worry about my mayo going bad. We don't have mayo, so no. But I do worry an unreasonable amount about things that might be going bad. Like I've been worrying about the eggs that we're gonna have to throw away. There's probably no point in worrying about them anymore. Just throw them away. I went through a brief period of time where I liked making eggs, and then I ended up getting a dozen eggs, and I haven't eaten a single one. We're gonna lose this game. You know, the thing is, we're not. This is much more between two evenly matched teams than USC when we lost to Notre Dame. No, I haven't made this short yet. I don't know if I'm going to. It's a little late for that, maybe. Maybe the eggs will hatch. I don't think so. I think they'll just go into the trash. Which is why I really don't like buying things that go bad. Because I never know whether I'm going to be in the mood to make them or not.
I know.
Yes, I know you're right there.
Oh my gosh, Capio, just stop. Here, I'll help you.
Alright, anytime Rachel comes over and tries to pet the cat, then the cat jumps down.
Yep. Meow.
Oh, she's staying here.
Look. She's moving. There she goes. There she goes. Good girl, Capio.
Shouldn't scientists study the cognitive functions of MBTI and try to prove or disprove them? Well, there's no way to exactly prove or disprove in that way a model of human consciousness. It's observationally correct, and you can check it with to see if it makes sense within itself, right? But what we're saying is that people, an individual is these different ways of paying attention. Like, in other words, that's how they be. The way you could falsify this model in certain ways, but it's not like you can go. It's not like, for example, well, I guess it's like a lot of things. You can falsify it because it makes predictions, but proving something's another question. Besides, and, you know, things worth believing in make predictions that aren't falsified. It doesn't mean they're proved. Things that are proved are circularly true, definitionally so. Turn on the heater because I'm getting mushroom cold. Alcohol is not for breakfast, okay? Even if you eat it at breakfast time, that doesn't count as breakfast. Oh, nice defensive play. No, he's that guy who makes all those jokes about women, right? No, I don't like him. It's weird that people compare me to him, too. I guess when people just like, well, you compare that lizard to an elephant. Well, they're both land animals. So in that sense, we are both land animals. Hopefully this muffin makes me feel a little better. I'm feeling a little shaky right now. It's weird, but people. I guess people assume they know what you're going to care about based on what they care about. Like T2 coming in and saying I look old. I could not care any less about that.
I feel like you're not very concerned about appearances.
No, I'm not.
Which is good. That would be more of a 3 thing, I would think. Even 2s care kind of about appearances.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it has to do with SE, 8 slot, as much as anything else. Just like a sense that, well, just predicting my own thing. People don't pay attention to that because that doesn't matter. Of course, other people do pay attention to it, but the idea that that like that, that he could get me mad by saying I look old. Is marijuana withdrawal thing? Not really. You will get more dreams, no doubt about that. But it's not like you get sick because you don't smoke weed or something. I mean, I guess if like any change comprises withdrawal, like any new thing that's not exactly the removal of the old thing comprises a withdrawal symptom. And sure, there are withdrawal symptoms, I guess. I wouldn't say I crave marijuana. I would say that there are times when I'm looking forward to pulling bowls or something. But marijuana mostly is mm, like there's a certain kind of faded, I guess sometimes that I guess I'm after. But weed is more like, you know, it's barely like a drug. So it's when I don't smoke cigarettes for a long time, I might have actual cravings for it, you know. But I guess that's why I can make the distinction. Are there similarities to looking forward to smoking weed like there is with drinking booze? Well, only if I've not smoked it in a while. Yeah, sure. It's like when we've been out in town and it's been hours since I pulled a bowl, and I am looking forward to getting home and pulling those bowls because kind of a sense of like ah.
Mm-hmm.
But only sometimes does it actually have that effect. My relationship with cigarettes has changed a lot since I started taking Wellbutrin. And not that I take it regularly, but every once in a while I will.
If Dr. Ingram like were to talk to you right now about Wellbutrin, what would you say? Like,
I would just say that unless I'm genuinely depressed, I'd rather not feel so flat, you know?
mm-hmm.
So
Well,
are you saying, Guilt, that you don't get nicotine withdrawals because you're a pregnant man?
um, booze is a depressant. It makes you depressed. It doesn't make. I mean, yeah, whatever. I know it doesn't make everyone depressed, but like, um, if you're already feeling down, alcohol makes it worse.
If you smoke the right amount of weed, it can be pleasantly, relaxingly fading. But you have to, you know, you have to leave a gap between the last time you smoked it and so forth. There's a sleepy period before it kicks in. Um, the mushrooms are kicking in but I'm not sure how hard it was going to be or not. I'm just kind of, I'm in the feeling a little destabilized portion
Mm.
of things, you know.
I want these mushrooms to kick in.
I ate quite a few of them, so if they don't, I have no explanation. You know, that's not what a depressant means, buddy cat. It doesn't mean it makes you depressed.
Doesn't it not help though?
Oh, it just means it's a downer
Yeah, it's a downer.
instead of an upper.
I
Nice
only
job,
drink
SC.
when you.
I can't believe it's actually a 7 point game again.
Wow,
I
that's
thought we were.
great.
I thought we were toast.
Me too. Well, butyrine keeps me up. I think dopamine must keep me up.
And it does everybody.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. The reason I can sleep on Wellbutrin is because I've got such war and dopamine, whatever's in my head, you know.
You're a dopamine person and I'm a serotonin person, right? What does
Yeah.
that mean?
Well, I don't know. It means basically that I mean, I don't know if it really means anything per se. It's something that. Why did we go for two? Can anybody give me any explanation? Now you want to make it a 6 point game so we get two field goals. Okay, that's fine. I understand that. They should redo the four humors: dopamine, serotonin, estrogen, testosterone. Hmm. So yeah, I don't really know exactly what it means. It's just something people use to say, like, me, I'm into dopamine drugs.
Well, I know that dopamine drugs like Adderall, the day after I don't have it, I feel it. So I almost feel like my body.
There was a song about a clairvoyant chick who would predict horse races, get free money, and then she and the protagonist would get high with the money they won. Oh, that sounds like a pleasant enough life. Going to the horse races and always winning and then getting loaded.
Did you hear that? So Kim Kardashian, she failed the bar. Well, I personally, I think you need to go to school for to be a lawyer. They're probably going to teach you how to take the test too. But anyway, she failed and she blamed her psychics. Her family psychics said that she would pass. It's like, girl, don't be blaming your psychics. You failed because of you.
There are lots of people who don't like the impacts of weed on them.
Mm-hmm. There are plenty. Some people it makes them anxious. I get really sad. I get very sad after amphetamines. There you go.
Yeah, that'll happen, Gil. That's one of the downsides of the amphetamines, right? But ideally, if you manage things well, you can sleep through that part.
Fly guy, what is something that actually makes you LOL? Like for real. Like I feel like well like you joke around, you're a funny dude, but like um what makes you laugh?
I mean, I don't think bots will be lawyers anytime soon.
They shouldn't be. They make so many mistakes. Oh, you were laughing out loud.
I don't think that. I think it's hard. We also don't like the timing isn't normal for laws in the chat, and when you make a joke, it's hard to say if they're what they link to exactly because the
Oh,
timing's weird. You know.
I was just saying that because most people say that, yeah, I write LOL, but actually I'm not laughing out loud. But he actually was. He did. I like the effect booze has on me. I feel like an antenna for signals, and it's nice to depress that a bit. When I get uh, really drunk, it's been a while. I say like embarrassing things. I become very haughty, and I become mean too. I can be very mean when I'm drunk.
And you affect an English accent.
Yeah.
I say.
I say.
So 8 point game. USC still has a chance. We're gonna have to get a stop here. Weed was fun until you overdid it.
Vines make me laugh. Old vines make me laugh. Um, Obviously, Eric makes me laugh. Uh, Pop culture moments make me laugh. Like Shawn Mendes being interviewed for mental health, and the interviewer's like, I hear that you deal with mental health issues, and he's like, yes. And she's like, I myself can relate to that, and he's like, amazing. She's like, uh I struggle with depression. So he like wasn't listening to her at all, and he's just like, amazing, like right away. Like, oh, it's amazing that you have mental health issues.
Or maybe he said, "It's amazing you get to, that you're sharing this."
Yeah, amazing. Like she wasn't even done with her sentence, and he says amazing. Or the interview with uh Lady Gaga, when the interviewer's like, if you could do anything right now and without any consequence, what would it be? She answers, die. The best one out of all of them though is, what's your favorite dish? And Demi Lovato says, mugs, because you can hold the things that are hot
And cold.
and cold. Yeah. Wish weed worked for me because it's so accessible and socially accepted. Drinking is more socially accepted, to be honest. I pass the dispensary all the time and feel envious of those who works for it. Look, I mean, Eric, when he takes mushrooms, I am jealous because I don't have the same reactions that he does to mushrooms. I mean, when he gets giddy, I'm like, oh my gosh, I wish I was there. But then again, when I get faded on weed drinks, which is gonna happen, by the way, I'm just finishing my coffee. Um, I he said that he gets jealous of me because the weed drinks get me high like you do when you're like a teenager and first smoking weed.
When I stopped drinking, was it difficult to hang around people who were drinking? No.
You're lucky. When I stopped drinking and I went to, this is extreme though. I realized what drinking does to people when I was sober, and I went to a friend's birthday party, and it was a wine tour. and just I saw the level of debauchery, like going from like mild to like, whoa, was this me? Like, I am so embarrassed for these people, and oh my god, like, was I like this? Shit, like fucking women being like, yeah, and like, I don't know, just hedonistic, I guess. And I totally was like, drinking makes me very loud. It makes me obnoxious. I'm a very obnoxious person when I'm drunk. Yeah, I didn't like it at all. It was like I was like, oh my god, like, is this the person who I'd become if I still drank? Like, um, to a point, and then you see people fighting. Like, my friend Kami lives by a bar, and she's like, there's constantly people fighting. Like, I don't like that. It erodes your inhibitions a lot. The more you drink, the less inhibitions you have. It's not, it's just,
You know, if you go to a party and nobody's drinking, it's probably a pretty boring party.
mm-hmm. Like, I went to a dry wedding because their uncle was um, an alcoholic, so they,
Oh my god.
mm-hmm, so then we had a dry wedding, but we snuck alcohol in so we could have fun. Like, I don't think I have a
Just because
pro.
you're an alcoholic doesn't mean you have to be fucking stupid and be like, I can't drink, therefore nobody else can drink around me.
Did I mix up the size of your socks again? I'm really sorry about that.
What are you talking about?
It looks like the socks are two
One
different
of those
lengths.
pushed down and one of those pulled up.
I don't think I got that annoying. To me, it's just the energy of a felt. You might delete later. I also drink a lot, just a couple. Don't drink a lot. I learned that like I would get sick the next day if I drank 5 beers. If I drink 3, I'm drunk. If I go over that limit, I'm gonna be regretting it the next day.
Alcohol makes you less scared of fish biting you.
Do you think that's true? The truth comes out when you're drunk? I don't think it's true. I never. Okay, so like, I've had like ex boyfriends call me up and been drunk and been like, I love you. And I'm like, I don't fucking trust a word you're saying because you're drunk. Like, why should I believe you? You can't say it's sober. I'm not gonna believe it when it's drunk. Like, hell no. So I don't really think the truth totally comes out when you're drunk. And if it only comes out when you're drunk, then you probably have a drinking problem.
Or a truth telling problem.
Or a truth telling problem, sure. Some
Oh,
things
come
should be
on.
said.
That is not pass interference. How are all those flags come flying?
It's true, Putty Cat.
Alright, I guess it's pass interference. That's pretty. It's pretty ticky tack for all those flags to come flying in. Like 3 flags all come flying in. I
Really?
expect it to be a clear cut case of pass interference.
Um,
Well, some people are like that, Buddy Cat, but I'm not like that. I lost a friend group because I kept messaging a group chat while I was using drugs and getting drunk. Well,
become friendly with artists who are up and coming or not commercially like huge because they'll respond to you in DMs. Whereas like, ugh, I hate when he gets me. Um, Baby No Money is always like, respond to this post and I'll like it, or I'll follow you back, and I'm like, yeah, that's so cool, I'll definitely do it, and he never does it. He never does it back, so I don't do anything back. He's always saying I love you, and he wants people to say it back to him. It's like, Jesus.
I said it back to Bretsky. We love you too, Bretsky. Bretsky's always saying he
I
loves
mean,
us.
I do, but I say it's a Baby No Money, but I say it less because I don't get it back. Or like, like I said, like, oh, respond to this and I'll follow you. Like, of course I'm gonna do it then. But then he doesn't follow you back, and it's disappointing. I do appreciate that he appreciates his fans so much by telling us that he loves us. And he's like always shocked um by everything. He's always shocked when like people make drawings of him that are really good, or I would be shocked too, and like, oh my gosh, if like another celebrity, I should call him out. I will call him out. That's a good idea. I'll be like, next time he does something like that, I'll be like, I want to do this, but you never follow through, so why should I? You know what, I feel like he's not fake. There's something about him that I feel like he's not fake. Like, he's he seems very grateful for his fans and for the success that he's gotten. I don't know. Maybe it's not genuine. I'm not sure. He actually says that he doesn't like La 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 anymore. But he's grown so much since that song.
Which song is La La La?
We don't know it. We don't know it well. It's like la 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 la.
Oh, it's not on our playlist. Huh?
Yes, Ruben, you're right. I would have liked the post, but you burned me last time. I'll say something like that exactly.
She still has what? Oh, the skillets. She has more than one skillet. Why see she bought skillets?
I used to drunk dial friends. I can't remember a lot of getting it back though. Like actual people answering. A long time ago though. I used to drunk dial. People thought I was really funny when I was drunk. It's probably true. Because I say a lot of mean things.
Hi, Bastian Schweinsteiger.
Hi, Bastian Schweinsteiger.
Steger. Yeah, well, like I interpreted his Hi Bastian Schweinsteiger to not be a guess at what Rachel's name was, but maybe you're right. Oh, so many yawns.
I usually type ha ha ha. Laughing my ass off is like very rare. LOL is pretty rare unless I'm embarrassed. If I'm embarrassed about saying, say something embarrassing, and then put LOL at the end, that means that I'm admitting something that I'm embarrassed about.
Personally, I like to use tee hee.
You look like a tee-heer.
Tee hee. What about if you're laughing not out loud? Is it just L, just regular L? If you're laughing inside, my my mouth may be frowning, but I'm laughing inside. I like the word squee.
I use that with carrot. Like if I'm excited about something, I'm like squee.
When did that become a word even? Like probably 20 years ago or something, maybe?
Well, yeah, maybe.
How old is the word squee? It's just bald faced lie to claim you're L not L. Whenever I use it, I actually laugh out loud.
Yeah, me too.
But I never really use it, so.
Oh, here's a yawn. It's a mushroom tiredness.
It's not just mushroom tired, it's also end of a bottle tiredness.
Oh.
Well, he's sharing what he's doing and stuff. You know, here I indicated here. I like to do interesting things and share them with people I care about. He said earlier.
I have a question.
I have an answer.
Okay. So, Kourtney Kardashian's husband, Travis Barker, admitted that he used to have like a crush on Kourtney Kardashian's sister Kim. Like honestly, if you said that you used to have a crush on my sister, I would be so like not okay with that.
I didn't even know your sister.
I'm just saying theoretically.
Or you, for that matter. I knew neither of you at the time, so I couldn't have had a crush on either of you.
I know, but I feel like if you knew our
Obviously, I'm not gonna have a crush on your sister.
No, I know you're not. But like I just don't think that's a good start. I would be constantly like,
Well, your
oh,
sister's super hot, but I can't get her, so how about you?
yeah, and then I would be like, oh, she's wearing like a scandalous outfit. Is like, I don't know. Yeah, like I mean, I've had boyfriends in the past say like, um, that they like my sister. I've had two boyfriends be like, basically tell me, well, one wanted me to be more like my sister, the other wanted my sister, period. We broke up like the next day.
How much younger than you is your sister?
2 years.
Because like at 15, if you're going out with a 15-year-old, uh, just I guess that's not that much younger, but it seems like typically when you're young like that, you're more likely to stay in your immediate grade range or something.
Yeah. I never dated anyone in my own grade. They didn't really like me. I was too quiet. No, not sex with, no, but was like my boyfriend Mike was always though. My boyfriend Mike was always trying to change me. He and he showed interest in my sister. He also showed interest in my best friends. So he we just shouldn't have been together. Um and then one of them admitted that he would like to have sex with my sister, and I was like, okay, we're breaking up.
Well, when I have sex with your sister,
Yeah.
well, why are you cool with that?
Rachel, it's clear that it makes matters worse that Travis admitted to being attracted to someone else in the family, but do you think that it's generally best for couples not to say that who they liked before? I don't
Yeah,
know, you
it
know?
is generally a good idea not to talk about you know one's.
I'm
No,
sorry.
no, I'm just answering the question asked.
Eric's mom used to wag her finger at me when I would bring up past boyfriends. Like, no, no, no.
Depending on the couple is a good answer too. But if you're looking for a general rule, I'd say you're probably not gonna experience good outcomes from talking to your significant other about liking other people or something.
Well, I don't talk. I talk to you about your exes, but it's not because.
I am not critiquing you at all, Rachel.
Okay.
I am just answering the question I was asked, which is, you actually, it wasn't even asked of me. Alex asked you that question, but I answered it anyway.
It's a good. It's a good thing to wonder, though, Alec. Like I do wonder about it because, like, there's a lot of discourse lately about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelsey, and how Travis Kelsey used to have a clear type before he dated Taylor. So like a lot of people are like,
And Taylor's not that type. Or
yeah, yeah.
what type did he like?
African American bootylicious ladies.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I would never have guessed that.
Yep. Yep.
Well, look, you can't say. Basically, all they're saying is, you know, he can't be happy with Taylor Swift because he used to
Yeah.
have sex
Yeah.
with black
Yeah.
girls, and
Yeah.
that's not a fair thing to say.
No.
Not.
I wonder about it too, Rachel. I think if the couple are both able to detach from the subject in a way that allows them to talk about attraction, otherwise can cause discomfort and insecurity. Yeah, I think she's an ESFJ. There's this gossip columnist who she has like a top 5 people who if she met she like it she has like a hall pass basically, she could hook up with them. And her husband has a list too. But I'm like, girl, you're in the fucking business. Like you could actually meet these people on your list. Like I wouldn't be comfortable if I were her husband. Like I don't know. I don't want to know who Eric has a celebrity crush on.
All of your objections and stuff to these people's stupid ways, I think they're primarily expressions of concern about whether you can count on your relationship
it's
or something.
funny.
But of course, you can count on this relationship. I'm nothing like those people, and we're nothing like those
No,
people.
you're not. You're not like those people.
It used to bother me when Rachel talked about ex-boyfriend and stuff, just in the sense that it made me feel jealous or something. But now
I'm
it doesn't.
sorry.
Don't be sorry. Now I don't feel anything at all when you talk about it. It's just it's become. It's like those people don't threaten me and us or whatever. But it took me a while to get there. Yeah.
Well, I used to be jealous, and sometimes I'm still jealous of your exes. Like when I met Melinda, I was like, oh my god, she's gorgeous.
Oh, jeez. What are you talking about?
I don't know.
I mean, I don't want to critique a person's appearance, but
I don't know. I didn't think she. A hall pass list escalates the matter because it's more than a discussion. It's imagining circumstances where the person goes to violate current relationship. Yeah. I think even just having a list of celebrity crushes is weird. Like,
well, a lot of people are way more about sex and stuff.
yeah.
It's like it it's ill advised, I think, because you're dealing with people, not with drugs. But plenty of people, sex is their number one drug.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't just get a hall pass; you get to be in the hall permanently. There you go, hall pass. Now you can stay in the hall forever. Hmm. I'm not sure what a crush is. Don't knock it till you freebase it. It's a good sentence. I like that a lot. If I can't freebase it, you shouldn't use it as a drug. Yeah, I'm not really sure what a crush comprises. Like, I know what it feels like to be like infatuated with somebody, but at that point, like, it's not somebody that it's somebody that I've already started in some sense dating, right? I don't understand having a crush on somebody that you've not started dating or something. I don't get it.
You never had a crush on someone that you haven't started dating?
Well, um, I don't really know what that means exactly. It's just, I guess, I think like she's cute or something, or
Mm.
I don't know what it means.
Mm.
I don't know what type of crush on somebody because I'm generally pretty self-absorbed. If there's one thing, it's like I remember being very infatuated with Rachel before we actually met, but we were, you know, that was the directionality of our stuff already.
Why do you think a lot of Christians use Enneagram?
I don't know. Crush is often a distinction with where you're not at the age to formally date, or you don't feel you should initiate a relationship for whatever reason, or seem unavailable in some other way. How's my trip coming along? Um, I don't quite know what to make of it, really. Uh, like, it's fine, but I don't know what's going on with you. Like, of course, it is the case that your mindset going in, whatever, is all very relevant. In this instance, I was kind of looking to make a last push to having fun before running out of the Adderall. But it's not just the mushrooms that get me sleepy. I'm just generally kind of tired. But I took a bunch of Adderall today to try to overcome that and push it to the end. Yeah, mushrooms don't necessarily make you sleepy, although it can make you sleepy. But I don't think that's primarily why I'm sleepy right now, although it might have something to do with why I'm cold. I feel a little cold. It must mean that you weren't around anyone who would make you feel that way. Otherwise, it occurs pretty naturally, but I guess some people don't focus on others like that.
Well, if I had a crush and it didn't materialize into a relationship, I stopped crushing because I didn't see the point in it. And being rejected didn't feel good, so.
I mean, I was busy thinking about things, not paying attention to that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I also operated under the faulty assumption that like obviously I wasn't going to be the object of any woman's interest. I'm not sure why I concluded that, but I was quite certain of it. Like maybe just fear, fear of trying to figure out how to deal with women or something. Easier to just say that I don't qualify. I'm not reproductively viable because chicks don't like me like that or something. Yeah, I disqualified myself. Less scary than trying, I guess. But of course, it's understandable why I want to avoid that at all costs because it's hitting me right in my 7-8, right? Like how I feel and making shit happen, pulling the trigger, SE stuff. Yeah, ST lost today. On another day with another set of realities, we could beat this Oregon team. Unlike what I say about Notre Dame, like it was obvious to me watching the Notre Dame game that they were just a better team. We could play that game 100 times. It would be Notre Dame 95 of them. This team on another day where we didn't have so many penalties and we didn't throw interceptions, we could beat this Oregon team. We're not. We didn't get destroyed at the line of scrimmage, both sides, like we did by Notre Dame. But you know, they won. It was their day. It's like I don't. I think Lincoln Riley did a fine job this year, and this loss is a good, hard fighting team. You know,
It really is.
we fought all the way to the end, and she didn't exactly go our way this game, but no, I'm simply saying, Putty Cat, that Notre Dame had better offensive linemen than our defensive linemen, and had better defensive linemen than our offensive linemen. Accordingly, they could gash us running the ball, and we couldn't run the ball for shit. And you're not going to win a game like that very often. Doing mushrooms is medically assisted death? I mean, I don't like. Obviously, it doesn't cause you to die. Well, but not the mushrooms that I've eaten. They aren't those poisonous ones, G. Thing is, I ate a lot of mushrooms today too, and it's been a week since I ate them last. I know these mushrooms work well because I've had hard mushroom chips on them before. But I don't know, man. Psilocybin can be metavenomous? What does that mean? Your debates on YouTube were fun. I mean, I guess I've had a couple of things that people, that either I or others have positioned as debates, but no, I haven't had any debates on YouTube. A debate is a specific thing that has a structure. It has to have at least, if nothing else, it has to have this. You have to have a clearly defined app, and you have to have times to speak and times for question and answer. You can't have a debate without at least that. Heroin is not a trip. I don't know what you do. I don't like heroin. I don't like opioids at all. They make me feel sick. I mean, you know, heroin's a, what do they call it? It's an anesthetic, basically. It's a painkiller, you know. Some people like it, but I don't like that feeling particularly. Although, I do remember at one time when I drank a bunch of codeine cough syrup. I actually felt quite wonderful. Until I wore off, which case I felt
I'm the real heroine.
like I had the worst hangover in the history of my life.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah.
I hate hangovers. I'll even sometimes get like a hangover if I have too many weed drinks. Like the next day, I'm like, oh, I feel like I smoked a lot.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to pull some bars right now. I got a good idea though. What I'm gonna definitely use is a very good idea. I'm going to I'm going to make turn off the TV thing, part of the TV, like I'm gonna turn off this part, and then I'm gonna make this part bigger so I can read it more easily. Oh my God, the yawns. That's a little better. There. Now look at how much better that is. Now I can see everything. Just see what I'm saying? It's all text now. No pictures at all. Isn't that wonderful? If only we could just reduce the whole universe to text. And we none of us have to look at anything ever again.
The giggles have begun.
What if you're just hearing everyone's soul talking? Who cares what their soul has to say?
Oh.
I don't, it's like, no, it's my soul talking. It's all just noise to me unless you're saying something specific. Your soul, Ruben, it's saying remember the Alamo. As we both already discussed many times, you are obsessed with the Alamo.
His past life was definitely in the Alamo.
Well, his present life is in the Alamo.
True, he never left it.
He's obsessed with it. Like, how many times have you heard Ruben tell you or me to remember the Alamo?
So many times.
Thousands.
Yeah, it's his soul. And current being.
He isn't actually not from San Antonio originally. He moved there to be closer to the Alamo. He's actually from Canada originally. Okay, Joe, you can start taking those voices seriously when they start talking more about the Alamo. Well, yeah, okay, it's the blame for the Alamo. There's no disputing that. But, I'm just not that into blaming, I guess. It's entirely her fault. And why did they have a fort there in the first place? There's absolutely nothing there to protect. I mean, it's not like back in the day, the Alamo is near the Riverwalk. It is now, but who's hearing voices? Me? I mean, I'm hearing your voice. I think it's pretty small, you know. Like I've been to San Antonio. I looked at it from the outside. It's just like doesn't take up any more space than like a bank or something. Like why even have it there? Just and the whole idea about forts, I don't understand it because it's like, hey everybody, are you not aware that you could go around the fort? No, we got to attack the fort. Why? Oh, why not just go around it? I mean, it's one thing if the fort is like in a natural place where it's like, I don't know, mountains on both sides or something. But anybody could go around the Alamo. Just like on this flat area of nothing. Yeah. Well, it's like the French had their amazing defenses before Germany before Germany implemented this principle of go around. Like the French had Maginot Line full of all these fortified positions. Hey, that we got this war already won with this amazing defenses of ours. And then the Germans just like, we're gonna go around. We're gonna just ignore these spots and just go right past them. And France is like, wait a second. When did you guys come up with this idea? Go right past them. No, we put all of our armies and shit right there, so that's where you have to fight. No, you have to fight the place where we have all the guns. Don't just go right past them. Listen, France, that was not a good strategy.
I feel you, y'all. I'm gonna stop drinking my coffee and I'm gonna choke down a weed drink.
I seem extra not under the influence of anything tonight. That's correct. That is correct. As always, doesn't matter what I consume. It's incorrect to say that I am intoxicated. How many grams did I take? I don't know. What do I look like, a human scale? I ate more than I ate last time. Because last time, I barely felt like I was tripping. I mean, I did feel like I was tripping, but not that hard. How many grams heavier do you feel right now compared to right before you ate them? Is an excellent question. That would be a good way to determine how many grams I ate. Because, of course, while I cannot weigh things outside of me, I keep a constant awareness of how many grams I weigh. No, I like I don't have to justify your laws at all. I'm sorry that Rachel's commentary on that made you feel self-conscious about your laws.
Oh, I am. I'm really sorry.
And nobody meant to critique you about them at all.
I just wanted to know if you actually.
That's some FB polar right
I'm
there.
really sorry. I only wanted to know because some people LOL for real, and some people put LOL like me when they're not.
I started with 2 grams. I was like, no, that's not hard enough. Well, you can't eat more after you've already eaten them. That doesn't work like that, y'all. Once you eat it, then you're done for like a week. You can't eat more and expect it to have more impact. Even if it's the same night. Do I know about Kandinsky? No, I don't know about that. I also can't pronounce it. You know what I really don't like? It really bugs the shit out of me. I hear people do it all the time. In fact, I almost never hear it pronounced any other way. People pronounce pronunciation, even though it's not pronounced like that. It's such a like, like you can't get that one wrong because it's actually the word for pronouncing things.
What does uncanny mean?
It means like intuitive.
Okay. Because this YouTuber kept on using the word uncanny, and I'm like, I don't think she's using it right. Like she was like, like performative males. She was saying is uncanny. And I was like,
What's uncanny? Some males being what?
Performative.
Performative male? What does that even mean?
Performative male is basically a pick-me male. So a performative male is someone who gets interested in female things like feminism, labubu's, reading Jane Austen, to seem like they're like softer. They're really just as much of a jerk as the average guy. Not that I'm saying the average guy is a jerk, but I mean that they're not any different than a straightforward douchebag.
Typically, if you're gonna use the word uncanny, it's like his knack for putting this and this together is uncanny, which typically I guess means like unsettling or something, but it's typically used to refer to an inexplicable way of knowing things.
Yeah, no. She was definitely using it wrong.
No, that's not what uncanny means, Race Lover. It's not the same thing as pouring things out of a can, although that would make sense, and I like that explanation. It's like I had to look up, I didn't have to look up, but I wanted to know what the etymology of the word fast is, like too fast, to abstain from food. It turns out it basically means it's the same as fasten or hold fast, like that kind of fast. Which is what I suspected. My intuition on that was uncanny.
Hope you have a good resting time, y'all.
Yeah, good night, y'all. Sleep well. You remember, the only voices in your head you should listen to, it's me.
Smart.
You mean out canny, right? That's different than uncanny.
In canning.
I mean, sure, we could Google it. What does it mean? But what's the fun in that? Look, it doesn't really matter what things mean, quote unquote. It matters how people use them. Like, I think the term subjective. People use it to mean correct. But when I say that that's not what it means, what I mean is that you can use the term to draw a meaningful distinction. You don't have to just use it as a synonym for correct. It doesn't mean that. And if you use it to mean that, then you're failing to draw a distinction. You're going to have to use some different word to draw anyway. So,
Yeah, like the girl was using uncanny in a way that means suspicious. Like, oh, the way that he was speaking was so uncanny. I'm like, huh?
yeah, well, I'm just an idiot who's discovered a new word that she concluded but means certain things because of context. But it's like when I used to think memorial cost, like it just meant in honor of that person. I didn't think it had anything to do with death. Until in the Sim City 2000, I named my stadium Eric Strauss Memorial, whatever. And my dad said, "Why would you name it that? You're not dead." I was like, "What do you mean? This memorial is just for dead people, Eric." I was like, "Really? Why would it be about like that? Why would it mean that? After all, can't you remember people who were alive?"
That's true.
Well, you just gotta say sometimes. You can't just intuit what something means. You gotta, because it's like, how am I gonna intuit that you have to be dead to be memorialized? I'd have to go through every single memorial, whatever, and make the notation that each of them is, in each instance, the thing that's being memorialized is dead. So there's no good way to intuit that meaning. Race Lover's right, Rachel. You need to go explain to that lady that what she meant was out canny. Around canny? Non-canny, maybe even. This is non-canny. It has nothing to do with cans. One thing we can agree about this is that it's non-canny. This has nothing to do with cans. In case I was in dispute, everybody's thinking this has something to do with cans. Well, no. And unfortunately, we have a term for that. This is actually non-canny. That would be a terrible world if the most specific thing you could say about something It doesn't have anything to do with cans. What a terrible world that would be. Yeah, I'm having fun. I'm talking about cans, whether or not things have to do with cans. For example, you yourself, a witness, are non-canny. To say you have nothing to do with cans. Unless maybe you do. Maybe you work at the can factory or something. In which case, you are not non-canny. You are non-canny. Which is to say that in some way, you are canny. Yes, I do charge. Charge $100. Because I'm nice and egalitarian. If I charged by how important it was for the person to listen to me, it would be infinite dollars. I'm not licensed by anything other than my correctness. Fortunately, you don't need a license to be right. And if you had a license, it wouldn't help you be right. A license to be correct. Don't worry, everybody. I'm licensed to be correct. Licensed correctness around here? No. I mean, heavens to Betsy, no. I, like Monica Barami, PhD, really believe in credentials. I gotta cite you for unlicensed correctness in the 3rd degree. Be $1,500. Also, your boat's not yours. My boat's not yours. I don't even have a boat. Still, that'll be $1,500. I don't know. Are you licensed to have it? Laminated card. Other people can't enjoy your lamination, okay? It's like, hey, look, I've laminated something. Lamination is not a a thing is not better because it's been laminated, okay? In fact, one could make the argument that things that have been laminated are worse than their previous non-laminated state. I know you've laminated it, but only you can enjoy that. Other people can't enjoy your lamination, okay? You're just gonna have to be okay with that. There may be many things of many advantages to the thing, but lamination cannot be one of them. Right? It's like, if you think about it, like let's say you go to a restaurant that gives you a laminated menu. You just go like, okay, well, it's a regular restaurant. But if you go to a restaurant that gives you an unlaminated menu, you're like, wow, this is a fancy restaurant. they can easily charge $10 more per thing for me. And deserve it because they have to make an unlaminated menu every day. Because if you don't laminate your menus, then people just destroy them. This is what I do. Every time I go into a restaurant, they have an unlimited menu. I just tear it to pieces. I'm like, hand me your unlimited menu. This is what's going to happen to your menu. If you took me seriously as a restaurant consumer, you would laminate this. Now, now take these pieces back to the back, put them back together, tape it, laminate it, and then give it back to me, and then I'll order something. I hate people on the unlaminated menus. I can guarantee you that the government would not be able to type people correctly. The very idea is laughable. Like the government, the only way the government could type people correctly is if they hired me. And that doesn't seem like a sensible thing the government would do. Listen, what I'm saying is you've normalized, internalized being treated as a second-class citizen. That's why you come to accept that, oh, they just give me whatever in my hands as a menu. They just give me a piece of dog turd. Here's your menu, motherfucker. The dog turd doesn't even say anything on it. That's the menu you get. And you're gonna like it. Okay. Can I get a ham sandwich? Is it on the menu? No. Nothing's on the menu. It's just a dog turd. Well, you internalize it. That's what you're worth, race lover. You're just worth that dog turd in the hand. That's the same thing as an unlaminated menu. If they do finally fully laminate, then of course I become an advocate of the unlimited menu. How to gain weight? I don't know. I'm not good at gaining weight. Eating food would probably be a good place to start, but I'd also recommend not exercising. Did you laminate this turd? If you give me a dog turd that's been laminated in the menu, then they're really trying to split the difference. Like, okay, well, at least you laminated it, but I still don't see any of the food options listed on this menu. Like, I know you must have eggs or something. But, you know. Ah. Yeah, I'm tripping pretty hard. Actually, I'm doing a pretty good job of tripping hard. Not too bad. I took some stick-to-itiveness and determination to eat enough mushrooms, but I finally did it, everybody. I finally did it. You think you're just gonna get on mushrooms by doing nothing? No. Do you think you're gonna get on mushrooms by not swallowing all those gross mushrooms? No. But I did it. I ate all those mushrooms and it worked. And the thing is, I'll admit it, I ate those mushrooms even though they weren't laminated. Maybe in part because they weren't laminated. Maybe this is a growth moment for me. Maybe I'm coming to learn that not all the good things in life are laminated. For example, my mother's love. Okay, well, that was mostly laminated. Or, classroom rules or passed around. Those I was also laminated. I can't really think of that many things in life that are laminated.
Laminated?
Yeah, there's menus. It's like,
Some people laminate it as a joke. I mean, I've seen it on TV as a joke. Some people laminate their resume.
well, I guess you could laminate any document that you feel like you're gonna have to hold a lot of times. Why can I not be? There you are. It's because I'm too tall.
It started.
Oh my goodness. Do I think I should have eaten it if they were laminated? I still have eaten them? I would have unlaminated them, yeah.
How do you unlaminate? Oh, laminate the tarot cards is actually something that I've thought about. I want to kind of laminate the first deck that I have, the ones with the words on it, because I've had it for like 10 years, maybe 9, 10 years now, and I want them to stay because I want them to be put in good condition because
I want
don't make them
to.
anymore.
I want to laminate my dick so that it won't get wet stuff on it when we have sex.
That's my wet stuff.
It's just a joke, Rachel. Obviously, I don't want to avoid having sex with you in any way. Obviously, I don't want to laminate my dick.
What if you laminate your face?
I could do that. That'd be fine.
People laminate, don't they laminate their eyebrows? Yeah, people laminate their eyebrows, I think.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of condoms either. I'd rather just pull out.
I saw a girl trying to use magic cards as tarot cards. It was funny. She didn't use sleeves while shuffling, and commenters were concerned. What kind of sleeves?
Well, some people are really fussy about whether they're whatever says mint condition and stuff,
Well, I do care about those cards.
Yeah, but another sense, another way you think about it is if you have like something that's been not abused but used regularly will show its history a bit.
Like the cards have an INT. One of the cards has INTJ on the back of it. because I was in
Well,
my
yeah.
manic.
Well, that's not what I mean. What I
Oh.
mean is like how these cards.
Oh,
are,
I
right?
like that. Yeah.
How they're not laminated, so they don't remain perfect.
No,
But
like the box is really showing wear and tear.
but the cards themselves are revelatory of something that's actually used. It's not. It's not intended to stay perfect.
That's true, but like,
But that's just my perspective on it. If you have a different perspective, that's totally
well,
yours
like,
and equally
hold on,
valid.
I'm gonna bring out the ones that I'm talking about.
It doesn't really matter. Like, whether or not you laminate cards is not something that actually matters. So, I don't know why I have a position on it at all.
Tiramisu, 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 tiramisu. Gotta get your hands on a na 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 na. What the hell is going on? See, these are the ones that I want to have laminated because, like, look, they're starting to, like, they're just well used, you know? And they don't make these cards anymore.
I actually unlaminated my phone screen. Just like I took out the case of my phone.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, who needs that?
I do. I drop my phone a lot.
I hardly ever even hold my phone.
It's true.
When I do have to hold my phone, usually I'm annoyed. Occasionally, I'll hold it to make stuff. That's fine.
This is my INTJ card. Not even gonna lie. I can't even lie. I wrote this when I was manic and I was like, I had a bone to pick with Winston's mama. Not even that I had a bone to pick. I was just manic and angry and didn't trust Winston's mom at the time. So I was like, this card means INTJ, but yeah.
Go to the grocery store and ask the cashier, do you have anything I could laminate?
How about you laminate your receipt?
Could you? What do you think I should laminate? Is a weird thing to ask at a grocery store. What do you think I should laminate?
And then, okay, so a weird store to get things laminated is at the supermarket, but what's a place where they like are like so proud of their lamination?
Wait, magic cards have to be perfect to be used in a tournament? Like, you can't have bendy corners or something? That's insane.
Oh my god, Fly Guy, my grandma had plastic all over her furniture. It was so uncomfortable. Well, we had plastic in our first car. We had a Chrysler station wagon.
You're going into any store and asking the person at the counter, could you walk me through laminating things, please?
I'm sorry, Winston Mom. I was so fucking out of my mind. You were just a person that was in
She was not
the line of
retired.
firing. Yeah, like.
But from your perspective, I understand that you see, like, SIing the cards.
Yeah, I
just
do.
damaging them, right?
Yeah.
But that's fine. I don't care at all.
But now I know what
I
that.
don't know why I even have a position on it. There's not the sort of thing that I normally would have a position on.
Like, I think of different cards as types. Like I feel like NI is very NI is very High Priestess. TE, maybe the Emperor. No, yeah, maybe. I don't know. NI is out canny, yes. Really, people keep them perfect so they retain their value, but they need to be unmarked to be used in tournaments. I'm not gonna use. I mean, I do want to laminate these.
I don't understand why they would be more valuable if they're tidier looking. They have the same exact power in the game.
But don't people laminate baseball cards so they retain
Well,
their?
but the baseball cards aren't a card game, right? Like
No.
Magic cards. If I have a Magic card that has these attributes to it, and I play it in the game, it doesn't matter if it's tattered or if it's clean looking. It has exactly the same powers. So
That's
why
true.
should it be more expensive if it's cleaner looking? Baseball cards, I get it. They have no value at all. So it's just valuable because they're their thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, so they have to be perfect because that's all it is. But a card, like in Magic, it has a specific thing it does in the game. It doesn't matter how it looks. You can just put it in a piece of paper that says this card, and and that would work just as well.
Tear, I miss you. Tear, I miss you. Tear, I miss you. Tear, I miss you. Gotta mix and match your mind. Gotta make it senses on. I don't know. That was fucking crazy.
I know I didn't put it that fast.
Yeah, exactly, Race Lover. The lyrics go, Tear, I miss you, tiramisu. Tear, I miss you.
Oh, why?
Tiramisu.
I get that that's the case, my guy, but I do not get why. Because it's not like baseball cards. They have specific roles. Like, whatever. People are weird for reasons I do not understand.
Race Lover. The lyrics are, Tear, I miss you.
People are weird. I don't understand. I don't understand why people are weird. People are weird. People think things even though they shouldn't think those things.
Do you think that you're one of those people that are strange?
No, I think I'm normal.
Our neighbors.
Everybody else is strange, but I'm normal.
Everyone said actually that we have a neighbor who thinks that we're weird.
Do you think we're weird?
Yeah.
Really?
Kay said, she's like, I'm so glad you guys are next to us. We used to be the only weird people here. Now we have other weird friends.
But the thing is, they're not weird.
She thinks she's weird, I guess. I don't know.
What they just mean is they are perceivers, you know?
Right, and they see that as us too. But she thinks, I don't know if Jared thinks that we're weird.
Nothing weird about being a regular sensor. Like, nothing weird about being an ESFP.
No, but okay, yeah, but like, I don't think Jared didn't say that he thinks that we're weird or that they're weird. Kay says that she thinks that we're weird.
What she means is just that we're not going to judge her for being drunk.
That's true.
Which is true. Even though you got drunk and tried to have sex with my wife, I get it. You're just an ESFP.
But she's not. She's an ENFP.
All right. Is she an ENFP?
That's what we.
Is that what we determined?
That's what we determined.
Well, you know, ENFPs They like to have a lot of affairs.
Wait, is she definitely an ENFP?
I mean, I don't remember how I distinguished it at the time if I did, but
We don't know. We're still honestly.
look, the thing is, I asked her questions and stuff, right? I guess it's hard to tell the difference, except by expert intuition. I don't remember what questions I asked her to determine that.
No, you didn't. We didn't get that far. We were stuck on TE. She said that she's glad that we're weird because it makes her feel like her and Jared are less weird.
Well, that is one of the ways that you and I differ. Like, I don't even notice when she says words that don't mean something specific. Like whether or not she thinks we're weird, I don't know what she means.
I don't know. But then I asked her, I'm like, what's normal? I'm like, I said, I was like, everyone's
She
weird.
just means a partier. Partier, maybe music, who knows. She doesn't mean anything about it, really. She just means I identify with you in a way that I don't identify with other people. Which is an attempt to, like, say, let's bond over this.
Yeah.
It's FI stuff.
I think I do. Yes, I do. I think that she thinks that I'm weird because I'm introverted.
I don't think she perceives us as weird or not. I think she was just doing FI stuff.
She literally said, like, that we're weird.
Okay, well, what is that? I mean, she doesn't, it's just FI stuff.
She's like, I'm glad that we're weird because they used to be the only weird couple in the neighborhood.
I mean, I'm sure that wasn't true then. And
I swear,
it's not true now.
I'm gonna talk. We'll bring it up when she's here next. I'm sure.
Well, I can already tell you if you ask her, what do you mean when you use this word? She's just gonna say, I mean what I feel.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. You and your black and white thinking.
Ugh.
Words aren't used like that.
Nope. Because pigs have feelings, and if they wanna fly, it's up to them.
Whether or not those pigs fly, it doesn't you can determine logically. We just have to empower the pigs in their feelings.
And then my father's wife is my cousin.
That's something that happens to you, Rachel. It does not happen to me. Is that
What?
you get concerned about this word they use, reasonably assuming that they must mean something.
Yeah, I do. Because I put a lot of stock into weird. I put a lot of stock into words.
I know, me too. But what I'm saying is,
I just
you
don't know what
gotta trust me when I tell you. They don't use words to mean things.
it's true. I don't.
They just use words as ways of bonding. This is how you and I are similar. This is why you and I feel so much. We're close, we're friends. Why? Because you and me, we're different than other people, but similar to each other.
Yeah, that's what she really meant. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything.
I'm not in an open relationship. I don't want to be. No way. I don't want to be in an open relationship or travel 2 months without you.
Me neither. Well, you know, we have our ways of being. We prioritize what we do. Other people instead just want to fuck.
That's true.
I think it's not the case that we don't want to fuck. It's just that it's not. We don't prioritize that over things that matter.
No.
But that's what matters to us. Doesn't mean that they're wrong, but they are. It's not really the kind of thing that you could technically be wrong about, but they're wrong about it.
I'm just prude.
I mean, you and I are the same. We don't like the fluidity. That's not where we want things to be fluid and undetermined. Yeah, who knows what she perceives? I tell you what she perceives. She perceives what she feels.
Yeah, she does.
And that's a beautiful thing.
It's too much for me sometimes. Like when she gets into the emotional music, like I can't feel that all the time.
You're trying to deal with it with FE rather than just let it be what it is.
Yeah, but I don't wanna always I'm not gonna dance close. I have to say no sometimes.
That's fine.
Because I don't want to dance close to.
I'm not trying to indicate that the way she is with you at all times is ideal or anything. I'm just saying that I can appreciate that she knows what she wants.
Okay, I see you. That's like when I say I appreciate my mom's put togetherness or ways of handling things.
And I appreciate the inclusion of her just sort of relentless authenticity in a place that's not necessarily that known for FI around here.
No.
So I find it kind of I have it as an absolute value, you don't.
Okay, if you are watching, I'm sorry. Sometimes dancing close makes me feel uncomfortable. And I don't like feeling things a lot. It scares me.
Well,
I don't want to cry.
The thing is, you've got your areas where you're comfortable and you're not trying to make them her areas, right?
I don't think so.
So I get that. That's how it feels to you. Also, at the same time, she's trying to connect with you on FI levels that we're never gonna understand really, because it's what are you trying to do here?
Yeah.
You're trying to bond with me or something?
Yeah, physically, and I thought I was a physical touch person.
Well, she's just trying to be close and stuff and like you and stuff.
But that makes me feel like I'm rejecting
Well, you just need to be clear where your
boundaries.
are, where you're comfortable with. It's FI, right? They know what they want, and you're complaining that you don't know what you want.
Oh, I know. I don't want to dance a lot.
I know. You don't want that, but you're complaining that you don't want that because it's making you do FE stuff.
It's uncomfortable, man.
What's uncomfortable for you is the FE part.
No, the FI, it feels so
No,
intense.
What I'm saying is the problem that you're having is that you're using your tool function to respond to it, right?
Oh yeah, I am. Yeah.
That's where the problem's coming from.
Yeah, because I it's not like I said right away. I didn't know what the fuck to do.
Right, and so the discomfort it's causing you is because it's running afoul of your tool function in every instance.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna be cool and nice and polite and all that kind of stuff, but that's not what that calls for.
No.
And it's not like she's doing anything wrong per se. It's just that she's not FE.
Yeah. And I'm not FI. Like, you know,
Right.
I like Sarah McLachlan. I like Lady Gaga. Do I want to listen to like sad songs like all the time? No, because they make me cry and I don't want to cry all the time.
Right. Well, that's fine. It's fine that we don't think that they're perfect, and they don't think we're perfect
No,
either.
no,
You know,
no.
it's like we have our differences, and that's fine. I not my point about her is that I feel when I think about it, I feel typically kind of bad. Like, oh, those questions must have hurt her feelings.
Um,
Like when I was asking, trying to pin down her T's, right? And I
yeah.
feel bad about it. Like I didn't think about it at the time.
Well, like, um, we were listening to Lady Gaga, one of her like sad songs from that movie, and like the memory of the movie like made me sad, so I started to cry. I was like, this is too much. You're right, there was underlying FIS. I just said it was the movie. It's like the I'm on the deep end, meow 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 meow. And that's sad. That movie made me sad, and so and lately we were like slow dancing, and it was just so sad. You don't know Poker Face? Poker Face, Poker Face. Ma 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 ma. I don't kiss him. I don't hug him. No, it's not the musical Cats. It's that's like from the movie A Star Is Born or something.
Was Cats a musical?
Yeah. Remember how I told you like Les Mis is
now it's weird. Now I'm remembering the conversation we had before.
yeah, how like Cats is a musical that's like everything, even the talking is in music.
How can they make that?
I'm telling you, it's stupid as hell. I hated it.
Idea. It's not an idea, right? It's like let's make a musical about cats.
Oh, Cats is terrible. Cats is known for being terrible.
Not
And
an idea. It's not like a plot concept. It's just a general topic, right?
yeah, it's so weird, and it was so popular for so long. Poker face, poker face. No, 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 no. Poker face, poker face. Carry my, no, he can't read my poker face. She has got one like nobody. Carry my, no, he can't read my poker face. She has got one like nobody. Poker face, poker face. No, 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 no. Poker face, poker face.
I cannot conceive of how this guy greenlit, right? Like,
It was fucking.
okay, listen, I got a pitch for a musical.
Cats was huge. It was on for Broadway for so long.
I got a pitch for a Broadway play. It's okay. Well, what is it? It's cats. Okay, we're doing what? We're just big cats. So you saying we actually have cats on the stage? No, people dressed up like cats. Okay. And what are they gonna do? Cat stuff. And okay. What else do you have to offer in this pitch? And it's a musical. What are they gonna be singing about?
I have to ask ChatGPT. Hey ChatGPT, was cats the longest, if not what was?
Hey there. So, Cats definitely held the title of the longest running musical on Broadway for quite a while. Originally, it was the record holder from the 80s up until the late 90s, but then it got surpassed by The Phantom of the Opera, which just kept running and running and running. So, nowadays, Phantom actually holds that crown as the longest running Broadway show.
Thank you.
I picture myself in the audience too, actually. Oh my god, these people! They're acting like cats!
Did you want to pet them?
I mean, look at the way they're like pretending to lick their paws. and
Wow,
stuff.
they look so much like cats. They all have individual personalities, and we wanted to represent them in this musical.
What a revolutionary concept. People dressed up like cats, acting like cats.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Oh
sir.
my god.
They even made a screen movie about it.
They made a movie out of Cats the musical.
If I meet Taylor Swift, I want to ask her about her role in Cats.
You know what? I want to read the book. I want to read
The book Cats.
Cats
the musical.
It's a book about people pretending to be cats.
No, I feel like renting Cats the musical will be such a waste of money.
I mean, I'm inclined to watch it.
All right, yeah, let's do it. And I'll get fucking stoned as hell.
I mean, I don't think it will last more than about 5 minutes, but I'm kind of curious.
So just look at a clip of it.
Like, what in the world were they thinking?
Okay, Carrot, what's a popular song from Cats? I'm sure our cats have a macavity.
I guarantee you somebody in the next year they pitched another Broadway play like, I got it! Dogs! We're gonna have people dress up like dogs and pretend to be dogs. And they can sing songs about being dogs. That was brilliant! That was brilliant. You know why I like it so much? Because it's building off the success established by Cats.
That's so business minded of you.
Yeah.
I try not to do that. I don't doom scroll. Don't do
we're
it.
talking about anything doom related.
No, what we're talking about.
Except cats. Which, yeah, it's pretty. It's like, it's kind of doom scrolly because it's like the lengths that NI-Polar will go to and the amount of people who will.
Yes, for many years. What was going on in the 80s and then to the mid 90s where people love cats?
People just don't have any intuition. Why do they also like the Dave Matthews Band? There's a total lack of intuition. Like the Phantom of the Opera. What is that?
My dad loves Phantom of the Opera.
Well, Les Mis is terrible.
Oh my god, Les
It's
Mis. I don't even want to
unspeakably
talk about Les
terrible.
Mis. I had such high expectations and I was like, oh my god, they sing everything? There's no talking? And it's like a 2.5 hour movie. It's so long. I don't even remember what happens in it, except for the singing. Russell Crowe sings.
I have a better song about cats than anything that was in Cats.
Yeah,
I
you do.
guarantee you. I'm a cat. Look at me purr. Look at me lick my hands.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Carrot. I don't mean to shit on something that you like a lot.
Oh, it's a complete disaster. You like Les Mis. Well, that's fine. You can like whatever you like, but you are wrong to like it.
I liked um uh, I just remember Anne Hathaway singing that song.
The thing is, Rachel, it's like there's lots of FI kind of stuff involved with this ridiculous thing. Like, we're just never gonna appreciate it. Like,
The
that's why your dad.
ESFJ.
I don't know why Karen likes it, but as far as your dad goes, it explains like its content is probably a lot of feeling stuff.
My middle name is Christine, and I asked my dad, I was like, is my middle name Christine because of Christine from Phantom of the Opera? And he said no, but I don't believe him. He likes Phantom of the Opera that much.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's ass-sizing too. Like, I like this thing, I'm gonna re-experience it and stuff.
Oh, he loves Phantom of the Opera.
Well, I don't care how much I love
Yeah, I don't
this
believe
thing,
him at all.
I'm not going
I'm
to.
definitely named after Christine. It's like not a coincidence.
Like Christine from the Phantom Opera is the character in Phantom of the Opera or something?
Mm-hmm.
Well, who knows what people name their kids, whatever.
Hmm?
I mean, every parent's naming decision making is going to be subjective.
Hmm.
Like, we named Delilah after a cocktail.
Really?
Yeah. The cocktail, the Delilah, which is like a lemon drop or something. I don't remember the exact
Can
distinctions
I be
of it.
rude?
Uh-huh.
That's like so alcoholic.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That's not rude. I mean, that's just.
Oh, I said that's rude. It's rude.
No, it's not rude. It's correct, right? I was a big alcoholic.
And like your ex-wife definitely is too.
Oh yeah, she's still a big alcoholic.
Mm-hmm. So like it's fitting for.
Doesn't get any better over time.
She needs to go with her mom. Kara, just go with your mom. You and your mom will really enjoy it. And like you could have like mom and daughter time. She'd probably love that. Like Eric spent a whole day like fixing the car in Vegas, and my mom just had so much fun with me.
Right.
It couldn't have gone like any further than that, but we had a nice time.
Well, what's important is that you re-up your family bonds and stuff. You know?
Mm-hmm.
It's like our FI is terrible.
Gotta mix and match your mind. Gotta make it all night. What the hell is going on?
I don't know that song.
It's called Tiramisu. I like it a lot.
Well, who's it by?
Jelly Haha.
Oh. I guess in general you probably don't necessarily share with me the music that you like because I'm so opinionated about everything.
Yeah, cause like it's a 7 album. I think she might be a 4 or a 7. She literally says in an interview that she just wanted to make a fun album, and it's truly that.
I think you appreciate music in more ways than I do. Like you can appreciate the quality of of like the mood it generates and stuff. It's not to
Mm-hmm.
be perfect. It's not gonna, you know.
Well, it just can't be bad though.
Oh well, yeah. We both have the same allergy to bad shit, but like you're more accepting of stuff that's like, for example, listening to an album that says certain
Oh
mood
yeah, yeah.
and and not necessarily skipping tracks that aren't perfect
Mm-mm.
or whatever. That's something you're better at than I am, because there it is another way to appreciate music that's totally legitimate. Just not a way that I always am very track specific, you know.
Mm-hmm. I like that though. You're very concise with your music. You don't fuck around. I like that. Sometimes I fuck around. Like sometimes,
And you know
like,
that's fine. It's
well,
fine to fuck around and find out, you know.
yeah, and then I'll like delete it from my playlist. But like a lot of times, I would like NI it too. So I would, um, like for example, I was really into Chinese astrology, so I looked up songs that had rat in it, and um, a few of those songs are on my playlist because they have the title rat. Um, I think Baby No Money is gonna be my top artist this season on Spotify. Who here is on Spotify because of the year end reviews? Cause like seriously, I don't need Spotify. There's YouTube. But like I like the year end like this is what you listen to this year and like list the top 5 like artists.
Well, I can understand wanting something that like plays stuff that you like and then occasionally introduces you to something new without you having
Mhm.
to look for it, right?
Mhm.
I can appreciate that as a desirable like feature, like service to provide, right? But I'm not sure. I don't know. Is what I'm saying. I don't know if Spotify does a good job of that or not.
Spotify is apparently an evil company and I'd rather not be a part of that. And you can get like new artists are smart and they put their full albums on YouTube now. So there's really no reason for Spotify.
You know, Ray's Lever, as a child, I was actually a fan of Rat, released by their albums. I can't remember
Yeah,
anything
you
about
introduced
them.
me to Rat.
Is there any, I don't really
I have
remember.
Rat on my.
Really? I wonder what song I pointed to. I can't think of any at the moment.
I actually turned off the recommendations from Spotify because I was like so specific with my playlists. I used to use the other thing because I had Alexa in my room, an Amazon Alexa, and she didn't play Spotify, but she played. She could play Spotify. I could sync it, but
YouTube is a good company. Google is
mm-hmm,
good for
mm-hmm,
sure. They're a wonderful company.
mm-hmm.
I I couldn't sing Google's praises any more loudly. And you know you can tell the difference when you deal with other shitty companies like Amazon. Or like if I tried selling stuff on Amazon one time, but after my parents died, right, I was gonna sell all the stuff in an Amazon store. And oh my god, what a horrible company Amazon is. If, for people who are trying to engage in legitimate
Oh
affairs,
my
you know.
god, I have to stop using it.
I know it's fine for buying things.
Is it though? I don't want to support them.
Well,
I could get it other ways.
I mean, we're always gonna just buy whatever's most convenient. Just because they're good as far as from a consumer perspective doesn't mean that they're good from a engagement with other businesses perspective, right? Like YouTube is fair in its engagement with creators, and it does the best it can to balance the various competing interests, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it tries to be fair. I'm not I'm not determining Google being a good company or not based on search results or reading things. I'm determining it based on I live it every day. I live it every day when I can log into shit using my Google
Yeah.
credentials.
Yeah.
I live it every day when I go to my Gmail and it works beautifully.
Google has my 23andMe.
I live it every day when I use my Google Docs and my Google images and everything, right? And it's all affordably priced and it's not predatory and I live it. I live it day in and day out.
I've been using Gemini a lot lately.
Yeah, well, it's better than ChatGPT at everything you want an AI to do except FE. And that's Google in a nutshell, right? It's like it's gonna be lean, it's gonna be efficient, it's gonna do the job you want it to do. Like the amazing clip tool that YouTube introduced for clipping things from directly into shorts from live streams is incredibly intuitive, obvious, simple, and effective, right? And I'm sure soon enough they'll introduce a way where you can edit out middle parts. They don't have that currently, but I do not doubt they will fix that. They will add that feature, right? It's not even a broken. Nothing wrong with it. It's just not fully empowered yet. And I've lived it from day one on YouTube, right? The fairness and the goodness of having a viewer first algorithm. It does not care about supporting this creator or that creator. It cares about you as a viewer and directing you to the things you want to watch. It's not always great about that, but I think it's too much recency bias.
I like that I can use like however much deep research that I can do, like as much as I want. Whereas like with ChatGPT, it gives you like 3 deep researches, and then it gives you a lighter version for like I think 13 rounds, and then it stops you, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like I'm paying for this. You should be able to do the deep research as much as you want, and Gemini does, and I really like that. And it like tell it like I don't
And
know.
it just automatically comes with anytime you go to Google, anytime you Google anything, it just presents you with Gemini results
Yeah, yeah,
for free.
it's true. What is token context?
I don't know what any of that means either, but basically what Ruben is saying is that on techie grounds, like it doesn't matter. Like this has better whatever than ChatGPT. That's what he's saying. We don't need to know the specifics of what those things mean to know that he's saying that like ChatGPT has 500 RAMs, whereas Gemini has 1,000 RAMs or something. It doesn't even matter what the unit is that he's talking about. It's just saying it's better. It uses a lot of compute to do deep research. Also, Google AI Studios, right? They have built tool where you can create little apps super quickly. Right. It's like Google's not into doing many dumb things. Occasionally they do something dumb, like YouTube Music. There's no
Oh,
reason
that's
for
cool.
Does
I'm
it
like, look
even
at
cost
the
any money?
yeah,
Oh, okay.
but it's
It's
this. It's
there.
less than
Less than ChatGPT
yeah.
and better, right?
Mhm.
That's classic Google.
I'm like, look at this research. I asked it this, and it goes to that, and then
Right, because you're not seeking
look at this,
FE.
like all of this.
You're not gonna be satisfied with FE, right?
No, I
And that's
don't
what
want that.
ChatGPT is better at is FE. Some people want this. I don't know. Like to me, the FE of ChatGPT is just it becomes very grating. Like, just tell me the information already.
Should I have it do a deep research on ENFP INFJ relationships?
ENFP?
ENTP, sorry. Not
I wasn't sure if
ENFP.
you were asking ENFP. I thought I actually was just clarifying that that's what you meant.
No, no.
Um,
No, we're if it's if we're extinguishing types.
do you want to ask Gemini about it? What you saying?
Yeah.
Go ahead and ask Gemini about it. It still won't be informative about our relationship in a real sense, right? It's like the reason we're good and perfect is because it's partially because of our compatibilities, but it's half because of SI kind of stuff. Like we have history, continuity, etc. Specifics that relate to us.
But you know that I'm not good.
I know
with
that's
that.
fine. You ask it. That's the thing. You don't need to get my permission to engage with those things all you want, however you want. When a particular conversation gets long enough, it will start hallucinating and saying more nonsensical stuff. Oh, I see what you're saying is that they have only so much working memories if you're referring to things that happened a long time ago in the conversation. They'll start saying nonsensical stuff. But I don't think Rachel does that. In fact, quite the contrary. I think she deletes previous of her conversation so that she's trying to keep it honest. Which is strange, but that's SI8 for you.
Look at this TI too. I want the.
No, I get it. You're saying you're trying to excise all the subjectivity, including SI, and that is a very third slot TI priority, right?
I feel like it's selfish. Yeah.
No, it's not selfish so much as it is childlike.
Mm-hmm. My TI is very childlike.
I mean, it might appear to the third party that like your third slot function is selfish, but really it's where you don't have where you know enough for it to matter a lot to you, but
Yeah.
you aren't that good at it. It's like
No, I'm
being an
not.
FE,
I'm like
I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm saying everybody in the third slot function.
Mm-hmm. It's
So-
true. Third slot.
So yeah, you're trying to have things validate both for you to know it holistically and for it to make sense on TI levels. But the thing is, sometimes subjective data determine it.
Yeah, that's true.
But that I'm not. But the
It's
thing is, your third slot
true.
TI, eight slot SI. I'm just explaining how I'm not telling you to be different, you know?
No, I didn't feel that at all. I can't be different even if I try.
None of us can. Many people do try. Some of us smarter people don't try to be different than we are, but lots of people, probably the majority of people, try to be different than they are. I mean, it's understandable because people have thrown at them throughout life various projected norms. It's like, you should be this, you should be that. Nobody can be all of those things unless you're an ESTJ, maybe. Which, heaven forbid.
My mom started to be like I forget what it was.
See you later, race leader.
Good night, race leaver. My mom on the phone when I was talking to her the other day said that her mom used to yell at her about something and like I cut her off. um because like my mom's motto to me is like, I used to do that, but then I started to do it differently, and you can too.
You can too. Maybe, but I don't want to be you.
My mom was always trying to be. Oh God, I don't need to be negative.
Well, the thing is, Rachel, you are naturally poorly configured to get along with and understand your mom's virtues.
That's why I don't believe in that we choose our parents in past lives.
Well, the idea that it would be more sensible if you're choosing a challenge for yourself, right? You're not choosing to have the easiest.
That's true.
Like I say, you can't score very high in a life game if you don't have difficulty level set up. Like mine never gonna score very high in this life because I just have the difficulty set to 0. But it's because I'm just getting started playing this game. I have to make it easy for myself to be honest.
Your birth cards are like the significance one is the Fool, right?
I don't remember. I thought Magician.
And the Sun is they're your core cards.
My corporate record.
Yeah, yeah.
Fool is in there too, I guess. Sure.
I think
I
it
feel
comes
like
twice.
that. I feel like that's correct.
Right?
Fool,
Yeah, intuitively that feels right to me too.
It's hard to be a naked baby in the sun without also being a fool.
Mm-hmm. You have the tan of a naked baby in the sun.
Right. For me, I want all the record, everything I said and they said, so I could I could say, but you said before this. But somebody like Rachel, she prioritizes a different relationship with archived data.
Why do I do that?
Because you're you and not me. It's fine. You're not. I don't think you should be any different than you are.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to stress that when I said that earlier, I made that joke about lamination. There's nothing about you I don't find perfectly wonderful.
Oh, thanks. I'm
The
sorry.
idea that there's any part of you that I would find undesirable is insane.
Thank you.
Well, of course. That's because this is what love. I love you with my feelings, and that matters.
I read somewhere about me that there's things that I grapple with in life and I have to grapple with them. It's good for me to have things that I grapple about. I don't just take everything at face value.
No, quite the contrary. You it's implicit at SI8 again. You seek a lot of reassurance and validation about this, that, the other thing because you don't trust the continuity of stuff, which is correct intuitively, right? Like, because things are as they are now, they're going to continue. But as an SI knower, it all seems a little bit like I feel bad for you because you can't take for granted into a relationship or something. Which you should be able to take it for granted because obviously I'm not going to change who I am or anything like that or whatever.
And I am like super grateful.
No, I don't think you're not grateful. I want you to be able to relax and just say, like, I can trust a relationship. But the thing is, I don't, just because I want that for you doesn't mean you should be that.
But it's also that it doesn't mean that it won't happen. It just means that it might be just slow for me because
Rachel, it's fine. You're not an SI type and you shouldn't be an SI type. It's like being an SI type means I'm able to go like, well, things are this way now, they'll always be this way. SI is dumb. But the thing is, it lets you be more comfortable in certain ways and uncomfortable in certain ways. Yes, you should apologize for it, Ruben. Rachel doesn't need to apologize for anything. But Ruben, you need to apologize for every single way that you are. Okay? There's nothing about who you are that's not
I
wrong.
don't know. I inherently feel that. I don't know why. Like,
Because FE tool and FI6 and like FI people understand their own value, who they are, all that kind of stuff. In ways that we just don't. And never will.
so the cards that frequent in your like tarot cards, is the Fool 0.
Yeah, well, nobody was ever wrong by calling me a fool. Sensible people tend to outcomes and self-interest and stuff in ways that I do not.
Wait, I think something. I actually had a dodonk part, like my brain.
What
I
happened?
was thinking about. I put in my birthday.
Well, I'm not worried about
Oh no, it still
the
is.
mechanics of it. The point is, yes, fool makes sense for me, as does the sun. Because both of those are
So is the
just
magician.
obliviousness. And magician is a confidence in one's agency unrelated to impacts, like you don't need to worry about how I'm going to do whatever. Just it doesn't matter what you think at all. It's still a magical spell.
I think it's fun.
There's another kind of fool baby aspect. Like in here, just don't you worry about why it works and stuff.
Okay, so I have 2 cards that show up too. I'll give you my cards, and you tell me which one you think shows up most. Okay. We have number 4, the Emperor. Number 0, the Fool. Number 16, the Tower. Number 7, the Chariot. Number 8, Judgment. Number 9, the High Priestess. And number 10, justice. Number I don't know what number it is.
That's
11.
11. Roman numerals. It's like, hey, Romans, why don't you just use regular numbers? No, we didn't have them yet. Shut up, Rome. Nobody wants to hear your excuses. Why didn't you get some Roman to invent them then?
The only reason I know Roman numerals is because of the tarot.
Well, the only reason I know Roman numerals is that I don't know Roman numerals.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you specifically.
Like, if you ask me to determine what Super Bowl Sunday is based on the Roman numerals, forget it.
Oh, forget about that. That's crazy.
Yeah, a Super Bowl thing. The only place where you have Roman numerals normally is the Super Bowl, except for tarot, which is just implicitly part of how they number it from the beginning, I guess. So they decided to go with the Roman numerals to make it seem more old, probably.
It's kind of mean, but I do know the numbers now because of.
Like, the next Super Bowl is PIV? Are those even Roman
No fucking
numerals?
way.
Is P even a Roman numeral?
What is it? What does P stand for?
Who knows? That seems like that is.
Okay. Yeah, that is dot dot dot.
Are you claiming, Ruben, that Roman numerals cause Super Bowls? Okay, well then I guess there's a place for them. I wouldn't have thought that. I wouldn't have thought Roman numerals cause Super Bowls.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you.
Mm-hmm.
Out of these cards, which one do you think appears the most?
For whom? For me or you?
For me.
Let me see.
No, I know already. I'm
Well, how do I
asking
know
you
what
to
the
guess. Which card? Like yours is the Fool, right?
Oh,
I
okay,
drew
I see
it
what
more
you're
than
saying.
once.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So which I want you.
I thought you were gonna say which of these choices. I'm gonna guess for you.
No, I can tell you which cards I have, and then you can guess which ones.
No, I just guess.
Okay.
Guess that from the totality of them. Like, am I guessing including non-major arcana?
No.
Just major arcana.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well then, I would say either the High Priestess, the Moon, possibly. What other one could it possibly be? Ooh, well, the Knight's not really a card, huh?
Those are still.
Those are special deck cards, huh?
They're there is a name for them. Those are court cards, but major arcana trump court cards.
Oh. As far as you're concerned, the next Super Bowl is PIV. What? That's fine. I didn't realize that Roman numerals work that way. We could just make up whatever we wanted.
Okay, so
I think R is a Roman numeral myself. Seems because Rome starts with an R.
my name starts with an R too.
So which is the correct answer?
You were right with the first one.
High Priestess.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Moon is apt as well because you never sleep at night.
I knew you were gonna think of possibly the Moon too, but you were right with the first choice.
High Priestess. That's good. I guess the tarot's getting it right. Because it's agreeing with me. You know
That's
what,
a good way of
Aplenty?
looking
whether or not there are 7 Roman numerals, doesn't that really matter? Doesn't it really depend on how Rome feels about it? Like,
That's how I feel
and
about the
like,
zodiac. It's like that's how they feel about it.
well,
Like that's
look,
how they made
my
it.
point is, whether or not those pigs fly depends on how they feel.
Isn't that zodiacs too, though?
Well, it's also true for Roman numerals.
And I think the Romans made astrology unless it was the Greeks.
The truth is, Roman numerals don't even make any sense. It's just whatever somebody put there. This is a number. You could choose any letter. They're kind of, I guess, I guess the concept of Roman numerals is just that you have to do addition or subtraction
It's
to
so
know what
anno-
number something
I
is.
don't know.
Like, I mean, cereal. You couldn't come up with individual numbers.
It's so annoying. So, like, in a Roman Catholic church, they have the stages of the cross, and the numbers are in Roman numerals. So I'll be like looking at something, and I'm like, "What stage is this?" And I have no fucking clue because I don't know Roman numerals.
Well, the point is, you want to know what number it is. You don't want a math problem. And that's what Roman numerals present to you. Like XI versus IX. Look.
IX is 9, right?
Yeah, whereas
Oh.
XI is 11.
Yeah.
Because it depends on whether you're subtracting or adding 1 from the 10. Well, that's a dumb way to do numbers.
I am.
She's not acting very high.
I'm very wonderful. Thank you very much.
I'm glad to hear that. But like, I know when Rachel is acting high from drinks.
I didn't even finish my drink. I need to.
She's too sprung to be acting high. You gotta be a limited amount of sprungness to be acting high.
Am I like killing your buzz?
What are you talking about?
I don't know.
Critiquing you at all. I'm just saying I'm responding to that.
Yeah,
guy.
I'm glad you are.
Like D3FE. Yeah. Sometimes she does act high. This is not one of those times because she's too sprung. That's all I'm saying. I'm correcting that guy, not saying anything about you. Like, you should be different.
Oh my god, I'm so self-involved and I always think that I should be different.
Well, you're predisposed to whatever I say could be an indication that I want you to be different.
Oh my god.
Which I don't. We about to see a live crash out? I mean, I don't even know what that would look like. What does that mean?
Crash out is a new term for like shit.
I don't know what a live crash out is.
So is that
I could Google it.
Oh my god, Ivy.
A live crash out. Oh, wait, that's not what I wanted. I didn't want to print it. I wanted to Google it. A little bit different.
Don't be jelly.
I don't know what a crash out is.
This guy wishes he was me right now.
What does the slang crash out mean? That's what I want. To have a severe emotional outburst or act impulsively due to being overwhelmed, burned out. I mean, you're definitely not going to see anything of the sort. But I guess that's what you would like to see. And that's fine. Or you're simply trying to be provocative, which is more likely.
Ivy is 4. So 44 is Ivy. I mean, it's not like it doesn't happen with me, but I don't feel that right now, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I think with D3FC, whatever his name is, he's hoping to provoke an emotional response. Probably is what he's meaning by that. And make us defensive about something. I don't know. Who knows what the minds of? Who knows what this guy's motivations are? hard to know. He's not saying anything that's correct, right? So I don't know what to say about it.
You totally could be a lawyer.
Yeah, I wouldn't need to go to law school. Other people do, but not me.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's what. I mean, she. Don't you think? I feel
Well,
like an old
I mean,
lady.
she's insane to think that she could be a lawyer without going to law school because she's a complete fucking tart. You, the amount of retardation this woman has to even think that is beyond. And just stick with your TV show, Kim Kardashian Girl Lawyer or whatever it is. Object.
So bad.
It's so ridiculous. But that's just because she's a tard. It's like there's no getting around that, right? Like if you're so thoroughly retarded as she is, it doesn't matter what direction you point. There, she's gonna be retarded in that direction too. You name an area, and I will point to an area where Kim Kardashian is retarded. I'm not going back to school to study law. It would not be a terrible idea for me to take a couple classes in, like, I guess the mechanics of the TE part, like where you gotta file this by what date, kind of stuff.
You know, it was cool when I worked at a firm. A lawyer taught me about law, and in that moment, I knew what he was talking about.
Because he was making sense. That's why. I mean, it's like lawyers are gonna necessarily use words to mean things.
I believe they promoted me because of that.
Right, because you don't, you're not trying to use words to mean nothing.
No, they said I don't know. I mean, paralegal sucks though.
Oh, it's a terrible job for you.
For me,
Because
it's a terrible job. There's a lot to take.
It's a lot of SI,
Yeah,
SE,
yeah.
TE kind of stuff.
I was like, just let me be an admin.
I mean, the thing is, I would actually love that. Like, I'd love to go take classes and things I don't know about and learn. That'd be fine. But the problem is finding a thing that's isolated adequately such that they can teach me about it without being wrong concurrently. That's gonna be a tough find. I mean, you can certainly do that with like isolated things like calculus or whatever that are just they're just exercises in learning this specialized language to do these specialized things. I'm not very interested in things like that.
Gotta be interested in what you're learning.
And the reason I'm not interested in them, of course, is because they're that. They're specific ways. They're like, I don't need to appreciate your weird fetish. Like, I don't need to explain how to model the arc of this ball through space or whatever. I could not give a fuck less, right? All I need to understand is what calculus does to know that I have no interest in learning the specifics of it, right? Because that's all it does. It does one thing. It's not useful in a larger understanding sense. And in fact, as with any of those fetishes, they're going to take you further away from understanding because you're going to think everything in the world is math, you know? Which is such such a fundamentally wrong way of understanding things, right? You don't get what you're doing. Like, you're using math to do something, you fucking tard. Everything's math, the world's a. You're able to describe many things about the world in mathematical terms, and the only reason to do that is for some purpose, perhaps understanding them better, but you clearly don't understand better using a language that's designed to deal with quantity. It's like, what kind of a tard thinks you're going to understand the universe better by sticking to a language that's specialized for quantity? I mean, you just got to be a complete fucking retard, right? To think you're going to understand the world better through a dumber language.
On my Facebook page, I said that my talent was being able to speak in emoji.
Mm. I think your talent is in being you and knowing. And you know.
I was just joking. Like, I mean, I am good.
But that's a good. That's not a terrible skill to have, and it's representative of F, E, and NI for sure. Like, you know, I like to operate in a world where I pretend as though people listen to what I say, but they do not. What people listen to instead is, oh, I feel surprised. And people you're gonna actually engage with people in ways that make them like you and are effective and stuff. And that matters a lot more than a lot of other things.
Thanks. I thank you for that.
But I think that the reason it was a joke on your part is because you don't feel like it's a complete understanding of you. That it's.
Well, I'm like, I don't know, like Facebook to me like wasn't serious. So, like I told you, I said that I worked at uh what's it called? Something Worldwide from Step Brothers. So like I was like you saying that you were as a baby like jumped over the Grand Canyon. Like that's how I was on Facebook too. Like
Well, I mean, that actually happened though, Rachel.
I know, and I am actually good at talking emoji.
Man, I hope you're not doubting my Grand Canyon leaping story. What?
I'm so angry, Alec.
What are you angry about?
Because they include like these memojis, but I haven't used them in so long. Like I don't know why.
Well, because the thing is, Rachel, when you're using emojis and effing and stuff, you're dealing with somebody who you're keeping arm's length, right? Like when you feel comfortable, you speak your mind in full. You're not interested so much in the other person's emotional state, and in fact, you find the FE kind of gets in the way of you being able to express yourself sometimes. But the reality is, if you're giving people a lot of FE, you're keeping them at arm's length.
Yeah, I do. I don't mean to.
No, if you are, then you are, right? You don't just because. Like, there's nothing wrong with keeping some people at arm's length. You only have so big of an inner circle, right?
Yeah. Okay, so not like including stickers and memojis. Mine are, where's the chat? Oh, here it is. It's normal now. Cool. This 2, 3, 4, 5.
I have to like sort of kind of figure out where they even are. But the ones that I like are thumbs up. Also, I'm kind of fond of this one. Yeah. Uh, but I don't like emojis in part because I can't look through all of these little pictures. I mean,
No,
how is that a
there's
more
easier
efficient way of
ways.
communicating?
Look. So I could go to the chat. I go to the smiley face. And these are my top 5 most used emojis.
Okay, but you're still looking through a bunch of little pictures.
No, and you like search. Okay, what would you like to?
I mean, the point is, I don't want to express any emotions with emojis. Like maybe this one, I don't know. It's Thanksgiving time, I guess.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be.
No, I get it. I get it. There are more efficient ways.
They're fun.
They're fun. I'm not critiquing them at all. I'm just saying I personally don't use them for reasons that are specific to me, and they're not. It's not a critique of them. I like receiving emojis sometimes. Like, for example, I really appreciated your sparkly heart, smiley face with the cheeks, bigger smiley face, Christmas tree, and heart.
I'm glad you do.
I do appreciate them. The thing is, I can appreciate forms of communication that I don't speak, right?
Those are my top 5 most used emojis. I must be using Christmas tree a lot.
Those are your top 5. Well, that's where you put those 5 together. I was like, I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
No. No.
Well, I don't even think I have a top 5. I guess.
No, you don't.
I would just be thumbs up and occasionally the one with the fingers go like this. And then that's it, basically. I don't know. I don't try to communicate things generally. Get to communicate it effectively with emojis. Not that I couldn't or that I shouldn't, but I just generally don't.
Nothing wrong with that. That feels like me like explaining to people why I don't take mushrooms, like, because it's been so inconsistent with me. Like, I don't like that at all. So I feel like I have to explain like why, but it's fine. Like, emojis are not for everyone. They're not supposed to be used in professional stuff. Like, don't think like you should, like, I don't know, text your boss with like a smiley face or like even like a thumbs up. Like, no.
Yeah, it depends on what your boss cares about.
Yeah, maybe if your boss like starts off like that, but
I mean, the thing is, when I was boss of Abraham, he'd get drunk and like call me and like, you are horrible and stuff like that. I could not have cared less. Sometimes he'd be like, I love you so much in the past too, none of which made any difference at all to anything as far as I was concerned. Like, well, you're drunk, Abraham. You're just talking your emotions. And it's irrelevant to what we're trying to accomplish, right? Like, I don't care about professionalism unless it is linked directly to what we're trying to accomplish. And if what we're trying to accomplish is impressing parents with our FE, then fine. But that's not what we're trying to accomplish.
okay,
we're
all
trying
right,
to win,
fine.
you know.
But like, I don't like this like siren trend, like office siren, like short mini skirt, tight white shirt with like, I don't know, like slick back hair,
You're talking about
high boots.
expectations for women's professionalism or something?
Yeah, like I just think that it's like unreasonable to.
Yeah, well, I mean, from my perspective, it's like, what are you trying to accomplish, first of all? And if that's a critical component in what you're trying to accomplish, then that's a good thing for me to delegate to somebody else because I don't care about it. But the thing is, it's like, for some people,
Mm,
it matters a lot how you look and stuff. So if you're in a job where like that's important, then that's what it means to do your job well is to look the part rather than actually accomplish anything. Well, that's fine.
it's so funny. I just feel like, oh man, like if I were a parent, I would say something like, you need to dress more appropriately, like let's go shopping.
I mean, I don't understand how you dress has anything to do with the job unless your job
I
is
don't think
just
you're
to
wrong.
unless the job is just to look a certain way. Which if that's your job, then it's fine to have that be your job. To look that way and not accomplish anything. That's fine.
No, they're going into the office like, accomplishing things, but they are just dressed.
So are you saying that that's how they're expected to dress or
No, they're not expected to dress. They're
okay, so you're just talking about people yes if people are subjective. I want
maybe.
to look like a slut.
I don't know, possibly.
And the point is if if they're saying like, yeah, this is how you should dress or
Yeah,
whatever.
like it's a trend
That's just
on TikTok.
it bugs the shit out of you when ESFPs try to generalize their own shit,
Well, I just
and it makes you and you bring it up to me because you
oh,
want resolution about it, but the same problem continually exists,
sorry.
right? It's a lack of intuition
I'm
on their
so
part and a
sorry.
use of the F. Why are you apologizing?
Because like isn't that annoying? I don't mean to like
No, I'm
be
just
so
telling
like the
you.
same about
I'm just
it.
explaining things, Rachel. The same as I always do. I'm explaining that this is the answer. It's the same answer every time. You cannot understand FI because it's not comprehensible. You
Yeah.
can't understand their bad
I
intuition
know, I don't.
because they have
But
sensing above intuition, and they don't think that intuition is a value in and of itself. It's just something they use to do shit.
but if would I be wrong as a parent to say like, no, I don't think you should wear that to an office. Like, let's go shopping.
It wouldn't be wrong of you to say that. It would be foolish if you didn't engage them at all because they're idiots. It's like it's foolish of me to try to explain things to Tuts, but I do it anyway, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
It doesn't mean that you know when I'm saying it's like you can't make sense of retardation. It doesn't make
Yeah,
any
because like
sense.
then they get fired or like they get like a written up thing and they're like all mad because they wore something and it's like
It's one of the FE tool things that you're like, should I be like that?
no, because like my mom would never tolerate me leaving the house and going to a job looking like that. Like my mom actually did take me shopping, luckily. I was lucky, if like when I had like more corporate jobs, like she would take me shopping. Um
Right.
um I don't know, I bought my own clothes too. Like I just would get like nice slacks and like
Right, but the thing here is, it's not so much that it's probably the thing that bothers you more is that they're positioning their ways as norms that others should have.
Yeah.
And
I
when their
never
ways are the
realized.
furthest thing from possible norms because they're entirely subjective. Well, it's like you not understanding my dad's lack of intuition.
Mm-hmm.
People in trouble for their work
Yeah,
attire.
yeah. Well, like, you should read the book, the Handbook of Rules. Um, and also, like, I don't know. If I were a parent, I would say something, and like that might be old fashioned, and
Well, what's their job?
I don't know, like corporate shit.
Why would why would parents come into it?
I
Like,
would be like,
I thought you
okay,
meant
I'm
like
not.
maybe your job was a teacher or something.
But teachers are getting in trouble for it now too. There's like teacher bay, and she's like,
So your position is that people should adhere to this social norm. And I'm not disagreeing with you. It's just I the fact that FI people with bad intuition and sensing doesn't surprise me and offend me quite as much as it does you. You know,
I don't mean to.
that's why it's fine. I just wonder, like, um, I guess, I guess you just don't like people not being team players.
Yeah, that's so wrong.
And it offends your sense of how people ought to be. That's FI countervalued, of course, you know. Whereas I'm I have FI as an absolute value, so I am more, I'm less like you have to be a team player, you know.
Well, not like a team player, but I don't know. I feel like there's rules. Yeah, like it is normalization.
I mean, and part I would suspect that your justification is other people are following the rules and, you know, prioritizing the good of the overall business and stuff. Why can't you just, you know, why do you have to
You know what?
indulge your
You know what?
subjectivities?
And they think of me as like dressing like a grandma, and that's fair enough too. Like,
I mean, do they think of you at all?
no, they think of themselves mostly.
The thing is, they're trying to position things that are totally subjective things as norms. Like, and if you're not like me, here's what's wrong with you. I mean, think about touch, right? I asked him if he thought that if he doesn't like something, that means it should be different. He said yes, that he agrees with that sentiment, which is just insane, right? Like, just because I don't like you doesn't mean you should be different. It makes no sense. It's contradictory to the whole idea of common functions, right? Like, I'm naturally going to have antipathy for certain function stacks because of my function stack, and those function stacks are not compatible. It doesn't mean they should be different than they are.
It is true then that socionics is not totally correct um in their system with like intertype relations, because my semi-dual, which is supposed to be like second best, is ESFP, and they drive me crazy.
Yeah, and it makes sense why they would, of course, because you know what's important to you is just a tool to use for them to do more stuff. You know, like it's important to you to know, to be
Interesting.
responsible with what you know. That for them, it's just something they spend on whatever. You know, like
Yeah.
I know this because this is how I'm doing things right now.
Yeah.
Like right now, I know for sure that everybody should be into aromatherapy.
Yeah, yeah,
And if
yeah.
you're not, there's something wrong with you. Because I don't like it when people are not into aromatherapy. They're just dumb. It's not even they're dumb. They just are reckless with their language and don't understand. They know not what they do.
It's true they don't. I can't fault them for that.
But it's fair to be outraged by misinformation and wrongness. That's why I try not to pay attention to it.
They talk about it on YouTube, so
Yeah. Well, that's why you and I have different tastes in YouTube videos. Obviously, I watch stuff that,
Pleasant Core.
yeah, is not gonna engage my feelings very much.
I like to be in the know. Like to know what's going on. I
Well,
don't say anything. This
that's
is like the first time I'm actually talking about it, to be honest.
right, right, and there's nothing wrong with you watching what you want to watch and being and having feel like that's wrong. That I mean, I do that all the time. Yeah, nothing wrong with that at all. It's just
I mean,
I can
the thing,
explain why they're
the,
so wrong
the
if you
thing
want.
is though, like if someone did just like an office siren, I'd be like, all right, whatever. Like that's her prerogative. I don't think I would really judge her.
Well, I think it's fair access. I think it's a great way to put it. Rachel is an advocate of workplace propriety, and that's a
I
wonderful
feel
thing.
like I feel like with like parenting, I'd be like a fucking strict parent, and I don't like that about it myself, and that's like one of
Well,
the
how
reasons.
strict are you with the cats?
I say I'm 50-50.
I mean, you
I don't,
definitely have reasonable boundaries with them, but also you like to pet them a whole bunch, you know.
yeah, I'm more loving than I am strict.
The point is, it doesn't matter how you theoretically would be as a
It's
parent.
true.
It's
But it's a
not.
fear of mine if I were to be a parent. Like, I
I,
think I would be like old fashioned. I don't know.
I mean,
Ugh.
one never knows how one's gonna feel until one actually has a
Yeah, I
child.
was one. Yeah, it's true. Also, I don't want to have kids, so
We're not yet. That's
no,
not happening.
no. Because I don't, for many reasons.
So even if it is the case somehow that if you were a
I
parent,
don't think
you'd
so,
be a,
Keisha.
even if it were the case somehow that if you were a parent, you'd be a terrible parent. That's not informative about you as a human being because you don't want to become a parent.
Mm. Hey, Matrix Invader.
Strict is very bad, Acacia. Very, very bad. I mean, the ideal parenting is just to treat the child like a human being and understand them for who they are and stuff, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Matrix Invader wants to know why you don't want kids.
I am bipolar. And I don't want to go off my medicine. You have to go off your medicine if.
Those are
Okay.
reasons why you don't want to have kids. It's not a reason why you don't want
Oh,
kids.
I don't want kids because I don't want to be a strict parent. And I don't want the fucking responsibility, man. Like,
Worst of kids is
oh,
those, you know?
God, I'm 40 years old. Like, I don't want to be fucking waking up all the time, like, for babies crying if they're crying. I don't know. I don't know.
Well,
I
I mean,
don't
the
know
thing
what
is,
it
I think it
is.
represents like adulthood and maturity from us to say, okay, this is we're not up for that,
No.
and that's not what we want and stuff. Because
Same
in
with the
part
dog.
because we have enough trouble taking care of our two cats,
Mm-hmm.
and we find their needs annoying. I do like. Will you get away from me constantly,
Oh
you
my gosh.
cat?
My aunt, who's the ESFJ, like I told her, I was like, it's annoying that I have to watch my cat eat, and she's like, oh, you don't mean that.
Oh, yes, we do mean that.
Yeah.
It's super annoying.
Why would I say it if I didn't mean it?
I mean, yes, I love him, and there's kind of like a mixed thing where it's like I go over there and watch him eat, and I feel kind of like good at my feelings too, or whatever. But the bottom line is, 95% of the time, I'm busy. I don't want to fucking come watch you eat.
I know, really. Really. For real. He's learned with me that he can eat while I'm like doing something, like getting a bowl of cereal or making food.
Yeah,
like I don't have to
he
watch
tries to
him.
be accommodating to within the frame of this supposedly legitimate request that we watch him eat. But the bottom line is, I think Cameron explained it best. It's likely to be the case. The reason he wants us to watch him eat is because he's eating crunchy food and he can't hear predators coming. And it's not.
That's what my aunt said.
Oh, really? She said too. Is she also an STJ?
No, she's an ESFJ.
Okay, SC. It's still the same thing. SI, a pie seems to have this weird understanding of animals that I just.
Yeah, I didn't understand it either. But she didn't understand my being annoying about it, and I was like, yeah, no,
because it's never the case that I'm like standing around and going, I'm looking for something to do. Could be anything at all. Including just watching somebody eat. You know. That never is the case.
No.
Right. I mean, I think he's trying to be accommodating as best he can. He's trying not to be as requiry in some ways, but because we don't like it,
I don't want kids.
you know, it's a complicated relationship we have with trouble.
I don't want kids. There's no like thinking about it. It's automatic.
Let's see what Matrix envisions. On the other hand, derpessive rumination broken by your own kid interacting, refocus on happy. Well, that's true that, if if one of our problems was um, like feeling unfulfilled and by things that life has to offer, if I was looking, kids can be a solution to a problem I'm not having or don't want to be solved in that way, right? It's not the case that young people around make you feel younger and etc. Those things may be the case. It doesn't mean it's the same thing as you should have kids.
Like, I really could be a great parent. I wouldn't know until I had a kid. That's it.
Right.
And
the
I'm
point
not
is,
having
just because
kids.
you could be a great parent doesn't mean you should want to.
I don't want to. Also, it'd be fucking difficult. I have PCOS, so I'd have to like fucking do the injection shit. Like, I'm not into it. I don't want to have kids.
Nobody's trying to tell you you should have kids, Rachel. Nobody's critiquing you for your antinatalist position.
Thank you for not criticizing me for my anti.
Well, it's conceivable to imagine somebody critiquing every possible way that you're not, right? Like, you could be that, you cover it out, and you cover it other things. Well, fuck off, could be.
It doesn't feel like love, so like I don't really take it as love, but I got you.
No, I mean, I think all he's really saying is that um, if you're depressed or something, kids could be a little blessing. I don't know. Rachel and I are still kids ourselves.
Oh man, I don't fucking know. I don't even think that kids should be a band-aid. Yo, I don't want kids. Just don't want kids.
I'm just saying we
But I
should
think
have.
that there are people who do, and that's great, and I'm happy for them.
Just because he's
yeah.
asking why we don't want kids doesn't mean he's saying we should want kids.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, he doesn't have kids either, he says. I do have a kid, and I raised her successfully and everything, but in retrospect, I was ill equipped to have a kid when I did. Not that I'd go back and change anything. Obviously, I wouldn't wouldn't trade her existence for the world, but um, yeah, an honest assessment of the Eric I was at the time and his readiness and wisdom regarding like the one thing I had plenty of was love for Delilah, but when it comes to wisdom and all kinds of other things, I was ill equipped to have a kid when I did.
You did it though.
Yeah, I did, and she's a wonderful woman.
Mm-hmm.
A wonderful, wonderful child. I
She
can't
really is.
conceive of not having her, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel so lucky because not everybody's kid turns out that great.
You know, like I told, like I've said that I feel for parents that have kids who are like troublemakers with having a cat like trouble.
Yeah. Well, I feel like Delilah being so great is much more credit to her inherent virtues than me as a parent because my parenting was, like I said, the one thing I had plenty of was love for Delilah, but an attachment to her and stuff. And I conveyed to her that all the time, but
That's important.
yeah.
Because the
But
kid
it-
doesn't understand much, you know?
But it's also the case that I subjected her via my behaviors and stuff to plenty of trauma. And she turned out okay despite that, you know. And I think it's partially because she had plenty of adults in her life that were more reliable than me.
That's important.
Dear kind sir, dear kind sir, mom. I don't know what happened to my ability to speak. Is this the Saturday Night Disco Fever channel? It can be if you want it to be for you in your imagination, sure.
It's funny because Jilly Haha, like her thing is like somewhere between Studio 54 and Area 51. That's her kind of music.
Doesn't sound like a kind of music. I mean, like, I don't know, Baroque concerto, that's a kind of music. Or, maybe a country or something. I don't think that you can say your music is between two places. They have physical destinations. But obviously, she is meaning that, to share the general feel of that or something. I don't know. I can't imagine what Studio 54 music would sound like. Presumably it's like disco. I guess I could imagine what Area 51 music would sound like. It's like science fiction. So science fiction disco? Like disco with pheromones? That's what I imagine that to be. What was that Japanese music I was listening to? You said last night? I don't remember. I do remember what you're referencing in general, but I don't remember the specifics of it. I do know that you're a huge fan of that musical genre, though, Keisha, or whatever it was. Anyway, Rich, I didn't mean to invalidate what your lady, your fan fond of said like that.
No, you came around and it made sense in the end.
Thing is, I like those kind of anti metaphors, but I just took the low hanging joke.
It just sounded when the Saturday Night Disco Fever reminded me of what she was saying about Studio 54.
Sure. What kind of music do you play? Well, it's halfway between New York and New Mexico. Okay, well, I don't really know what New Mexico music sounds like, but I do have a sense of what New York music sounds like. And I do have to agree that what they have in common, they're both new. Yes, I am on mushrooms again, Tess, and I'm pleased with the dosage this time. I actually tripping pretty hard,
That's good.
after struggling last time, or maybe last two times to really like get a proper trip. This time I say I'm gonna eat all of those mushrooms right there, and I don't care how gross it is. And I won. I succeeded. I'm proud of myself. But unsatisfying if you get like you get trip blue balls. Well, it's always good. It's so fun, but if you don't get quite much of a trip you want, then I just feel like, oh, that was good, but it could have done better, kind of thing. Sometimes it's just confusing as to why I don't trip harder. Like last time I ate plenty of mushrooms. There's no, and it was like a solid week after. There's no reason why I should not have tripped harder that I could think of at all. Normally, I come up with something like, well, maybe I took a Klonopin recently or something. No. There was no
I know,
explanation
you
for
said
it at all.
that. I
There was no
know.
Prozac in the mix. There was nothing.
Nothing.
There was no explanation for it at all. But this time, I said, well, maybe Eric, as you've gotten older, you just need to eat more shrooms or something. Well, I dedicated myself correctly to eating enough this time. And I succeeded. I'm very proud of myself. Thank
I'm
you.
proud of you too. I'm feeling good as well. I'm like,
You're feeling like you're on speed and we drink. It's a good combination.
Yeah. And it's Saturday.
Saturday is the appropriate time to be having a party. It's also kind of like solace to the fact that USC lost today. I kind of anticipated it.
I'm sorry.
And it's fine. I knew it was going to be a tough one against Oregon at Autzen. But you know what? I find it somewhat, it's fine. Because we didn't embarrass ourselves out there today. We looked like we could play with Oregon. On another day, we could have won that game. Today wasn't that day, but yesterday, I mean. Wait, today?
Today, yeah.
What
It's
day
still
is it?
today.
Still today. It's
Yeah.
still today. Oh, it is a long today. No, I'm not watching anything right now,
We're
Kitty Cat,
watching you
except
guys.
the chat. I'm not. Oh, I'm not against the idea of including a football game to this experience, and from my perspective, and I'll probably add some commentary about it, of course, but I haven't. I'm not quite. SE go away. That's what I should say. SE go away. Yes, we're streaming. Although, probably I don't know, I'm coming down. I don't know, really.
That's
When,
good.
I don't even know when I ate them. Do you know
Like
when
a
I ate 'em?
while ago.
Like, it took a long time for him to kick in.
Yeah, it did to set in.
There was a lot of SI stuff at the beginning where I was like, I didn't quite
Yawns.
I didn't quite feel like myself. But a lot of yawns. Like, what I mean by not feeling like myself, like I felt shaky, a little bit, maybe not really nauseous, but
Oh.
it took a long time of settling in like that.
I was waiting for the giggles for a while. That's how I know. It took a while to set in.
Yeah. Well, I just had to process a lot of SI shit in general. Like, the mushrooms are really good at making me SI stuff that I'm just not processing well. Like, mushrooms like reset my SI in a way that, oh right, this is how you be tired. This is how you blow your nose. We're gonna help you learn some new yoga positions. Yeah, of course we are. That's what we do around here.
Oh, excuse me. I like the supine twist.
Well, supine twist sounds like a dive or something. Catapulting varmint? Yeah, I just demonstrated the blow your nose.
I'm sorry that you missed it. It wasn't on you.
What?
Camera was on me when you demonstrated.
Oh yeah, I did demonstrate it, but I'm sorry, I didn't realize you weren't looking at it. The important thing, it doesn't matter what you're looking at, obviously. The important thing is that my words were there the whole time. And what?
Hi, Capio.
Your FI mushrooms set your FI? That's possible too.
Oh my god, I cried so much that it traumatized me.
I mean, it definitely resets my SI as well. Like,
yeah, you're yawning like.
I will yawn a lot. Blow my nose a lot. Whatever it is my body actually needs, But it's certainly plausible it could reset my FI as well. Makes sense. It's like, it makes me happy. It makes me find things funny and enjoy just being in existence.
That's good.
So I don't think you're wrong, Tuts, about that. The point is that regardless, it's resetting my subjectivities in a way that's healthy for me. The thing is, I understand why you expect me to disagree with everything you say from your experience, but I've done that a lot. But I assure you, I will only and ever disagree with what you say when it is wrong. In this case, it's not wrong. It's likely to be an area where I overlook because of my blind spot the actual impacts of that and don't explain things that way because of my blind spot. But it would seem that in making this argument test, you're conceding that FI is in fact my blind spot.
It is.
Which would
Remember what made you so mad on our wedding night?
no, I don't remember feeling mad on our wedding
You
night at all.
were.
What was I mad about?
My dad saying something.
Was I genuinely mad about that? Or
Yeah, dude.
I doubt I was mad.
No, yes, you were.
Really?
Yes, because it made me cry. That's how I remember. You were so upset. Like, what does that have to do with anything? Because it was FI.
Right, well, he was telling me that, like, he could trust me because he trusts my feelings.
Yeah.
But that's not a good reason to trust anybody.
I get it.
I mean, it's a terrible reason to trust anybody at all. In any context, it's a terrible reason to trust people.
No.
Because feelings are subjective and they change and stuff. Like, obviously, I'm committed to you. I love you all the time. And also, some of the time, I'm not thinking about you at all. I'm not feeling anything about you. Does that mean all of a sudden you can't trust me?
No.
No, of course not. And the idea that your dad could trust me because of how I feel emotionally is fundamentally offensive. You don't get to afford trust to people on their strength of their feelings. That's not a justification for anything. Because feelings change. Like, how many boyfriends did you have that loved you so much, but you couldn't trust at all? They felt so strongly all the time, was F-ing you all the time, and you couldn't trust them for shit. That's why it's offensive, right?
Yeah.
The idea that somehow you can trust somebody based on their feelings.
I'm sorry that happened. My dad's a supervisor type, so.
Well, I just
feel
supervised
bad.
him in that instance because he was wrong. And offensively wrong.
I'm
Because
sorry.
no, the thing is, I'm sorry. It's like now I understand why I was mad, right? Because it's a fundamental assault
Yeah,
on
of course
my
I
trustability, right? Because he's saying that I feel all this stuff for Rachel.
That he said he trusts you because you love me.
Right. I do love you. But that's not why he can trust me.
I believe you. I agree with you.
Because if it were, then other people who love you, you could trust them just as much as me. Right? Is it the case that you can trust other people who love you just as much as me? No, it's not the case. And the reason is because the trust comes from whether or not the person has both your interest in mind and is correct. Right? Like, there's no way to do a good job of your mom's "you should be more like me," right? That's inherently wrong and not trustworthy. You cannot trust your mom to be right about who you should be because she thinks you should be her. And it doesn't matter how much she loves you. You still can't trust her for articulable reasons. You know? And do you understand why it's so offensive now to say that you should trust somebody based on their feelings?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess I was just upset. Like,
Well, it makes me upset too. for different reasons.
No. Now I know why, and I'm sorry.
I'm sorry I made you upset at the time. I wasn't thinking about your feelings and stuff. And I was just thinking about your dad's wrongness.
Like, I was like, oh my god, is he saying that he doesn't love me? Like,
No, obviously not. I
I
love
didn't.
you to death, you know?
I was so, like, upset that you were upset and I could do nothing, and I was like, I don't know what to do right now.
Well, it's just so. But it's just such an assault on who I am, right? Like, the reason you can trust what I say is because it's correct. The reason you can trust how I'm going to treat your daughter is because I am correct. I'm not going to mistreat her because that would be wrong, right? It would be incorrect. It's not because you can trust me to be right because that's who I am. You can trust me to treat your daughter well because that's who I am, not because of my feelings. Nobody should trust anybody who thinks, oh, you can trust me because of my feelings. No, that's a sure indication that you should not trust them at all.
Maybe, like, he saw visually how you love me. I don't know. I don't know why.
No,
I said
he's
that. I'm
correct.
sorry.
He's correct that I love you a lot. He's correct that he can trust me. He's just not correct for the reason
Yeah.
why.
Yeah.
And
I'm sorry about that.
no, it's fine.
Ugh.
You know, it's like
I don't know. My dad is so,
he
like,
right. He could tell that shit real, and that's great and everything. But he didn't understand the extent to which it was an assault on the correct, and therefore me.
well, that's like me, like me being like, I need 8 crowns, and him, like, basically, like, non-reaction, and me being like, it's gonna be so expensive, we're going to another place, and him, like, not saying anything, like.
Right. Well, he you were looking for commiseration. He thought you were looking for a solution.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have
He
a
was like,
solution.
oh, it was.
He didn't have a solution, so he didn't.
No.
That's Effie ignoring. You know,
Mm.
he didn't get that you were just looking for commiseration.
I was looking for if I like comfort. Yeah, I guess I was looking for some sort of like.
You were looking for your dad to do something I did with Delilah recently, which is I had told her, you don't need to justify your feelings. Your feelings are totally valid. You don't need to explain them to anybody or justify them to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
for her, that was a very. She like burst into tears when I said that. Because, you know, ESTP, I forget that what's obvious to me maybe needs to be said to her, or I should have taught her that or something before, but I don't know.
Okay, let me just say that, like, that's great that you said that because, like, she's around, like, she has Candace and Candace's family, and then also Melinda and Melinda's family. So she's not getting like.
Well, it's the case that nobody loves her like I do.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always been the case.
Yeah. So she needed to hear that. Do you want a card?
And she understands that she can trust me in certain areas where she can't trust others because they don't have any intuition. Yeah. And she's not an intuitive herself, but she accordingly, she's sometimes wrong about meanings and stuff, but that's fine. I don't, obviously, I don't look to her to provide things that's what my job is, right? I don't look to her to be correct or say things that I agree with. I mean, she has a good process of objectivity, but, you know, forethought in eyes. It's what it is, It's like she knows some things that she shouldn't know. Things like that's a good idea to take these COVID jabs. you know, she knows it. She continues to know it. But not only is it a good idea, but it was a good idea. History has proved me right and stuff. Yeah, that's what she thinks. I'm assuming. I have try not to talk to her about the subject at all. Eric, do you ever miss living in LA? Yeah, I did a little while ago. I went through a little phase of missing the good things about LA, and but that's just kind of part of the process of putting it behind me entirely. Understanding like, okay, well, there's FI stuff, which is always like you can't get exactly what you want, and you can't get all of everything you want and nothing you don't want, right? Like, it's wonderful here. It also includes a little more driving than I'd like to get anywhere, Like, but that's that's FI, right? You can't have absolutely everything exactly like you want it. So missing some of the things about the city is a natural and healthy relationship with loving where I am. It's and not wanting to ever go back to the city. Well, sometimes that's just what I'm saying. But there's another thing. FI, you can't trust it at all, right? Like when I was feeling very, oh, I miss Los Angeles. Should we have gone back to Los Angeles?
That's why I was like, I kept on asking, and I hope you don't mind that I kept on asking, like, are you sure that's what you want to do?
I kept responding, no, I'm not sure, right? But all I was in my feels.
And you had valid reasons, man. Like,
Well, no, I had one good reason, which is I want to be closer to my daughter,
mhm.
and that's not a good reason actually, right? Because if I lived physically closer to her, would I actually change my who I am and the way we engage at all? No. Like I still call her like every once in a while for either usually for utility reasons. Occasionally I'd feel sad and I'd want to have a conversation, but most of the time I'd be too busy to be dealing with her and her stuff because she has her own life and I have my own life. I don't and trying to fill some hole in who I am in my life with like having more of her in my life is not. It's just it's not a good way to be. It's not. It doesn't make any sense. Just because you can't trust it is still trustable at other times. I agree that other people can probably trust their feelings a lot more than I can trust mine. Um, and I guess that's the thing. Is because I can't trust my feelings, it doesn't make sense for somebody else to trust me because of my feelings. Eric, since you are on the other half of the planet, I want to ask you a question. Should give a chance to the psychiatrist, or should I change if I didn't see a good impact? Um, well, I think first and foremost, you should know what you want and how you expect them to accomplish it. So I understand that typically with professionals like that, we're gonna want to say like, "Well, you're the one with the expertise. You figure out how to fix me," you know. But if we don't know both what we want to have as the outcome and how they're going to attain it, then we are we're just we're basically being like, let's pretend the other person has godlike. So you may not be aware of that, Bucho, but lo siento. No, I get it. I shouldn't have busted his chop. There's many instances where I should not have busted Rachel's dad's chops, and I needed to be more understanding, empathetic, etc. Because he's who he is, and not me, you know. But when I when I hear Rachel expressing to me that he's made her feel bad in various instances, or not understood her in various ways, it's like, that's your fucking job, INFP. Do your job. Don't be don't be so oblivious.
The worst thing that happened with him was that um he and I agreed that I could smoke weed outside. So he's like, okay.
Right. Agreeing to a set of rules, you adhering to the rules, and then him changing the rule after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
It's unacceptable in any universe. I don't care whether you're FI, TI, doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. Like, I was adhering to the rules. That's what I was doing.
Yeah, well, they like to switch the rules on you. Like, they like to make it so you don't get to know anything. It's a torture technique, really. Like double binding slash moving and changing the rules and stuff. It's horrible. And it's not. It's of course it wouldn't happen at all if it weren't for the criminal lack of intuition your mom had.
Yeah.
But because it's like it's obvious your mom loves you a great deal and wants to help you and likes to talk to you and all that kind of stuff. It's inconceivable that she could have done some of the horrible things that she did.
She definitely did.
But she did. And that just goes to show you that it doesn't matter how much he loves you.
It's true. It's a very good point. So I chose these cards for you. One here.
Sure, yeah, sure.
Okay, so the first one is fire.
Fire. Fire triangle. Are you trying to tell me I'm gay? I'm just joking.
I don't know if that's a symbol for fire and the elemental.
A triangle?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
I think that fire needs to discuss its symbol with gay people to make a determination as who gets to own it.
Okay.
Let's see. My second card. I can't read it. What does it say?
Primordial.
Primordial, okay.
Primordial.
Okay, well, that's means basically, before things have been made into the world. Primordial soup refers to, like, when the world was very primal and stuff, Primal fire. What other we have? What is the other card?
Do e machina.
Oh, this means ghost in a machine. That's very appropriate. Because, of course, the idea of ghost in the machine is that if something has agency, which plenty of non-sentient things do have agency, like volcanoes and stuff, that there must be a soul inside. It's kind of an antiquated notion because it's it's indicative of a mindset that it seems like very laughable to us today, but it was a time when machines were, and the capacity of machines to do things, and the theological and philosophical impacts of that were still very much in flux.
It's the one that you and Ruben gave us, the Supra Oracle.
Super Oracle, right? That supplanted the regular Oracle by being obviously more super.
It's Supra.
Oh, Supra. What is that? What's the difference between Supra and Super?
Yeah, what is?
I don't know.
I could pull one for you, Acacia. Or 3. I gave Eric 3, so you could get 3.
From now on, I want to go to the supermarket.
Supermarket? I
That's
like
right.
that.
Yeah.
When I was in high school, the cool girls drove Supras.
Really?
Yeah.
What terrible taste in cars they had.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, it fell out. That's one for Acacia.
I think the cool girls when I was in high school had better taste in cars.
I'm sure they
The
did.
Volkswagen Cabriolet, I'm saying, being better
That
than,
is, oh yeah.
than a Supra.
Yeah, yeah. Totally. I was jealous that they had a car. I wasn't jealous of their car.
Anyone PT cruising? Nobody's PT cruising on purpose. Okay.
My mom, like, we went to Miami and we rented a car and it was a PT Cruiser and
Yeah.
my mom loved it.
Really? She loved
Yeah.
it? That's crazy. I also rented the PT Cruiser back in the day in Hawaii.
Oh.
And it was horrible.
Yeah.
I couldn't. How does anybody like the PT?
I don't know.
Now that is something I do not understand because she's supposedly TE first, and the PT Cruiser is terrible objectively on every level. The one we had in Hawaii, it was full of bugs too.
Whoa.
It had like ants and stuff all in it. Like, why did you give us this rental car that's all full
That's
of bugs?
terrible.
A PT Cruiser is full of bugs. They're like, here, you guys can have this one. You can have this PT Cruiser that's all full of bugs. I couldn't get any worse than that, could you, rental car company? I cannot think of a single worse kind of car to give me. And then once you've already picked the worst possible car, you decided, how can we make this shittier for Eric? I'm going to fill it full of bugs.
That's terrible. They're like, I thought their most places policies on like cleanliness is like really strict.
Well, I'd still take that PT Cruiser full of bugs over the rental car experience you and I have, where they try to rip us out for no reason, all that money.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, well, when you don't turn it in clean and full of gas, it's going to cost you $1,000 or some ridiculous amount. Or, okay, well, it's fine, I'll turn it in clean. It was spotless.
Mm-hmm.
There was not anything conceivably wrong with it. They tried to charge me like $1,000 for cleaning.
Crazy. Okay, these are Acacia's cards. Stillness.
Whose cards are these? Acacia's?
Mm-hmm.
Stillness. What else?
Individuation.
Individuation. Okay. That's correct so far. What else do we have?
Impasse.
Who's like at an impasse? Meaning that. How is it
Oh,
spelled?
impasse.
I can't read it. How is it spelled?
IMPASSE.
IMPA.
I'm just saying it as if it had an accent thing.
I could just put on my
Impasse.
glasses.
Sorry, my bad.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to understand what it says. I can't see it because my eyes aren't good. There could be several possible things. Impasse. Like, yeah. Okay. So it's like you're at an impasse. All right. Well, Acacia, that means your individuation in the stillness is going to have to hold on for a second because we're getting 2 SE around here.
Good advice.
That's basically what that means.
Can you pull mine?
Sure.
Thank you.
Oh my god. This is one of those.
You want one carrot? Or, yeah, a reading, a 3-card reading?
This is one of those horrible motion trips where I'm constantly blowing my nose.
Oh.
But it's fine. Oh, you got Duke's Sex Machine too. And you got. Isn't that just 2 of the same?
Oh my gosh, yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it is.
I just pulled them from wherever. I wasn't like.
I would, if it was a bed, I'd leave the table.
And then the last one, you got a square. It doesn't seem to have any word on it. What does square mean? What does it mean?
It's
anything?
wood.
It's just square. It's just a square, right?
Mm-hmm.
You just got a square. That's all right. That's not.
Does it mean that I'm a square?
No, I don't know what it means. It doesn't have any word on it. It just means. Who knows what it means if it doesn't have a word on it? It could mean like you are a hand that holds squares. I don't know.
I don't know either.
It could mean that, don't worry, you got your square here.
That's good. That's good. I'll take it. I'll take
Your
it.
square's got your back.
Yeah. But that's so crazy that we had 2 of the
2 of the
same.
3 of the same
Yeah.
is crazy. How many cards are there in this
Can I
deck?
get one that has a until I get with the word?
Oh, you want to get rid of this one? That's fine. We'll get rid of
Is
this
that
one. Yeah,
fine?
absolutely. Come on, it shouldn't be in the deck. It doesn't have any word
It's
on it.
supposed to be like match another card and be like a puzzle piece.
Oh, well, why don't they just have a word on it instead? Gentleness. This is correct. You are the ghost in the machine with primordial gentleness. Is that for you? Who is this for again? You?
Me, yeah.
Oh, that's better than square.
That makes sense. A lot of sense to me.
I agree that you are more gentle than you are square.
Thank you.
In fact, I don't think you as square are made out of wood at all.
Thanks.
Nor do I think of you as a disembodied arm.
Oh, that's important. Thank you.
Whereas, like here, there's a whole person almost.
Almost, yeah.
Almost. The only parts that aren't included are the non-gentle parts.
Yeah, we got 2 of the same. Oh, maybe custom.
All the cards can fit together into a bigger picture. Okay. Well, Ruben, I remember asking for ways in which I can use my eyes to look at things, all right? Nobody needs your non-word ideas. With your pictures meaning things. Yeah, we got two of the same. Pretty crazy. I'm not sure how many cards there are in there, but I definitely just pulled in random spots, you know. And it wasn't like near the top or the bottom or anything. And they were not close to each other. So Rachel was intuitive enough to say, I want to leave the blackjack table right now. Instead, I gave her another hit, and it was a square. Oh no,
Well,
you got a square.
We went until I got a word.
What
And
was
it's
one
gentleness.
card? It took one try to replace the square with a good one.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. I mean, that's what the square is for, is just like, try again, pull another card, you know? Like when the Magic 8 Ball says, try again, or maybe.
Yep. You definitely shake again.
Oh, did Carrot want cards?
Oh, shoot. Yes, she did. I want to say, Miss Carrot, like, Yoon says Miss Honda. Ooh. No. Another non-word one.
Or just replace it then. Just assume that every time you get one, it's not a word on it, it just says, try again. You know?
I think rats may be like formal. Ooh. Silence.
Silent is correct for Carrot because she's polar.
Simplicity.
Ni third. Was it describing her? What's next?
Intuition.
Oh, well. There you go. It's like. That does describe her pretty well. Of course, her intuition is leading her astray about Les Mis. Because that's not a good show.
A lot of people like Les Mis. My dad loves.
Now, it's understandable though, like, okay, your dad loves it because of SIFI stuff. Maybe that's the content of it. Why Carrot would like it? I do not know. Maybe because she just likes the songs, you know. I don't know what the songs are really.
They're operatic songs. You're welcome, Carrot.
But to each their own. Obviously, Carrot should like whatever she likes and not worry about what Eric thinks about that. And the reason is because Karen and I don't have to always be watching the same thing. If it were the case that Karen and I always had to be watching the same thing, then indeed we'd have a bit of a trouble here because we have to resolve to what we're gonna watch.
Speaking of watching, um, Carrot said that Killua from Hunter x Hunter is an ISTP, not an INTP. What do you think?
Who from Hunter?
Killua?
Um, from Hunter x Hunter? I
Yeah.
don't remember it that well.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna write an opera. I'm gonna write a ton of operas
Ooh.
occasionally. I'm constantly writing operas. What are you talking about? Not a day
This-
goes by when I don't finish a new opera.
This was the non-word card. I know you don't say the X, but I say the X anyway because it's there.
Well, what X and what?
Hunter, Hunter.
Oh, I say it too. Hunter x Hunter. Why else? Why would it be there if he didn't say
No.
X? I always thought it was called Hunter x Hunter. Hip hopera. You want me to write a hip opera? Half opera, half hip hop.
I like it.
I like it occasionally.
Yeah. Oh my god.
What's a classic opera plot? Like, what's the plot of like Figaro?
I don't fucking know. Honestly, my dad is into it. My dad could give you a whole thing on it. What is it about?
How could somebody just sit there and listen to a whole opera? I don't understand it.
I don't believe in it.
You don't believe in what?
Their own typology. I don't subscribe.
Hunter x Hunter is cool. It has own typology called Nin. Yeah, well, the guy who
Well, they
made
can have their niche thing.
the guy who made Hunter x Hunter was really into world building
Oh,
and like
interesting.
what you'd say like systems of magic and stuff, like that kind of stuff. He was into inventing worlds and stuff, which is why you can't really stay in one world in Hunter x Hunter.
Okay, I understand. Sorry, I didn't mean to hate on it.
Why the put your head on? Oh, well, it's an interesting case study in anime. It's like there's some things it does really well and some things it does poorly. Like it kind of loses track of its central storylines and gets sidetracked in little side quests and stuff. But overall, pretty entertaining show.
When we lived in Arcadia, Delilah said I reminded her of the Gravity Girl. She said
That's from My Hero Academia.
Oh yeah.
That's a compliment.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, Urabi is a good character.
Actually, yeah, I thought so too. From the little I knew.
She's a cool character. She's pretty character.
Yeah, I thought it was a real. I took it as a compliment. I took it as a compliment that she thought that I reminded her of Brittany Murphy from Clueless.
Yeah, I think, Acacia, I think you're right. I think the creator is an INTP too. Or you're reading that, but I think people are right about that. He gets a little carried away in the. But he's not very NI valuing, ultimately.
Hmm.
Like, he wants his world to do all of his ideas, but he needs to set some of those ideas belong in a separate world, right? You can't squeeze everything into one anime. If you've got some ideas that are incompatible, they need to be in a separate anime. Can't just somehow squeeze it all into your one show and then not even finish it. Like he doesn't. He never
It's not
finished. No, well, he didn't finish in the story arc. Is what I'm saying. Like in any kind of satisfactory way.
That's what happened with Game of Thrones.
He's like, oh, that's fine. I'll just end it right here. Like, no, dude. The whole point of everything should be you have a point of everything, not just a bunch of random stuff. There's some more good ideas I have. Yes, these are all good ideas, but you can't make a soup with every ingredient and call it a good soup.
I guess it's a little different from Game of Thrones, but still, like, there was no ending. It was based on books, and there's no ending to the books. So the writers had to come up with some stuff, and it was just like so terrible. You can tell when the book writing ended because, like, the writing just, the story and the plot just went downhill.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hunter X Hunter is full of good ideas. It's just you can't just mush it all into one thing. And of course, in the process of trying to mush it all in one thing, it's inevitable they lose track of their central themes and stuff like what storylines are important to finish. I was busy finishing this side quest over here, so I never finished the main part of the story. It's just classic INTP. He has a silencer character who lives like a hermit in his filth. Togashi was wrestling with the production company over the direction of the show. His previous work ended abruptly for some reasons. Well, they were probably telling him, here's some good NI constraint. And he's like, I don't like NI. I don't want your NI. That's why I'm stomping my foot down and leaving. That's what I bet. I bet the company is saying, look, dude, let's make this better with some NI. And he's like, no.
But also, like, the SE.
Oh, yeah, because they were telling him to, like, change things that he had spent
Like,
all this time thinking out, right?
Yeah, like, so take that, like, nutshell it, and then, like, they usually have resources to, like, get it going, but.
Well, to him, like, no, I have all these things thought out in full, and you're telling me to change them.
Right,
but if I change this thing, I have to change this other thing over here.
No.
But in reality, you don't have to change all those other things. You just need to have a little bit of editorial discretion.
That's what an editor's for.
Yeah. Yeah, they were giving him limited options for how the story could continue and like the choices.
Oh, that's like limiting their.
Well, probably they were saying, okay, so I'd like you to continue the actual story and not talk about
Yeah.
these ant peoples with nuclear weapons.
They're going to. They definitely did. You're right.
You know, in the middle of the story about Hunter x Hunter, let's segue briefly into seasons worth of it seems like ant people with nuclear weapons. What are you doing?
That's terrible.
Now he writes a few chapters every 10 years.
Oh my god.
That's a wonderful S.E. Polar for himself. Good job, guy.
Good
You
job, guy.
You got yourself structured with reasonable expectations. Alright, you can expect a few chapters of me every decade. That's great. No, it did turn out super cool, important, whatever, interweaving, but you could see he was trying to weave it in rather than naturally occurring. It was a separate idea that he's trying to sew onto. And it's a terrible notion of how to go about telling an extended story that's going on for seasons and then just you can tell he's like, I have this idea, no, I want to do this idea, and I don't care if it goes the rest of everything. Well, it doesn't go with the rest of everything. It's what do you like? Make that a separate show. And people with news. I'd watch it. You don't need to somehow cram it into your whatever. What time is it? 8 o'clock. What time was it that I ate those mushrooms? I don't know. It was probably, I'm guessing, halftime of the football game? I think that's when I ate them. It's halftime of the football game. What time was that? Well, it should have been about probably about 2 o'clock or something. Maybe 2:30. So accordingly, I don't know why I need to do the math calculations of how long I've been on it to know whether or not I'm coming down or something. Obviously, I can make that determination independently of knowing the times. But, I guess, objective data a little bit more than just subjective data. I think maybe 330/4. Is that how cool I make smoking look? Is that what you're saying? I'll make it look a little cooler than 330/4, I think. That's not a very cool fraction, in my opinion. It's super vague guess, though. What's super vague? Your mom, she is super vague. She's always saying things like, eh? Yeah, that's my rating of your last yawn.
ESFJs think I'm super vague.
ESFJs think you're super vague? You're not vague at all.
That's good.
I mean, you're the exact opposite of vague. It makes no sense anybody would think of you as vague. Vague is like, well, you're clearly a TE down for reasons.
Yeah, so like I would ask questions about celebrities and I got chosen, right? Because I like asked interesting questions,
Uh-huh.
but they were like, we want more.
You want more?
Yeah, they wanted more from my questions. My question, I got to the point. Straight to the point.
What do you want? They wanted longer questions.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a dumb thing to want.
I know.
That's a super dumb thing to want. Can you ask the same question but in more words?
Mm-hmm.
That's an insanely dumb thing to want.
On all of my questions.
I, oh my
It's just
god.
he has some shit things.
That's bipolar in a nutshell. Could you say the same thing less, like less concisely, make it less purposeful, have less relevance? How would you possibly think that's a good idea, lady? Well, the answer is antipolar. That's how. And you retain those kinds of memories. SI is not very conscious, but you retain instances where others convey to you you should be like them. Like you took that as a critique of who you are fundamentally because asking you to be less who you are and in ways that make no sense. I guess they're just trying to fill a certain amount of time. I can't even conceive of what the rationale would be.
It's just like a straightforward question, like,
Like, what's an example?
like I knew she had connections in the business, so I wanted like to know what's the easiest way to get like in touch with a celebrity, and that question got chosen, and she wanted more detail, like.
Well, like, in other words, what's the best way to get in touch with them? Show you the telegram? A telegraph? I don't know. Other possible things it could be. Like, how could, what in the world? There's no good way to explain that. It's just, it's the same concept between teachers who say, like, your paper needs to be 4 pages long or whatever. It's more is not better. Every communication event should be purposed to do something purposeful and worth doing. It's a shame the way schools try to convey to students that when you are doing communication properly, it's about nothing. It's just to meet my demands as a teacher, etc. It's horrifying. Anybody would try to make you read a paper about some book about say, oh my god.
All the filler you need.
It's not even the thing is, and what English teachers and they're not even requiring any actual argumentation. It's just like here, do pointless argumentation theater about something nobody cares about. For practice, like students, they're not even doing it for real, right? They're doing it for practice. That's insane. You need to practice. Wait a second. I need to practice explaining how Jody displayed courage and integrity in this book paper of at least 4 pages. Why am I? What am I practicing for exactly?
I expected that. I experienced that in college. They like would. Now I know he's definitely ESFJ. And which makes sense because I am their supervisor type, so like I would get a good grade. Anyway, it was like always pages, like 20 pages or something. I
Yeah,
might be
third slot
exaggerating.
in E. They're saying like, isn't it wonderful actually into it? Like only no, not the way you're doing it. um, yeah. How frustrating, right? Like to be somebody who understands and knows.
Yeah.
It's insane. It's insane the things that passes into education or teaching. That like, what are you instructing here? Like, what are you? What is it that I am supposed to understand now that you have instructed me that I did not understand before?
It was all like relationship stuff, so like I was able to like bullshit like so much of it. But like I was always like frozen by the amount of pages. I was always like, oh my god, like what more can I say about this?
And it's like, oh, I think it should be as Einstein said, things should be as simple as possible and no simpler.
But whatever, I got A's, so.
Yeah. Again, it's like, what teacher wants to read that much garbage in the first place? Nobody does. Okay, how are you gonna grade successfully 20 pages of pointless nonsense designed to practice something that you can't conceivably ever be asked to do in a real situation? It's like, the thing is, in non-school situations, communications are purposeful for some reason. Like, most of the time, it's people trying to say things like, I would like to order this food or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
But only in academia is communication practiced for its own, for on its own, as though communicating blather about blather is valuable in and of itself. It's crazy. Nobody's hating on your beautiful wife, Chad. You're a very lucky man. Why can't they have a drug food restaurant? Good question. I'm not sure what would comprise drug food, but is it like regular food with drugs in it? I like where you're going here, but I need to see more clearly your vision. There are no drugs in McDonald's food, unfortunately, Fly Guy. I've eaten plenty of McDonald's. I can assure you, if there were any drugs in it, I would know.
I used to like this, like TJ, but he's just like such an asshole. I can't like him at all.
Well,
He's revealing himself through text, and I'm like, ugh.
is he texting you?
He's on Threads.
Oh.
He's rage baiting, and then he goes, oh, he's so negative. Like,
Well, that's probably because he's a scumbag.
mm-hmm.
There are people in the world who are scumbags.
No, but so it's news to me, and like, fuck that guy. Like, I don't need to listen to music like that anymore. That would kill me if like it would be like a big deal to me if like James were dickhead. Like that would make me really sad because like, or even worse would be Johnny because he
I
doesn't.
mean, he's obviously not. You know, he might make some mistakes occasionally, but it's not. Wouldn't be informative about who he is. You can just tell that guy's like. The thing that offends you, which is reckless SEing, is not in his repertoire. How they call it, drug dealer? I wish they had just like you could just Google it, drug dealers near me, and they just pop up Tony Stevens. I have available these drugs at this cost. That'd be wonderful. But instead, society's got to be all like, nah, yeah, yeah, just fuck off, society. I don't care about your purported societal interests. I don't agree with them anyway. But even if I did agree with them, you can't make determinations on your purported benefits or harms. Again, measured by just your arbitrary choosing to measure these things or those things. No, no, no. Oh, what I can tell, I've proved that this is a great thing. It makes you lose weight. Yeah, but you cut off somebody's legs to do it. It's not going to be on balance a good thing. And most importantly, why are you only counting the benefits that you want to measure and not the actual thing? Because you care more about winning than about being correct. That's why. And that will never be okay in a million years. If you care more about winning than being correct, then you have no business winning no matter what. Because a victory for anybody who's caring about something other than being correct is a victory for evil. Clear as day. No other way to interpret it. When we go to the doctor and spend $100 for 4 bottles full of 30s is the best days. Well, I mean, the thing is, big dog, it is the case that I could go down to Fresno or something and get meth. It would be more like I have more amphetamine at cheaper costs and so forth. But I actually prefer some of the barriers to access. That I mean, it's like obviously nothing stopping me from going to some super shady area of Fresno. I'm sure I could hook it up, right? But it's not a preferable choice. I already don't love my relationship with amphetamines. Well, I would point out, Big Dog, that despite the government's position on things, I do manage to enjoy myself plenty. But I am so tired of blowing my nose. Can I stop? Can I stop blowing my nose now? Can I have a roll of toilet paper, please? Oh, it's in. No, that's paper towel. Oh, I got it. It's just ridiculous. Of course, this is the kind of SI thing that I'm just terrible at. But, okay, there. I've blown my nose with some toilet paper. Now I can be done with this for indefinitely. No, 5 seconds later, I have to blow my nose again or have more snot dripping in my face. Horrible. But you know, in general, I'm very SI sensitive. Like, I don't like SI discomfort at all. I can't put up with it quietly or anything. It's like SI not bothering me is a necessary condition to everything else, but when it does bother me, accordingly, I'm very bothered. Right now I should eat some food. I haven't hardly eaten anything at all today. You know, I don't like to have to do that. Like we start interfering with getting in. Like, I'm busy. I don't have time for you to like. It's not that I don't have time. It's that I don't want to change gears from whatever I'm doing and thinking about to focusing on making something to eat or eating it. It's like, get out of here already with your eating. I just want to be in control of all my SI stuff, like have them be decisions rather than SI as it actually is. Like, I want to be sprung until I'm not fully sprung anymore for a second. Then I want to immediately go to sleep until I get up again and repeat. But that's not how it works at all. You have to listen to your body, and if you don't go to sleep when it's telling you, "I'm tired now, I'm ready to go to sleep," then it's like breathing in your poop, and you can't go poop anymore. So SI can be really like it can be a real thorn in the side. And like, I don't want to focus on these banalities of ordinary things. Of course, unless I do want to focus on them, which is to say, unless I'm really feeling the good parts of SI, in which case, that's fine. By and large, I just want it to be something I can dictate rather than something I have to listen to and know about. Because what SI really is to listen to your body and so forth. Oh my god, I cannot believe my nose is running. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Could I go fucking 5 seconds without my nose running so much? Oh my god. It's so annoying. Just. This is not the first time mushrooms says, so here you go, Eric. Now you get to have all this fun, but also you get to have your nose run the entire time. Just constantly, like, where could all of this stuff be coming from? There's no possible way the inside of my head held all that much snot at any point. It's I felt that way when I pooped today too. It's like I had a big poop this morning, and I was like, whenever it was this afternoon or something, when I woke up, and I was like, wow, that's good. I got all my poop out of there. And then I was like, why do I feel like I have to go poop again? And I pooped again. It was like bigger than the first one. Like this massive poop. Like, what? Where is this coming from? You know, it's like I only eat so much food. It cannot possibly make all that poop. It doesn't make any sense, right? Surely I must be digesting or using some of the food I eat. And even if I weren't, even if I were just pooping it all directly out, there's no way the amount of poop I make is equal to the amount of food I eat.
Here.
I'm phlegmatic.
Oh, I see, Ruben. You're going to claim there's not a reservoir of snot. They just keep producing new snot on demand all the time. Yeah. Like, I'm going to believe in some kind of magic like that. I'm sorry, what were you saying?
What magic?
Magic of your body not having a reservoir of snot. I need to eat caloric foods because I'm too phlegmatic. I wonder what foods count as. Do I think that rare disease type change population wise? I don't know. It's hard. I don't know. Your body converts the raw material into snot. When what's snot, it's not the same as feces. Well, that's a fair point, Ruben. You make a fair point. And yet, I still think of snot as the poop of my face. Oh my God, a relentless SI. You know, it's the mushrooms doing battle with the amphetamines. Mushrooms are saying like, Eric, you need all this SI stuff, and like in the same world they would have already sent me to sleep, but I've sprung out Adderall, so too bad, mushroom.
I'm sorry for that conundrum.
Oh, it's fine. It kind of explains why I'm constantly yawning and snotting and stuff. It's good. The mushroom is trying to correct my bad SI. I'm so tall.
You are so tall.
When did I get so tall? Normally I don't stand up straight, I guess.
I think you grew overnight.
Oh, I think you might be right, darling. Happens a lot when you're still a little baby like me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I need to drink some drink. Oh, I got it here. This is a drink with something that has a little bit of. What is this even looking at? Like, did I leave it like that?
Yeah.
That's
And I didn't want
strange.
to change it, so I was like, whatever, listen to my voice.
Claritins. Oh.
Yeah, Benadryl.
Oh, that's fine. I'm not really looking for a solution. Just looking to complain.
I like that. I love you.
I love you too, darling. I think you're a special lady.
I think you're a special man.
What kind of alcohol are we drinking? We're not drinking any alcohol. Oh, this is Coors Edge. It's a non-alcoholic beer. Rubidadrel. Oh. It feels pleasing to my body to drink that liquid. But guess what I have more of? That's right. More snot. Does it taste like beer? Some non-alcoholic beers taste more like beer than others. Like, well, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with whether it's 0.0 or less than 0.5. Coors Edge tastes rather beer-like. So is Corona. Corona non-alcoholic. But I think the most beer-like of all is Bitburger, probably. And that's Benadryl is Ruben's boutique specialty brand of Benadryl.
What do you think about Jared visiting, like, while Cave's away and him being, like, your duel?
I think it's great. I'm looking
Yeah.
forward to it, you know.
Yeah.
Look forward to seeing more of it and
Yeah.
hanging out and stuff. There's always the somewhat, this is about me more than anything else, but it's like, what do I want to do with music exactly? Or when like, there's certain instances where it makes perfectly good sense to play music as entertainment, like at a party kind of thing, right? But if we're just hanging out and having fun together, well, I'm not sure how much music playing I'm going to be down with unless it's like recording or something, in which case I'll be much more inclined to do that. But then, of course, the problem with recording music, with making music in general, is it's what you can do for experiential reasons, but if you're gonna make like record music or something, generally speaking, with a couple of notable exceptions, there have to be singular, like singular author slash somebody responsible for the musical vision. Rarely accomplished by a committee at all. The Beatles are a notable and obvious exception to this, but even they didn't really. I mean, they used the committee thing to as a force of editorial good rather than as a like way to write a song. Like, well, let's include a little bit of everybody's idea in this one song. It's not what's driving them, even if it ends up being that. They're trying to make it better, right? Benadryl, don't do nothing. Why waste my money on that junk when you can get a ball of fire coke? Well, because sometimes instead of being up, big dog, you want to go to sleep. And that's, I know, those are not our most fun times, but those are times too.
Benadryl like helps you your sinuses.
Yeah, but I take it out and I go to sleep.
Yeah, it definitely does that.
It's me, you're right, though. And it would probably be a good solution to this snot I have, but
Then it would.
I don't think it would really make me feel sleepy either because, things like that, I'll take a couple Benadryls, a couple gabapentins, a couple Tylenols maybe, um, as a general help me fall asleep thing, but all those are not equal to one actual drug, right? Like, and Klonopin doesn't necessarily make me go to sleep all that great, but I mean, it'll let me go to sleep well if I try. Regardless, those other things are just like sleep encouragers. They don't really make me go to sleep. Olanzapine, that makes me go to sleep. But I'll say this, even with olanzapine, I don't necessarily sleep sleep well. It'll make me it'll make me go lie down and fall asleep, but it's not I like if I have something in my mind or and I have to get up the next day, like the last pain just gets kind of pushed out of the way. It's hard to make me sleep. I've always had this horrible relationship with sleep that like I have to sleep when I need to sleep, and if I'm wanting to sleep, then nobody better bother me because I'm sleeping. But then I don't get to determine exactly when I sleep, or it's just, and it's like you, you just can't structure it so that everything's either fun, maximum fun, or hard sleep, right? This doesn't work that way. I take Seroquel for sleep. That's a good one. But it say it gives you nothing but restless legs and the munchies, huh? Well, we get accustomed to things when we start taking them regularly. I try to be attentive to that regarding the psych drugs. Like, if I want this to work in full, I have to be very sparse in my taking of it. Seroquel good. What I picture is Big Dog in front of the fridge, jogging in place, eating things, you know. Restless legs, don't fail me now.
Have you thought about bringing it up to Dr. Ingram?
Bring what up to?
Your sleep.
No, well, yeah, actually, that I have because there's a specific sleep drug I want him to prescribe to me that I want that one particularly because it, and at least in my showed a capacity to not just prevent dementia, but repair existing like cognitive
Really?
declines and stuff. And it's exclusive among all sleep drugs to do that. I'm not sure
Should I
why.
look into it?
What's that?
Should I look into it?
Well,
not sure.
no, because you have there's not there's no way you're gonna like unless you want to replace your thing with something else. Which your thing works. I would not recommend you change anything.
But okay.
But what I'm saying is I would like a sleep aid that's effective, but I also I'm very skeptical of the idea of sleep drugs in general because I'm concerned that I will get less good sleep. Like I might sleep harder and longer, but I'm not gonna sleep as good. You wake up at daylight and run 15 miles to clear out your lungs. No thanks, you chose in 1973. Were you really born in 1973? Are you really 52 years old telling me to grab her tit? I mean, it certainly is something that within my acceptable purview of behavior, like because I'm her husband, but not the sort of thing I would do as a like I wouldn't conceivably. What I wonder what world in which you imagine that some people would do that. I don't know. Cerebral sex talk about switching to trazodone. Oh God, let's just hide that person. You're dumb. It's so dumb. How did you get so very dumb? Did you commit one day? I'm going to be the dumbest I can be forevermore. Well, if that is what you resolve to do, congratulations. You have accomplished it. Trazodone sounds like a Pokemon. Traza. I'm not even sure. What's Trazodone for again? Why can't we just get high and stay out forever? Because SI stuff, that's why. It's like, it'd be great if you could just be sprung and happily moving through life with no consequences for never sleeping and stuff. Unfortunately, as I've gotten older, I experience a lot more of the, pain in the fiddler one way or another, emotionally, physically. Some of the crashes, like after the bottle of late, have been kind of brutal. You want to stay 21 as long as possible. I mean, it is the case that it would be wonderful if our physical bodies could remain young and strong while we continue to gain wisdom and stuff with old age. But unfortunately, we gotta care about sensory stuff too. You want to feel 21 for as long as possible. Well, you're going to need a lot of uppers to feel that way for a very long time. It was once prescribed one to help with sleep that was technically a blood pressure medicine. Pretty helpful with helping you sleep and also presumably with your blood pressure. If you had too much blood pressure, I guess. If you had too little blood pressure, well, then maybe that blood pressure medicine would be bad for you, even if it did help you sleep.
Yeah, it could be. You might have fainting spells.
Yeah, you could have fainting spells. You could have you have a number of possible things happen. You have a sudden craving for potatoes. Okay, just I want to check to make sure you're not having a bad reaction. Do you have a sudden craving for potatoes? That'd be a fun side effect for a drug to have. Sudden cravings for potatoes. If you experience sudden cravings for potatoes, contact your doctor immediately. Technically, for sleep disturbances, well, what disturbed your sleep? I mean, Rachel and I, one of the side effects of those wheat drinks is we will we will find each other in the kitchen and just silently eating in the middle of the night. You got $1 billion idea for Elon Musk. What is it? Forever 21 is already a place. Oh, I forgot about my food I made. I need to eat it, obviously. I was so pleased with myself for making it. I forgot to eat it. Okay, food. You eating the way you are, food. It's like sometimes the sensory world can just make me want to just, will you just stop already? Like, like the dishes getting dirty, the floor getting dirty and stuff. It's just stay clean and don't require my attention at
That's
all.
how I feel too.
I know. But instead, it's like, oh God, I gotta take this out, do this stuff.
I have to dust.
Well, yeah, you want a dopamine brain chip, huh? Well, that's not a bad idea. I like it. Just one lump sum, and you free yourself from having to get drugs ever again. And you control how much drugs you're on with your phone. I like it. Now we just gotta figure out how to turn amphetamines into a brain chip.
Kara just asked me what my favorite Beatles song is, and I had a problem answering. I
Yeah,
don't
that's
know
a tough
why.
one.
I answered like Hey Jude because that was the first song that I was introduced to, and then everything on Rubber Soul, everything on Revolver, the second side of Abbey Road, and most of the White Album. I totally forgot Sgt. Pepper's. I love Sgt. Pepper's too.
That's a really tough question, favorite Beatles song. It depends on my mood, but I tend to like ones that kind of that I would say are classic Paul songs. Like When I'm 64 is a classic Paul song.
He has a lot of great ones on White Album too, back in the USSR. Opa Diopada. Helter Skelter, I think too.
But some of the
Rocky
songs that
Raccoon.
I think of as Paul songs probably are not actually by Paul.
You sure about that? I'll know. Ask.
I listen for your footsteps. Is that Paul song? That's one of my favorites.
Coming up the drive, that one?
Yeah.
That's a Ringo
I
song.
listen for your
That was a
footsteps.
John and Paul
But they
song
don't
for
arrive.
Ringo.
I like that song a lot.
Waiting for you knock, dear,
On my old front door.
I don't hear you. Doesn't mean you don't love me anymore. That's what I mean. Like a lot of the White Album is good.
Was that on the White Album?
Don't make me cry, don't make me blue. Cause you know, darling, I love. It is Ringo, yeah.
Well, Ringo sings it,
but it's by Paul and John. They both wrote it. At least they're both credited for writing it. That's how they worked.
It's a really great song. I also think I'm Looking Through You is a very good song.
Yeah, it is a really good song. I'm looking through you. Where did you go?
I thought I knew you. What did I know? You don't look different, but you have changed.
I'm looking through you.
You're not the same. Why, tell me, why did you not treat me right? Love has a nasty habit of disappearing overnight. I mean,
You're thinking of me.
what other band is there that you can do that with? That like Rachel and I both just we know the lyrics, we know the songs.
We discovered them around the same time too.
I mean, you mean like I mean, personally, I discovered it in the early '70s.
No, but I mean, at similar ages.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Well, I guess that's probably why we know it so well. But it's like I listened to lots of music as a child.
Oh.
There's well, sure we both did, but there's nothing that I remember remotely close to what I know all the
too.
Beatles songs and everything.
Me too. Wait till I come back to your side.
Meow 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 meow.
I feel as though
And I'm gonna know that I've been as good as I can be.
If you do,
And I trust in you,
and
and it's you, and made for me. Been a long time, nah, coming back home. Yeah, they're brilliant. They're so brilliant.
And that's Rubber Soul, like, so good.
I feel like a skeleton covered in skin. I feel like a guy who needs to, you know, pay attention to the sensory stuff more. I'm at the end of this bottle of Adderall, and I went hard today, plus the mushrooms and everything. And I just feel spent. I'm not looking forward to the crash, but hopefully it'll be all right. First with the honey pie.
Which honey pie? Honey pie.
You are driving me crazy. I'm in love, but I'm lazy. So won't you please come home? A honey pie, come back to me. I think that was a classic Paul song as well. Like,
Yeah, that is.
the other honey pie. Honey pie.
Honey pie.
Bum,
Honey
bum,
pie.
bum, 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 bum. Honey pie. I like both those songs, but I probably like the first one better.
Me too.
Martha, My Dear is such a good song.
They say that the White Album was a John conception that has mostly Paul hits, and that Sgt. Pepper's was a
Paul conception that
with
has
John
mostly John hits.
Yeah.
Interesting. Martha, My Dear is like, when you said that, it's like I just heard in my head, the beginning of it.
Mm-hmm.
Martha, my dear, and it's like a lot of room noise on that song. It seems like to me. Leave them to me.
Dear Prudence is so good. That's a good John song.
Dear Prudence is good too, but I really think Martha, My Dear is a better song.
Dear Prudence, so as a John song, I think Dear Prudence is really good.
Yeah, it's a good song. It's just
It's not as tidy as Martha, My Dear.
The best part of Dear Prudence is Paul's bass line. It's unbelievable.
Oh, I like Happiness.
Wow, it's so good.
Happiness is the one thing makes you choose.
It turns out that that song is about sex, Ruben. Sex. Sex.
Oh.
So obviously, I don't approve.
Do you wanna know a secret? Do you promise not to tell?
Whoa, whoa, closer. Meow, meow, meow. You know what song is about sex that you might
What?
not think about is about sex? What song, Ruben? Which song is about sex that I might not think about it? Why don't we do it in the road? No, I did think that was about sex. The it. Oh, the it means sex. Okay. That's not a sensible place to do the sex. Do I want to know a secreter? Yes, I do. Oh, oh my God. The the bad S eventually just starts to be. You can barely stay in your skin, you know. No one will be watching us. It's still not a good reason to have sex on the road. Might be a precondition to your willingness to have sex on the road, but not a good justification for doing it. In general, having sex someplace other than in the bed is a less good place because it's less optimally suited for that, you know. Possible exception might be like a swimming pool, but we don't even have a swimming pool, so. I wouldn't say that having sex in the road is yucky, but I would say that you're likely to get gravel and stuff on you.
Yeah.
It's likely to be uncomfortable, and you might even get like scratches or scrapes on you.
I think Sexy Sadie is better than Why Don't We Do It in the Road?
Sexy Sadie is better than Why Don't We Do It on the Road? Yeah, I'll agree with you on that. One time, Rich and I went to go have sex outside, and we came right back inside. There's bugs out there.
And grass and stuff.
Bugs and grass and stuff, and forget about that.
I have that song stuck in my head. Why don't we do it in the road? What else could I have stuck in my head? Um,
Oh, well, any number of other songs potentially.
I've started singing Rocky Raccoon.
That was a big.
Rocky
I was a big
Raccoon.
fan of that song in high school.
Me too.
I still think it's a
Went
good song.
into his room, only to find Gideon's bottle.
Perhaps you meant while still in the car. Oh, well, that's a good observation. Because if you want to have sex on the road, it's better to have sex in the car on the road, but still not as good as in your bed, a sensible place to have sex.
He already had Helter Skelter. He didn't need Why Don't We Do It in the Road.
Who? John?
Paul.
Paul?
To like to seem edgy, you know?
Is that a Paul song?
Helter Skelter is.
What about Why Don't We Do It in the Road?
That's also a Paul song, so I feel like he only needed really helter skelter. He didn't to be edgy. Like he didn't really need.
He's probably feeling pressure from John and not do grandma music.
True.
quote
Yeah.
unquote, you
Yeah.
know?
Probably. Even though he probably feels guilty because he.
He probably feels guilty because he's like, I should never have encouraged people to have sex in the street.
But he like benefited from John. So
I
he
mean,
didn't.
I don't think it is better than having sex in a graveyard. I think having sex in a graveyard would be better than the road because it's less like asphalt gravelly, you know. Plus, there's nothing more romantic than including the dead into your lovemaking. Isn't it romantic how many dead people there are around us? It is. Oh my god. Okay, it's time to go outside, smoke a cigarette. I cannot believe I'm still and again blowing my nose. Listen, face, whatever you plan to accomplish here with all this nose blowing, consider it accomplished already, okay? There's nothing else you conceivably try to be doing here with all this nose blowing that has not been fully accomplished at this point. Oh. Okay. Now, in order to have a cigarette, I'm going to need to do a few different things. Do you know how many people are dead in the graveyard? 5. The answer is 5. 5 people in the graveyard are dead. I cannot believe I'm still. I'm not dripping down my face constantly. It's insane. It doesn't make any sense. Like, why? Why so much endless snot? Why? Why are you doing this to me? Alright. So,
I don't know.
in order to have it,
You were free from it.
in order to have a cigarette, I need to do some things. I gotta put on some jacket. Oh, good. I don't have to find my cigarettes. They're in my jacket pocket. How convenient. What I am going to need, of course, is some more toilet paper. Okay. Oh, I got my cigarettes, I've got my lighter, I've got my jacket, I've got my beverage. I'm even going to get crazy and remember to bring my glasses.
Good job.
Thanks. What time is it? 9 o'clock at night? I would have thought it was like the middle of the night or something.
This day is going slow, right?
You asked me what time it was, it'd be like 2 in the morning. Get out of here 9 o'clock at night. You're 2 in the morning. You're not fooling me. Oh, oh, wow. I feel like I've been run over by a truck or something. What's up with the endless yawning too? Like whatever a yawn accomplishes, it has been accomplished. You want one of those cigarettes that blows bubbles. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I can assure you it's not a cigarette. Don't go blowing bubbles with my cigarette. Okay. I have to pee. Seems like this happens a lot. Like I have to pee. I go out for a cigarette anyway, and then when I start smoking it, all of a sudden I go from sort of having to pee, like I have to urgently pee all of a sudden. This happens a lot. Like just go pee before you go outside, Eric, because obviously you're not a good gauge of how much you have to go pee. Oh, I could just put it off till I'm done with the cigarette. You cannot put it off till you're done with the cigarette. Just go pee now. That's fine. The day has required me a reasonable amount of urination. I can't complain about that. I've had to pee a small amount of times today. Here's my beautiful wife, Rachel, while I go pee.
Hey, Carrot. Are you free this coming Monday to chat on Discord? Hi, Matthew O'Day. Cool. All right, so I'll put it on my calendar. We'll do it at the same time that we do Fruits Basket. If that works for you. Okay, cool. Hi, the deal for real. I'm talking to Kami right now. I'll take your time. I'm talking to Carrot on chat. I'm making plans with both of them. Yeah. We're gonna talk Enneagram.
You're having intense Pokemon battles right now? How's the deal for real? The deal for real. Hi, Matthew. A day. Well, I kind of feel like my S's are getting falling in line a little bit here. Feel a little less skin crawly. Oh, sorry, buddy. I told you I'd watch you eat. I'm coming. Okay, mister. Let me get what you eat and I'll get you some more food, too. You're a good boy. And Daddy knows. And Daddy loves. I'm sorry that I'm not always that down to watch you eat. I understand that you need me to watch you eat to feel safe. I'm sorry that I'm not more accommodating. You're a good boy. Hi, Capio. Do you want to go outside? Go ahead. Make your mind up, kitty. Okay, you're choosing inside then. You've had plenty of time to choose outside. Chomping sound is pleasant. Well, you know, it's what causes him anxiety because he can't hear potential predators or somebody coming and bothering him while he's eating. I agree, it's pleasant to us, but to him, it represents a failure to be adequately in the moment to protect himself. Do I type my kitties? Yes, I type my kitties. This is an ENFJ type kitty. The other kitty's ISTJ. So they are not very well aligned with each other. Yeah, exactly. What Rachel said, they're conflictor types. But you know, you can tell how, like, he's trying to get in as much eating as he can while I'm watching him because he has limited capacity to control that. He's a good boy, though. Sure, he's troubled, but that's what you get when you adopt a troubled teen. And he certainly remains a troubled teen to this day. Trouble, are you a troubled teen? Are you having a rough adolescence? Is that the problem? Going through a rebellious phase? Just go ahead and eat. Don't try to stand up while you're eating. Just either eat or don't eat. Are you done? No, he's not. This cat eats an insane amount of food. Like, I pour a plate full of food, and it's like twice as big as Kapia's plate of food, and he'll have it finished in like half the time it takes Kapia to finish her food. It's crazy how much he eats. Go ahead. You want to go outside? Go outside. I know you do. Yes, he does. He likes to go outside quite a bit. More than Kapia does, I'd say. I think kind of he likes to just make me let him out the door sometimes. Yes, we have cat doors, but neither of the cats uses them to go outside. They use them to come inside if we're not like being responsive to opening the door to them. But why use the cat door when you can just make Eric open the door for you?
Yeah, or Rachel.
Does ISTJ Katie enjoy pets?
Only when she likes to. She's got third slot FI.
You know, she'll come to up here a lot to try to get me to pet her, but you know, I'm like, okay, I gave you one full petting already today. Just that's enough.
That is enough, though. It truly is. And then in the bedroom, she'll go up to my shoes and put her head, and that's when I get pets.
Yeah. She loves you too. Both the cats. Love both of us a lot.
Yeah.
But Rachel tends to be a little concerned that the cats love me more or something, but I don't want them
They
to.
don't. They love us both.
Yeah.
Just the trouble is a fucking narcissist.
Yeah. Trouble's always trying to interpret everything as some sort of hierarchy or something.
Yeah.
Either
You're
way,
king in his world. Or like he's king in his world and you're the second. So that's why he's claiming you. And
yeah. Yeah. He's so happy when he's someone I love too. That's an engagement with him I enjoy. I like kissing him a lot, but like for example, I like that better than Kapia sitting right here because it's not in my way. I mean, it's true that cats sleep a lot. You can see the difference in their ass size between Kapia and Trouble. It's very easy to see. Kapia is super clean and like she just tidy about herself and stuff. Whereas Trouble is anti-polar. My friend has a kangaroo pouch sling that to put her cats in if they're misbehaving. Really? How did the trip go? In the mushroom trip? It was wonderful. I've been yawning and blowing my nose since 2 o'clock.
Oh my gosh, it's so long.
Do you have a full name like Andy is for Andrew? No, Eric is not short for anything. Eric is the full name. It's not. I don't think it's a very good name, really, but that's fine. Glad my parents didn't name me like Enos or something. Eric Austin Frosten. Not short for anything like that. Boy. I guess I'm winding down here. I'm running out of gas. In a pleasant way, though. You kind of gotta get past the. Once you get past the fighting the SI, then it kind of. All right, fine. I just be tired and stuff. Thank you, G. Thank you for forwarding me those titles. Another one of my titles is Queen of the Salmon. Probably better than Dixon's Side Me. Yeah. Well, the Side Me family really should have avoided naming their son Dixon. It's ironic that I have the title Queen of the Salmon because I don't like salmon at all.
I don't like salmon at all either.
I said, that's okay, Eric. You still get to be Queen of the Salmon. Okay. I will then. I will embrace my Royal Highness's self as Queen of the Salmon. Has anybody been keeping count of my yawns? I bet it's thousands of yawns at this point. And it's like a yawn, at least one yawn every minute. Well, it feels good. I feel good to be over my little. I'm sorry, freak out. Well, I don't have any current plans to end the stream right now or anything, but I do see limited shelf life here. As I run out of energy. It's crazy, like
How
How
much?
how many yawns and
How many snots?
yeah.
Yeah.
Like I've been doing this for hours and hours. Well, obviously, for whatever reason, my body feels the need to yawn all these times. I'm assuming the yawning is what's making my nose run so much at this point. Is Rachel talking to somebody or is she watching a video? Can't tell. Hi, what does this all mean? How are you? What does it all mean? We're still trying to figure that out. Hopefully, it's something specific, not something vague like friendship or something. Oh, merciful fucking heavens, you've got to be kidding me. I'm fine except I have excessive yawning syndrome. Am I wearing panties or a man dick cloth? I'm wearing bone huggers underneath my sweats. I like them because of the way they hug my buns. Dick cloth. I don't wear underwear. I just wrap my dick in a dick cloth. Are you asking the green name person if he has a dick cloth? Why do you want to borrow his dick cloth? Hey, bro, mind if I borrow your dick cloth? I need something to wrap around my dick. Well, one would not be wrong to conclude that all these yawns are indicative of the fact that I need sleep. But even if that's the case, what I don't need is more yawns. But I get them anyway. Whether I want them or not. It's just time to just wrap my dick cloth a little tighter and man up. Why? Like, why would you even bother doing anything? If you're gonna just wrap a cloth around your dick, just go commando. You've just woken. It's 5:28 where you are. Well, it's also 5:28 where I am. The yawn is when your soul is trying to speak, but is unto it as it does unto others. I don't know what that means, but I do know that NI people yawn less.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Women leak.
Like, really?
We all leak. Have you been on the shrooms? Yeah, I was. I had a heck of a day. It was a full day. I was streaming for hours. I added up this morning. Rachel did too, and took all those mushrooms. Rachel had a couple of drinks. It's it was a party
I
day.
have one. I'm saving mine.
Oh, you have another one. So you go. My mistake.
I'm just saying.
Thank you for correcting me. Yeah, it's been a long day. It's been a heck of a day. What does this all mean? It's been a good day. I had a wonderful trip. I felt like I was
Good.
tripping hard and everything.
That's good.
Yeah. As always, mushrooms seems to be very good for my mental health.
I like ketamine because it takes me out of reality for a bit.
Right. I was just thinking earlier when I got done in the bathroom, I said I had some memory and I said I hate myself. This is a verbal tick of mine, And I thought, oh wow, it never crossed my mind at all. Wow, the whole time I was on mushrooms.
That's good.
I don't feel that way at all. Like I don't have those kind of mental health problems when I'm on
I'm
mushrooms.
so jealous. But then again, like, I do get more stoned than you do on the weed drink, so it's like evens out.
Yeah, you get a pleasant kind of faded from the drinks, whereas I either it's like it doesn't really do that much to me, or it's like too much, and it's like I can't sleep and etc.
Oh, that's not good. It helps me to go to sleep.
Yeah, you got a better relationship with those than I do.
Hi, what does this all mean?
You took an entheogen. I don't know what an entheogen is.
Me neither.
Ah, an entheogen is a substance that generates a divine spiritual experience within. I mean, it's indisputably the case that mushrooms improves my mental health and is a positive force in my life. I'm not sure that it creates a spiritual experience exactly for me, but I guess it does. I mean, the thing is, I'm more likely to attribute magical qualities and stuff to mushrooms than any other drug. Mushrooms is weird. Like, I don't know. Like, I trust mushrooms so much to be correct about me. Oh, that's easier, bestie. And that's correct to interpret it that way, Mr. Fox. The mushroom gods determine your relationship with the mushrooms, and Rachel doesn't have a satisfactory relationship with the mushrooms from her perspective.
No. It's
And
not consistent. I wish it was, because I like shared experiences, but I'm cool with Eric being on shrooms, like, and me not being on them. Like,
No, it absolutely is the case. The mushroom gods, they they decide whether or not you're gonna have a
Hmm.
good experience with mushrooms or not.
Yeah, and I
There,
don't like that.
yeah, there was a long stretch of time when I didn't have good experiences with them, mostly physical, like pukiness and
Puking,
stuff,
yeah.
because I was trying to force it. But once I got right with the mushroom gods, expectations and stuff, I've had nothing but good experiences. You buy mushrooms on the internet? No, but I don't think so. But you could get them at the store in Oakland, or you could get them from your local drug dealer. I don't know how to explain it other than they got mad that I saw them and it hasn't been fun since. I used to love them. Well, yeah, the mushroom gods don't appreciate your hubris. Try score some Amanita muscaria. I don't know what that is. Is it another kind of mushroom or something? That, that has some. Oh, this kitty. You come here and surprise me with your. All of a sudden you're here and I'm petting you, and I don't even remember that ever coming to be. You're a silly girl. Yes.
Nobody knows how much I suffer.
Nobody knows how much I suffer. That's a lot. A red one with a white polka dots, the Smurf shroom. But you can't eat those because you'll be eating a Smurf's house. Have a little bit more compassion than that. Hello. Oh, yes. Yes. Daddy knows. And Daddy loves. Mushrooms made you feel like you were in a Nintendo game? I mean, for me, they make me find things funny usually, and often make me more insightful. Okay, yes, Daddy knows, and Daddy loves. Yes. Imagine going through life and never experienced mushroom. Opens a part of your brain that lays dormant your whole life. I wonder what other portals in your brain waiting to be opened. Well, I don't tend to think that psychedelic drugs open portals to different parts of your brain or whatever. I do think that mushrooms, like, I'm not exactly sure what they do in terms of making me happy or something, but they affect the perception part of the brain. I bet they do. I bet they do. It's very difficult for me to even understand or explain what mushrooms do because I guess they just make I don't know. Like, I guess because it's all subjective stuff, right? It's hard to explain. When I was driving my car, I felt like I was in a spaceship. Well, spaceships actually drive quite a bit like cars, so that's not surprising.
Hmm.
If you give a choice between Coke or water, he would do the Coke and not drink water. If you give a choice between Coke or water, the rat. Give a rat a choice between cocaine and water, you do the Coke and not drink water. Well, at any given moment, probably anybody would prefer to do some cocaine than drink some water. But, fortunately, we're not rodents, and we are capable of more complex relationships with things than rodents are.
See, that's why I had such a crisis when I found out that I was a rat in Chinese astrology, because so many people have a negative association with rats in the West.
Hmm. Well, I'm not saying there's a negative association between, like, obviously, it doesn't matter what animal you put there that does that. The point is, humans are more complicated than lower animals that we do tests on.
That's true.
Fish freaking that stuff. Oh, you mean water? I've become more of a water drinker than I used to be. I guess it's because I have eliminated like Coke and Pepsi and stuff. It's too sugary, and that leaves me with non-alcoholic beer, water, coffee. Coffee is a constant drink of mine, but
Is this true? Eric is likely to agree with Rachel out, not out of conviction, but to get Rachel to leave him alone.
I mean, I don't think I'm agreeing or not agreeing with you, right? It's like you're not usually expressing things seeking my agreement.
That's true. I don't expect us to agree on everything.
Well, the thing is, regardless of whether we do or not, it's just that's not how you engage me. Like, you agree with this, don't you, Eric? It's not something that will ever come out of your mouth.
Mm-mm.
And I don't necessarily seek agreement either. I seek indication of understanding. In general, I like to explain things, not advocate. It's really bad for Coke where I stay now. It's an epidemic because the purity's gone up and there's a lot of serious organized crime coming to the country, Albanians and Vietnamese. Well, it's probably a good place to get Coke. I mean, I'm not into Coke myself, but if you're into it, I guess you want it pure and more easily accessible. I think it's bad for you, though. I think Coke is bad for you in a way that amphetamines are not. Yeah, I wish I could just drink beer. I can't drink beer without wanting to get high and smoke something. Well, That is one of the realities of alcohol is that, you know, you may be indulging in other appetites, I guess. Coke will take every penny off you, stick with speed. Yeah, I don't like Coke. I never really liked it. I never tried to get it or anything either. It's just like a dumb, weak ass, shitty version of speed that just gives you fake response, like fake stuff. You know, it makes you talk a lot and not listen and and be like, oh, and you have to do more to sustain any feeling, etc. Speed is better. Well, speed's a lot better though, Mr. Fox, because it's like, you can tweak out a lot endlessly, and it's not going to necessarily be very expensive, and also it's not going to change who you are in a way that like coke addicts, once they become coke addicts, they're, even if they quit, they're still like coked out in some way. You'll never get as high in your life than coke, but it's so expensive. I mean, well, that's the thing, Mr. Fox, is if you say that better would be ruin your life, but at a certain point, if you're fully sprung, at some point you're going to be like, all right, well, I'm sprung enough, right? And now I can stop being just a wildly unconstrained appetite. I mean, I don't dislike Coke in the sense that I would turn it down, right? Like if somebody offered me a line of Coke, I'd say, sure, I'll do that. No problem. But I have awareness of how it's like it's hard to make the leap and enjoy it in the short term because it's just Coke, right? So you're gonna blah 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 blah, not listen and have ridiculousness. I don't like the FE of it. Yeah, I'm sure Coke does ruin plenty of lives, but it's not really the Coke that's ruining the life as much the guy who's who's gone run on that thing. It's like it's not a good drug to run on. I always knew if I tried speed that it would be game over because of how susceptible to uppers I am. You mean how much you like them? It just means you probably need some speed. You're more into the green benzos. I mean, benzos are understandably desirable because of the way that they make you feel chilled out. You you wouldn't you won't. It's like it's like drinking kind of without all the downsides, I guess. Hmm. Yeah, I don't like downers either, Mr. Fox, but I do feel the need to sometimes take things to help me go to sleep. I just don't like to feel melted into my couch 24/7. What makes you feel melted into couch 24/7? Like benzos will probably do that, but I don't. Who's Trump bombing? I don't know who he's bombing. Benzos like alcohol in pill form is right. But it's not something I'd take a lot of, even if I had access to them, because benzos don't abuse very well. Like you black out and stuff. The best coke, the best women, put a taco in it already. What? What are you talking about? I don't know what that means. Are you suggesting that Taco Bell should sell coke and prostitutes? If so, I'm going to say I don't agree with you. Now, speedball, that's where it's at. I'm not sure exactly what a speedball is, but I think it might involve.
I don't know what a speedball is either.
I think it's speed, some kind of uppers and heroin, maybe. Like maybe coke and heroin. Venezuela? Trump's bombing Venezuela? News to me. If so, what in the world for? Yeah, Mr. Fox, I feel you. In general, I have a similar relationship with opiates, opioids. But I think it just goes, it's like people who are into uppers are into uppers, you know, and downers don't really work for them. The downer I was into was alcohol. I don't know, that's what G is saying. He's mobilizing the fleet. What? Okay. G, the thing is, bombing somebody means something specific. Saber rattling and bombing somebody are very different. Well, ah, yawns do make me feel somewhat like SI satisfied in a way. Ah, mm, he's bombed their alleged drug boats. Oh God. People in their ways, huh? What does all mean says opioid withdrawal is brutal. Stay away from opioids. People will regret it once you get hooked. I'm sure you will. I think that's good advice. Yeah, Trump doesn't. He's oddly allied tool, like inured to people's suffering. Yeah, it's sad. It's horrible. That's why you do binges, man. Binges of what? Yeah, it is best that you don't think about it. That's why I don't look into things like that and read the news for things that are just, you know, here's an example of injustice justified by idiots with no justifications. I don't look for pieces of information like that because there are endless amounts I can find everywhere, every direction I look. It's like if people want to come to me and say, "What should we do here, Eric?" I would be happy to tell them. But, you know, beyond that, it's like I'm willing to engage in the horribleness if I have a solution, or if people are like susceptible to correctness as a remedy or something, but they're not. So best just not to put myself through that. I don't need to feel those feelings and stuff. In that regard, I have a much more mature relationship with my feelings in some sense than I used to because I know enough to avoid things that are going to make me feel certain ways. All opioids come from the opium poppy. None of them are good. Okay. Not even fentanyl? You take it for a week and take a break for a few days. You take what for a week? Eric, what guitar course would you opt for, jazz or classical? Um, Probably jazz. It generalizes better. I could always use to learn some different chords and stuff that I don't know already. I probably won't like a lot of the jazz chords, but I think it would be more useful. The thing about I get that if I was just focused on whether I'm gonna like which I'd rather play, classical guitar or jazz guitar, I'd probably rather play classical guitar, but I don't think that the skills generalize at all. This is so cloggy. I'm so tired of just like, can't I just smoke weed without constantly having clogs? You don't get any euphoria from fentanyl. It bypasses it and goes straight to sedation. Well, why do people take it then? Don't we? Isn't there like a what? I mean, people sometimes smoke it too. Boil it. Get a scrubber. Boil what? Alcohol can make you a homeless drunk. It's true if you have enough of a problem with alcohol, but I was a fairly high achieving alcoholic. Get a scrubber bong. Yeah. Well, bottom line is I don't like the fact that it's like I could clean it and then pull like two bong rips and then it's back to being clogged again. The fentanyl patches ain't too bad. Oh, I don't know because I don't like those kind of drugs. Hello, Alf, not. Stay away from street fentanyl, but the patches ain't too bad. Street fentanyl. You want a perfect 360, huh? That tar buildup, look it up against a bulb or something. Thing is, I could avoid the clogging if I just rolled joints, but then I wouldn't be using the bong at all. You think a guy should be willing to date a girl that would have been unwilling to date him when he was less successful? Well, I mean, I think that's how do you know she was unwilling to date him when he was less successful? Like, and by what? What do you mean by success as well? Like, it is the case that I had more dating capital at certain times and less at other times. So the thing is, if I was really bad with chicks, then maybe Rachel wouldn't have wanted to date me, but that doesn't mean that I should be concerned about it because I'm not that bad with chicks, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. That's a weird question. You have to claim to know too determinedly what the woman would have done when. Fentanyl's like chemical warfare. The CIA tested it on battlefield with cattle. What were the cattle doing on a battlefield? Was it a cattle war or something they were having? Chinese drug boats, those Venezuelans ones, allegedly 4D warfare or something. Okay. Right, you can't know unless you tried to date that girl before and failed. The bottom line is, you should want to go out with a woman with whom you're compatible and you like, and you don't need to worry about stuff like that, right? Success being prestige, financial success. I mean, the thing is, it is not the case that being prestigious and having financial success is synonymous with being good at chicks. There are plenty of guys who have no prestige or financial success who are plenty good with chicks and have sex with lots of different people, right? But it is the case that if you're not good with chicks but then you become successful and have prestige or whatever, that chicks will be attracted to you more. They tied down sheep in a field and released fentanyl from an aircraft onto them. I mean, why not just spray it on them right there on the ground? Why do you need to release it from an airplane? Big dog, for every individual woman, she is either trustworthy or not on her merits. How much damn fentanyl do they have? They're like, what are we gonna do with all this fentanyl? I just spray it on these sheep. I got an idea. Yes, Dave, what's your idea? Just hear me out. I'm thinking it'd be a good idea if we tied down a bunch of sheep in a field and then, put fentanyl on them from airplanes. Dave, you're onto something here. I like this idea. I like it a lot. Those sheep, they are much in need of being fentanyl. Let's run this up chain of command and see if we can get funding for this. Putting airplane fentanyl on sheep, huh? I like it. Approved. Those people, those agencies with their budgets just trying to do whatever, Well, we got some money, what are we going to do with it? Well, we could dump fentanyl on top of sheep. From an airplane. To test its efficacy as a chemical weapon. Well, really, that's how you deploy against enemy combatants. Are the enemy combatants going to be tied down in a field? Are they going to be sheep? I don't think so. Did it with anthrax as well. Well, anthrax, chemical weapons and stuff, they're illegal, You don't get a chance to poke them with a needle. Well, I got you, right. I understand that. I agree with you that if you want to use fentanyl as a weapon of war and you want to drop it out of airplanes, then you're going to need to test that, right? But, I just think it's funny. I think it's funny that they're like, yes, let's do that. Everyone, the CIA, and picture them standing around watching this happen, shaking each other's hands. Good job, everybody. We did it. We made aerosol fentanyl that can incapacitate sheep in the field. Congratulations, guys. We did it. We did it.
You're heavily sedated.
What are we going to tell the sheep when they wake up? Just tell them it was all a dream. I don't know what that is. That's like chemistry stuff. You do it, your chemistry stuff. Oh, and they tested bioweapons on San Francisco. Yeah, well, they didn't exactly test bioweapons on San Francisco so much as they tested a delivery system. Yeah, let's give the government a bunch of money to do stuff, and let's create this thing called national security, whereby these people over here get a lot of money and you can't know anything that they're doing with it. It produces these kind of insane things, right? And there was a band in the UK called Sheep on Drugs. I guess it's harder to tell how trustworthy the women you talk to are the more successful you are, right? Signal is more noisy since they might like you feel. I mean,
I tried to be honest with Eric right away. I was like, hmm,
well, I mean, we were just broke together, living in my back house, my dad's house. The thing is, I mean, the point is that you're focusing on the wrong thing, right? Like, do I like this woman? And do I trust this woman? Are questions you have to answer based on your feelings and intuition. What the hell would a sheep on drugs talk about? Any number of different things, presumably. How they're looking forward to shearing season. Uh, what if they're not good with my feelings and intuitions? Well, in that case, I don't know what to tell you. Because you're asking, like, how do I solve this thing that requires holistic knowing with a rule that I could apply? I don't know. Just be like, hey, are you cool or what? How do you develop your feelings and intuition? Well, you can't really, but um, but presumably you can remind yourself to pay attention to things that you don't normally like. Do I like this woman? And if so, what does that feel like? You know, you can ask yourself those questions, and they can be informative. If they seem like untrustworthy, send them packing. Do you think sheep trip balls when grazing in mushroom season? I don't think sheep eat mushrooms. I think sheep just eat grass. Maybe occasional pork cutlet or something. But they should eat mushrooms. I don't think that, in general, though, you're likely to graze sheep where psilocybin mushrooms are going to grow. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I tend to think of it as being like a forest thing, but I could be wrong about that. I bet they ba their asses off. That's what it means to be a sheep. Just gonna ba and grow wool all the time. That's just the life of a sheep. You just baa and grow wool. Feed everyone a hydrogen cyanide. I don't know what that is. Okay, I'm about ready to go outside and have another cigarillo. No, those kind of mushrooms only grow in dairy cow fields. Well, I wonder if they ever let the sheep eat some of the dairy cow grass. No, they don't, says what does it all mean? I knew clearly where they did grow naturally and under what conditions I would, if they grew around here, I'd go look for them. But I don't know any of those things. I think I struggle to accept that there are some things in life I can't really reason through, like relationships, for instance. Yeah, well, what you're saying essentially, Alep, is that you want the certainty of statuses about relationships that before experience and reality informs you of it. So I understand that. I'm also you pick mushrooms from golf courses, huh? I have a similar relationship with relationship statuses. Like, it's very important to me to know what the status is before you can really know that. Like, okay, so are we permanent relationship partners forever now or not? I need to know that day one. We can't really know that day one, right? Basically, what you'd like to do is to determine and or know in advance something that you have to experience your way through. That's understandable, but unfortunately, we cannot bypass experiential stuff like that. And we have, just with our maps and knowledge, we have to live them and gather the data accordingly. Free mushrooms from where I stay, class. I mean, that'd be great if the mushrooms grew around here. I could just pick them. That'd be wonderful. You gotta know how to read people. Wisdom comes with age. I mean, somewhat that's true, big dog, but I think what Aleph is saying is more of an intentional thing than anything else. He's saying he wants to know, be able to know or determine the status of something before and without experiencing it. Carrier bags full. What's a carrier bag? Yeah, well, the thing is, when you find the right person, it's very effortless, you know. And there's not the the challenging aspects of every wrong relationship. Like a shopping bag? I see. That's a lot of mushrooms. The other thing though to remember is when when you find the right person for whom things and the thing you're going to be looking for is not this feeling or that feeling exactly. It's the absence of conflict and the absence of like values not being the same and stuff. Cannabis is highly illegal. Oh yeah. What about mushrooms? Well, you're not gonna find it when you're looking for it. I mean, I did, but um, but prior to this relationship, I hadn't been in the right relationship, and there were those kind of value conflicts and stuff, you know. And whether or not it's better to be single or in a bad relationship is a no-brainer. It's better to be single. Whether it's better to be single or in not the right relationship, but it's not a bad relationship, well, that's kind of a toss-up, I would guess. Depends on how much you want to be in a relationship too. I'm a little bit of a serial monogamist, you know, like I don't like to be single. But the thing is, prior to Rachel, it's very much an iffy proposition if it was like better to be in a relationship or single because it wasn't with the right person regardless. Hmm. Oh, what time is it? 10:30 almost. All right, I need to set myself a time limit here. I'm going to end this stream by 11. Freshly picked mushrooms were legal, but dried ones were illegal because freshly picked ones were stronger. Now they're both illegal. Sure thing, Alf. Anytime. You know, as with any instance of advising, I think it's generally better to err on the side of not giving advice that may or may not apply to somebody. I feel like I'm pretty good at reading people. It's hard to meet people I actually want to date. Yeah, well, you know, the population of great relationship partners who are single is very small, right? Because they get into relationships. They don't stay single for very long, and they don't re-become single frequently because they're good relationship partners. If you just wanted to date, talk about We want to date like. You mean non-exclusively? I'm not sure. Um, or do you mean exclusively? Right. Well, that's a tricky one. I met Rachel through social media. Through social media called YouTube. Well, you'd rather be exclusive? Well, then you're saying you're having trouble finding the person you want to be with. That's understandable.
If I don't get good feelings from the dentist that I see in December, can we look at other options again?
Sure.
Yeah.
I feel pretty weird. I feel like in any sane universe, I'd be 10 hours into a sleep right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the thing is, he's got to be very clear about that all right up front. Like that, you're looking for a long-term monogamous exclusive relationship, and if they're interested in just, you know, non-exclusive things, and that's not going to change. You know, they're going to always want multiple people and stuff. So freshly picked mushrooms are stronger. Why would that be the case? Don't they have the same amount of drug in them? I guess maybe the drying process damages some of the drug. That's possible. But I've never heard that before, that fresh mushrooms are stronger. But of course, I've never known anybody who's had fresh mushrooms, I don't think. I've never heard of them ever being available or I like they're much heavier when they're freshly picked. Well, that makes sense that they're heavier because they have more water in them. But that doesn't make them stronger. Well, it's only 10:30 right now. I thought. Oh, you mean the trip is heavier? Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it must be some damage done to some of the drug when the drying process occurs, I guess. It makes more sense that you observe that the trip is heavier when the first picked because obviously undried mushrooms are gonna weigh more than dried mushrooms. It's pretty straightforward there. I think it'd be something you need to point out, right? Now I don't know if you know about this here, but the mushrooms that have been dried has less water in it.
Can I have a nug?
Oh yeah, sure.
Thank you.
This one or this one? Less water? What? Yeah, that's how they do the drying thing.
It's on, like, nighttime, whatever. So that's why it probably went straight to sleep.
I need to do some more go-go. No. I do have one Adderall left. I'm saving for probably split it in two if I'm feeling like depressed or something. It's half a one. Because, I don't like the FI crash part. Which I didn't used to really experience at all. Just experienced SI crash, and maybe I'd be like irritable, mad, or something, but more or less oblivious to my whatever I was feeling. These days I'm more fragile, more susceptible to, you know, bad mental health, I guess. You can't just keep pushing harder, pizza. You gotta, at some point, you gotta spend your recovery time. Like the thing about amphetamines is they're diminishing returns. Like, because the only way that they're not is if you actually get the same amount of sleep you should. Like, if somehow you could be sprung all day and get 8 solid hours of sleep, that would be wonderful. But it doesn't work like that. So, as a consequence, since you keep accruing more sleep deficit, you get diminishing returns from the amphetamines. And accordingly, at some point, it's like what you need to do in order to empower the amphetamines to work properly again in full, then you just gonna have to rest. You have to sleep, sleep, sleep. I wish I could try freshly picked mushrooms and you would be like, I see what you mean now. Well, I wish I could too. It's not even that you build up a tolerance, big drugs, to the amphetamines. It's that the things they're working on, your dopamine, is it's like you can only reuptake inhibit something that you have some of, and you replenish your dopamine by sleeping. So it's like if I really need sleep, I feel like, I don't want to do anything, blah, blah, blah. Instead of sleeping, I've got an idea. I'll take more amphetamine. Well, it just just putting off the inevitable of you need to sleep. Which is something that I definitely need to do, but I don't feel sleepy at the moment despite all the yawns because the amphetamines are still keeping me like. I probably could go to sleep if I lay down and tried. Some of these don't even know. Like, sometimes I can tell, sometimes not. What amps I got? I just have one more Adderall. I'm saving for later, another day. All right, let's go smoke a cigarette. I mean, the thing is, I don't want those kind of drugs, really. You know, you have to. I have to manage sustainability and be realistic about how responsible I can be and given these things or those things. And life's more complicated than just doing whatever drugs you want all the time. Am I able to play it on the keyboard piano? I am able to play on the keyboard piano using my fingers and sometimes my thumbs. You know, it's not an instrument that I'm very good at, but it's a lot of fun. Accordingly, I play it way more often than I play the guitar. Because, you know, I'm still learning and getting better at it, so it's more entertaining. What am I doing here? Stop sleeping down. You're achy, tired, and woozy today? I'm sorry to hear that, Gil. It's not fun when we're in subjectivities that cause us distress or discomfort. Some of them can be just like, you know, torturously uncomfortable sometimes. And it could just be your mental state. Like, I'm actually like scared of anxiety, you know. It really is a weird thing to be scared of, right? But I worry if I start getting the wrong kind of mindset that it's gonna spiral into some kind of anxiety attack. I get a hat. Love y'all. You know, remember that you're up and down and your moods vacillate and to let yourself rest and stuff. We need that as well. Like right now, I feel like SI iffy, but I feel mentally, emotionally in a good place. But that is going to change in the coming couple of days with the Adderall crash. Oh God, so many fucking snot rags. It's unbelievable. Just tired of yawning and snotting. Oh God. I have to deliberately avoid things that make me sad or anxious, and I get scared that I will accidentally screw up my mental state. Yeah, I didn't used to feel that way at all, but I'm I'm just I'm more fragile than I used to be. So once you have a couple like serious anxiety episodes where you're feeling panicked and stuff, seems like you're more susceptible to it again in the future than those events hadn't occurred or something. But it's not just anxiety that I'm susceptible to. To a certain extent, a little less so now, I think, than I used to be, but also be susceptible to depression. But I'm not really sure what to make of feeling sad sometimes. But it's not necessarily, only some manifestations of feeling sad are bad. Like, seriously, with the yawning, how many hours of continual yawning can one person conceivably do? Just whatever your yawns are supposed to do, surely might have done that already. It's just unreasonable to expect anybody to yawn that much and blow their nose that much. It's just the world is not being reasonable in its expectations of me. But it's making me yawn this much. Jesus Christ, though, seriously. It doesn't, it doesn't, I can't read this. Of course, I don't have my glasses. I did bring some drink out with me and a roll of toilet paper. So I've done worse before when it comes to coming outside with the things I need. But, oh, good golly, Miss Molly, just enough. I can't read what you're saying. My eyes are tired, like the rest of me. Oh, I just felt a twinge in my left foot that makes me realize it's been getting better. I have this hurt my left foot somewhere somehow. I don't know how, but it's been causing me pain for a while. But getting explained to it right now makes me realize, oh, it's been better. Well, it's maybe a couple days or something. It's getting better. That's good. It doesn't matter how much I try to read this, I'm not going to be able to. It's cold out here. If I stood out here for much longer, I'd contract hypothermia, the disease of coldness. Unfortunately, I caught the contagious form of hypothermia. The STPs can be skipped, edgy and low amplitudes. Yeah, maybe sometimes they can be. Oh. It takes a long time to get hypothermia. Not for me. Regular people, it might take them a long time to get hypothermia. But I'm very fast at it. In my experience, composure under pressure seems to have more to do with security than with type. Good point. I think that one is more likely to be composed under pressure in contexts where they have more control. I go to someone, he ended up stealing from a guy back from high school, and the guy confronted him and he stabbed him. Okay, well, that's not anything to do with type, okay? That's his type is criminal. Hey, don't you confront me? I'm gonna stab you. Right before you get hypothermia, you get really warm and you want to fall asleep, but you fall asleep, you die. Well, that's why I've got this hat on. Help keep me warm. Now I'm at greater risk of hypothermia with the hat off, but it's not that cold inside the house. It's not as warm as the surface of the sun, but it's not as cold as outside. Oh, the mess. Oh, just can't things just clean themselves up? They say kava has reverse tolerance. Yeah, not alcohol. If you drink enough, your liver will lose function. That's your tolerance will go down and away. Well, I don't think that alcohol tolerance, I don't really believe in alcohol tolerance very much. Like, when I was drunk, it still took me the same amount of alcohol to get drunk as it always did. Big dog, you make a fair point. I don't know who says the tuna is cat food, but they're wrong. You can't speak on what they say, you can only speak on your experience. On what who says? About what? Oh, oh yeah, I see what you're saying about alcohol tolerance. Yeah, I'm just saying, I personally am not a believer in alcohol tolerance very much because of my experience, but I do recognize that other people have very different relationships with alcohol than me, even Alcoholics Anonymous. Like, other people drank amounts of liquor or reported drinking amounts of liquor that I just never could conceive of drinking that much. Because I'd just be long since passed out and stuff. So, different people definitely have different relationships with different drugs, including alcohol. And the thing is, they should trust their own experience about those things too. Yes, you want me to watch you eat again? It wasn't that long ago. How are you hungry again, though? Like, you don't even want to eat. You just like, well, if you're here in the kitchen, I might as well take advantage of the opportunity. Our trouble does not like the fact that Capio is drinking water. Trouble, just let Capio drink water without you being mad about it. Like, seriously, what do you think? She's not gonna drink water? Like, that's my water. That trouble. You're a real pill. What are you even doing? You got a den to eat a bite or two of food. Thanks, buddy. You're a real hero to the people. Well, I did say we're gonna end this by 11. We got about 10 minutes left. My cat is constantly hungry. She would eat to the point of being sick. It's annoying. Well, he seems to actually need that much food or something like this. Kapia doesn't eat hardly a fraction of what he eats. Kapia is so cute with the water though. She doesn't drink it with her tongue directly. She likes to put it on her paw first and then lick it off of her paw. Alright, Trouble, here's some more food for you. I always wonder what catnip is like for cats. I never found a cat that was particularly interested in it. I just like the smell of it if they do like it. Like, oh, this smells so nice. You're eating more food, huh? I thought you were done. I wonder what I'll watch on TV when I end the stream. Could watch something like Lore Lodge. I'm a fan of Lore Lodge. I would watch The Missing Enigma, but I've watched now all of his videos. I've exhausted all of them, so I have to wait till he comes out with something. Yeah, he's a very pleasant guy. I like him. I don't know what his name is. I don't think he ever even says what his name is. He's on camera a lot, talking and stuff, but he's got a fun concept for a channel. He goes to locations where people went missing and hikes the trails and says, here's where they went missing, and says, well, here, looking at the terrain now, you can imagine this happening or that happening. He's very rational in his explication of things, but he's also not dismissive of more interesting, more fun kind of explanations. Have you tried podcasts for sleep? I can't. Honestly, it's quiet. Anything in my ears is gonna keep me awake. Maybe some white noise or something that would be not necessarily bad, but I do a big blessed go fast and off to the horse races. Well, there's a time and a place for everything. This is not the time for that. Okay, so I could clean up a little bit. Oh, it's like the worst part about having like a party day like today or something is the mess afterwards. Not that it's that messy. I mean, it's not as bad as like if you're having a party where you drink alcohol. And then that makes a huge mess, but just a day I guess makes a mess. Any kind of day. Except for a day of cleaning. Which is what I really need to be thinking about here pretty soon. Things are getting gross. I don't like living in a gross environment, but I also don't really like cleaning that much. The best part of waking up is smoking that first bowl of speed. Mm, nothing like a smoking delicious bowl of meth first thing in the morning. Yes. I like to just be here smoking this meth and enjoying the sunrise. That's a heck of a morning. Who's Todd? I don't even know who you're talking about. I don't want to go give expert opinion about me. I just want to do a little bit of meowing. A little tidying up still. I don't know. You know, this is the part of the day when yeah, well, I definitely have smoked a lot of meth in my day, but not in a long time. It was really amazing. Like, as unimpressed as I am with human teeth, that's how impressed I am with human lungs. Oh yeah, I smoked lots of meth back in the day. I was a big fan of it. Look at me, smoking meth. Well, I agree with that a little bit. I mean, not entirely agree. Was I the functional type? Not really, right? I handled it better than most people handle it, but yeah, like I didn't pick it myself or put things over the windows, paranoia kind of stuff, and you know, I didn't have those kind of problems, but I still, be tweaking out for multiple hours on doing something on the computer, and my feet would get all swollen from sitting so long. The large amount of Adderall compared to, no, I mean it's the same. It's the same high. Yeah, it's just that meth is well, it's a lot better for smoking for one thing. But you can smoke Adderall, but it's a waste of Adderall. Yeah, dexedrine is probably closer to meth than Adderall, but same drug. The thing is, smoking it is a somewhat different high than, not totally, but like railing it, smoking it, parachuting it are all different highs. It was fun while it lasted. A good way to describe anyone's relationship with amphetamine. You could say that about my bottle of Adderall too. It was fun while it lasted. And it runs out quick, but the thing is, the same thing happens like every time, which is it's like I'm just at a certain point. I'm like, okay, I gotta hurry. I want to hurry up and get this bottle over with so I can go through the crash cycle. just because I feel too strung out, you know. Oh yeah, well obviously amphetamines are going to make you into whatever it is you're doing. That's what they do. They're like motivational. God, this carpet is filthy. My nose is still running. Like, seriously? How many days do you crash after a bottle? Well, I mean, I have to recoup all the lost sleep. So it really depends on somewhat on how much I'm able to get a bunch of sleep in the first couple of days. There's sometimes when I'm in a crash phase and really need sleep, and also I'm having trouble sleeping for some reason. Maybe because I'm, I don't know, anxious about something, or so. My hope is that on this occasion, I'm gonna get a lot of good hard sleep first couple of days here, and then when I return to the world, it will be like I'll feel unmotivated, but I won't feel bad per se. And it's weird. It's like when I'm not on Adderall, I often get like more practical stuff done. If I was a billionaire, would I buy a brick of meth or coke? Neither. I I don't need a brick of meth at my disposal. You know, crashing for you is basically a short-lived, pretty bad depression. Well, it's been more like that for me in recent months than it ever was before. But you know, it's like it kind of doesn't matter how I take the Adderall too. Like I did a good job of taking a smallish amount of Adderall this month, like every day pretty much, but it didn't matter. It's like I was still too sprung, and then by the end of the thing, the last couple of days, I took a bunch of them, and being human is hard. Like I feel normal after stopping for a couple of days, then the depression hits. I thought you were pissed off and agitated for no reason. Well, yeah, like it used to be the case for sure that when I was on sleepy week or whatever, I'd like wake up mad at stuff and such. But hi, Cameron, how you doing? Nice to see you. But I guess I was just a lot less aware of my mental state back then than I am now. Being aware of it stems from experiencing some ontological stretches of being that are very uncomfortable or distressing. You just got back from Friendsgiving? Oh, nice. Did they have turkey? I have to put on more warm things because it's so cold outside. Make a wish. Seth says, hello sir, I saw your video on saying CSS has been an ENP. I agree, you believe ESFJ. I've interacted with him on Discord the last few years. Well, that's fine. I have not had the opportunity to actually type him, nor have I interacted with him. Make a wish, huh? Okay. I don't have any wishes at the moment, but I don't know what I wish for. Big Dog would rather have the bigger Coke and a few bottles of Jack Daniels. That sounds like a regrettable evening in the making. I wish for it to rain Delada. What's Delada? I just got, for having my dextrine back, plus some buprenorphine. I don't know what that is. Buprenorphine. It's interesting that somebody, C.S. Joseph is still producing a fair amount of, still producing some meowings, because here we have another person. Like, periodically people come around and say, that guy is something. So, I can't, just stop, Eric. Do what you're supposed to do. Supposed to get warmer things. Partial agonist against opioid receptors. Okay, well, good for it. I'm so proud of it. It's done a wonderful job. I hope it continues to do wonderful. You take Wellbutrin too, it gives you anxiety really bad. Yeah, well, Wellbutrin, that it is. I feel you. It can give. I don't know if it gives me anxiety, but it's definitely not. It's certainly not going to help with anxiety. C.S. Joseph is not ISFJ. I don't think C.S. Joseph is ISFJ. Who thinks that C.S. Joseph is ISFJ? Not me. Oh, well, Butrin is bupropion. Buprenorphine is different. I have watched you eat so much, you've got to be kidding me. You cannot conceivably be hungry. Well, I actually think he's more likely. I may have said it at the time, but now I think he's more likely to be ESTJ. I think he's NI-polar, but no. The reason I thought that was because I wasn't paying attention to like, well, because he's actually kind of tricky to type from just his typology content. Because he's not actually referencing his own experience per se, which would be revelatory of SI. But the thing is, there's a clear he's not NIing well enough to be ENTJ, you know. Kitty, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Seriously. I have watched you eat and watched you eat again. You cannot possibly eat anything else from it. Alright, so I still have not successfully done this simple task of getting warm enough to go outside. You'd like opioids for when your emotions hit? That's not a good reason to take opioids. You can't treat your emotions with opioids. You gotta treat your emotions with just feeling them and just dealing with it, you know. I'm feeling emotions. Can somebody prescribe me fentanyl? uh, yeah, that's not a good reason to take those. That's off label, right? They're not prescribed for emotions. Kratom helps you feel not like shit. Well, good. Good. That's worth taking for you. Personally, not a fan. What are you fan of, Eric? Fan of nerd. I'm a fan of like not suffering from the human condition. I'm a fan of like mental health being representative or proportional to actualities. Like, it's fine if I'm gonna be like a bad mental health if things are terrible objectively, but things aren't bad objectively at all. They're wonderful. It's just part of the whole growth process, I guess. Learning to accept life as it is rather than trying to force it to be what you want it to be. I wonder what made is Touch still here? Like, what made you think I thought that C.S. Joseph was an ISFJ? That had never crossed my mind. I've considered various types for him. ISFJ has never been one of them. Such, of course, presents a interesting challenge, I guess. I don't know if it's interesting per se, but like, how do you bridge such an attentional gap as exists between him and me? I don't know. Obviously, at this point, he's primarily interested in negating what I'm saying about things. Like, essentially, rejecting my claim of correctness. It doesn't matter. Like, I guess if he's entirely motivated by that, then there's not really any hope of communicating with him. He's demonstrated the capacity to be quite slimy in the past too, but you know, try to understand such things as representative of something other than like a person being toxic, right? Sometimes though, that's what's at play. I'm not sure. Sometimes what I might see as wholly unhealthy behavior is just like their defense mechanism, defending their self concepts or something. I still think it's maladaptive, but I don't know if it's unhealthy. Or toxic, or just like an inevitable consequence of having your frame of reference negated thoroughly by another's frame of reference. Of course, all these musings are done in language unlikely to be particularly informative about the motivations of somebody who's not. Well, Seth, I don't doubt that if you challenged him. He took great exception to that. He doesn't like to defend his positions on things or explain himself. Oh, you are still here, Ted. Well, it's true that you think I don't know your type and that I don't know my type. I'm not really talking so much about we don't have to agree even on that to note that we use language very differently. Katie, I've watched you eat all I'm going to tonight. I am projecting. I mean, I'm talking about how I have difficulty communicating with you. How could that be a projection? But, you know, like I said, we use words very differently. You defend your position all the time? Oh, yeah, you do defend yourself all the time. That's what I'm saying is that it's a, it's a sort of an ontological defense mechanism. And it's understandable accordingly. If my way of being directly invalidates your way of being, then it's understandable that you react accordingly. But very much like how I was offended when Rachel's dad said that he could trust me because I loved his daughter. It's offensive to me because you cannot trust me because of my feelings. That's not why you can trust me. You can trust me, but not because of my feelings. And you can't determine whether to trust somebody based on their feelings. Feelings are yeah. Now I'm spinning. I'm saying to you that I understand how you feel like your ontology is negated because I have a comparable example, right, where I got very mad at Richard's dad because the idea that you can trust somebody based on their feelings is contrary to both what's correct and my fundamental ontology because I can't trust my feelings. Why should you be able to? So what I'm doing, Tess, is not spinning anything, right? I'm just explaining things. And I'm not even trying to attack you or anything. Or even saying things that you should interpret as attacks. Or you could meaningfully interpret as attack. I'm just talking about how you and I can have I have trouble communicating with you. And it's a challenge for me because I believe in the power of words and I believe in the ability to use words to attain the truth and stuff. This is the one projecting. Well, I mean, I don't know what he's projecting either because it's not possible to project when you're saying this. Here's the reality I experience about having difficulty communicating with somebody. It just is, right? Why can't we smoke and drink and get high all day and eat cake? I don't know, big dog, but that's a great idea. Maybe in heaven, that's what it's like. It's just all high and no crash. Yes, you defend your position all the time, so it's, the thing is, you do it in a way that's not effectively communicating with me, right? I didn't say you don't defend your positions. I mean, I didn't say you don't defend yourself. Like, my point was that you are being very defensive, right? Like that you're defending your ontology and stuff. But as far as substantiating your claims, that's a whole nother ball game. Claims, the way that I'm communicating, claims get substantiated by, first of all, having operational definitions for things so that what you mean I can determine and I can use your definition as well, right? To make distinctions. That's not how you think and that's not how you understand things, so you're not going to communicate in ways that are going to meet my standards, right? And I'm not going to communicate in ways that meet your standards. Yeah, you have made many claims. Yes, you have. But the thing is, what I'm talking about is, so like, for example, I don't know why. The point is, Ted, look, remember that I'm, by my job, my profession is a professional debate coach. And I understand what comprises case-worthy argumentation and what does not, and what comprises actual substantiation of something and what does not. But you're not going to think that those standards and expectations are necessary for you to have the positions you have, and you're going to think that my requirement that things do meet those standards is spinning. This is the term you use for inverted thinking. I work from home. I do. Which is say I don't work at all. I do that too. I've stated many things. You've stated many things. It's like I can recognize that your way of understanding things is your way of understanding things. And I can understand why we're not going to reach agreement about things because of our respective criteria for how to evaluate things. Right? What? So hopefully you can do the same. Can you get me a job? I can get you a job of unemployment. How many times a day does he spend twerking? Me? I twerk about 40 to 50 times a day. When I'm not twerking, I'm thinking about it. How can I twerk better next time? It's my real passion in life. Problem is, I'm always practice twerking. I'm never actually twerking. Someday, one time, there's going to be an occasion where I actually have to twerk. And I'll be like, I've been practicing all this for this moment. What a wonderful occasion. Oh, I feel pretty tore up. Is why camera always pointing at trouble then? Do you use a stripper pole and high heels too? No, no. I just do it right here in my ordinary clothes. You know, maybe if it were a formal occasion, but formal twerk would require this. Seems a little fast. All right, that's better. You spend things to comfort. Infant TI, express TE, and use SI as a tool. You referenced so many times the map crinkled and weathered by the sun left contemplated tacked on a wall. My type eludes you. I don't really care what's everywhere, Tess. I just understand that the reason we can't communicate is because you don't want to use words to mean things, and that's okay. You be you. But you know, maybe don't go to some place and say, I want to use words to mean nothing. When that place is all about using words to mean something. Oh, yeah. In fact, I don't go to your house and use my introverted thinking to tell you how you should feel. Well, it's really just a matter of that. So it's like, afford things their due. My words are all there. You just can't understand them, which too makes sense. Okay, well, it's true that I can't understand your words, but it's because they don't mean things. What you mean is, Eric, I need to take you down a notch. I need to invalidate your whatever I feel invalidated by you and want to reciprocate or something like that. I don't know. Oh, but they do. Really? Okay. Well, I'm sure they mean things to you, Toots. But it's indisputable at this point that your primary motivation is antipathy towards me. So, whatever it is you're saying is obviously not very much worth taking seriously. infant TI? I don't know which one infant is. I'm not familiar with that term as for a slot. Yeah, what slot is infant, Tess? So where do you think my FI is that was being reset for? Okay. The Minister Duke Tut's theory. Fifth. So you can go TI fifth. I mean, who calls it fifth slot infant? I never heard that term before. Well, so I get that you want to convey that I'm an ESTJ and that you know it, and that's classic example of this and that, but you know, you'd need to have definitions of things first for me to even begin to consider your arguments as meaningful at all. But if the point is, Tuts, what's abundantly clear is that you're more interested in negating me than anything else. You are, though, I can move on from that. I am what? ESTJ? Why would you need to move on from something like that? how, like, how, that doesn't even make any sense at all, right? You are claiming that I'm an ESTJ. I understand that's what your claim is. And I'm not even trying to argue an alternative to it. I'm just pointing out that AI says shadow functions, specifically the opposing function, a single person says calls it infant. Huh. I think it was ignoring what it's called in, I think, socionics. Uh, I agree that you don't have any doubt about it, Tess. You're convinced of it, and that's fine. I'm not trying to discuss it anymore. You be convinced of whatever you want. The point is that I'm making is that nobody should be convinced by what you've said. You be as convinced about it as you want. Because, you know, making an advocacy is a substantial undertaking, right? Like when you're trying to make a case for something, it's not just well, I know these things, I assert these claims and stuff. It's whatever though. That's fine. The point is I'm not trying to even argue that I'm not an ESTJ. I'm just saying that's not how you make a case. You still speeding pop pop? What's speeding pop pop, man? Ignoring, opposing, observing, control, argumentative, demonstrative. Demonstrative, I think of as sixth slot. Argumentative, I've not heard that term before. It's been years, man. I've watched you. That's empirical. Oh, really? You've been watching me for years? I thought you were just recently here and a friend had told you about my previous old stuff. Isn't that what you told me the other day? You got to be careful about contradicting yourself when you're relating concrete factuals like that. That is not being honest. I believe you've watched me for years, which is friend watched you. Okay. So you've watched me for years, but when I pointed that out, that you were well aware of these things from a long time ago, you claimed that no, you hadn't watched them yourself, been around for years, but instead that a friend of yours informed you about them. So it's been years you've watched me, it says. Or you mean you've reviewed years of content? That's empirical. Right. All this is your experience, right? That's you've viewed my videos, you've known these things about them, and known things about me based on what you've experienced. And that's a fine way for you to know things. It's not a reason to. It's not an advocacy, right? It's not a case you're making. Though. He knows everything about me. That's fine. You can know everything about me in details. You could be aware of every single second of every video I've ever made, plus everything else you want to know about me, and you could still be wrong because having access to all the data and intuiting properly from it, and even conceding that you're not going to be parsing it like TI style, but you got to know intuitively well, right? So you may or may not know well intuitively. There's no reason for me to conclude that because you watched more of my videos, you're more correct about things. YouTube clip, huh? Let me see what this is all about. Oh, I said to myself I was going to stop this at 11, but it's almost midnight now. I cannot trust myself at all. Well, again, Touch, that's, what you're saying is that you intuitively knew they reached out to you because I typed them wrong. They were struggling, so don't spin and make this about you. I mean, just because they didn't agree with my typing doesn't mean they were right. You're full of, talk about spinning and scrambling. One lowly hello. So, in order to help your friend, you've reviewed years of content. Yeah. I mean, the point is that I have typed people and they've been unhappy with the result. Like, for example, what's his name? CJ O'Connell, after I typed him, he never spoke to me or came around here again or anything because he did not like the type I gave him. But somebody's displeasure with the answer is not indicative of whether or not the answer is correct, right? Just like how even if you don't like something, it doesn't mean it needs to be different. When you get a buzz, you jump in the air and go, woo. I don't do a lot of jumping in the air now. That seems like unnecessary jostling to me. Enjoy watching 5,000 vids. That takes time. Yeah, I know. Well, the point is, Cameron, that he knows because he knows everything about me. He's watched it all. And so accordingly we can trust his knowledge. Sure, somebody else who also watched all this might know something different, but you know, it's obviously that's what he's got to offer as communications and stuff. That's fine. I will acknowledge, Tuts, that you bring a certain interestingness to the party because it's not your way of being is not necessarily, or was obviously not particularly compatible with the normal stuff that we're talking about and such, but accordingly, you're unavoidably interesting. Like, I know it's probably ill advised or not fair of me or something, but I tend to direct more attention to people who are wrong than people who are just engaging in pleasant ways. When you get a buzz, you do the tick flare woo. I don't know what the tick flare woo is. Mr. Fox only jumps in the air if he's nude. Oh, talking with Tut. Yeah. You know, I don't know how to. Yeah, I do the best I can, and I've done the best I can tonight anyway to just try to recognize the legitimacy of his way of being. But the thing is, it's not his way of being that I take exception to, right? It's his way of using words. I'm not wrong, big guy. Time will tell. Will it? How would somehow time reveal my ESTJness? Like, you. Never mind. Oh. Ric Flair woo, and you do a brick blast of Go Fast woo. That is anti-polar I'm struggling with right now. I mean, I'm not I'm struggling with being able to communicate with you in a way that is it's not just you attacking me, right? But I don't know. That's what you want to do. That's what you want to do. The bottom line is, I don't go to your house and say, no, I authentically feel things more than you do. Because that would be silly. I clearly don't. But it's hard to say why you are the way you are. Like, if you've really been watching me for such a long time, why? Like, why in the world would you have spent so much time watching videos of somebody that you think is wrong about everything? just because you wanted to shake your head a lot. Oh, this guy. This fucking guy. He's so wrong about everything. I don't know. Personally, I don't seek out wrongness to view as content, but maybe there's some satisfaction in that for you. I value my friend, only reason you're here. The only reason you're here is because I mistyped one of your friends. So if you watched all that content because you wanted to help your friend, well, what did watching all that content inform you that was able to be helpful to your friend? I mean, surely you wouldn't have to watch that much stuff to determine that, nope, Eric's wrong, and I can inform you, rest assured, friend, Eric's wrong. The only reason I'm here is because I care about somebody you mistyped, Eric. That is the first I've heard of this. Things are all right in Bakersfield doghouse sitting. On your doghouse sitting? No, it's his friend. He's just doing it out of the goodness of his heart, Mr. Fox. He's helping his friend by coming around here and telling me that I'm wrong. That's exactly what she needs. He or she needs as far as help goes. Nothing could possibly help Judy more than Tuts spending so much time here at this live stream informing me that I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm not, I don't quite understand how that helps Judy, but I don't doubt that it does. A masquerade is all it is. You don't know how to type and you have mistyped many. Okay, Tuts, well, and I guess you're helping your friend by telling me this? If I am in fact anti-polar and ESTJ, do you think it's ever going to get through to me? Maybe he's autistic with a single mother? I don't think he's autistic. I do not, I don't know what he's thinking he's accomplishing here tonight. I have no idea. Like, there's nothing remotely believable about your story, Tuts. Like, who would do such a thing? Who would, like, I think C.S. Joseph has mistyped plenty of people. Plenty of people have come to me after he typed them, said, he typed me, I don't, he did a terrible job, can you type me? I have never once had any interest in watching his content. I look back 3 minutes ago, I predicted your response. Okay, well, so what if you did predict my response? What did you predict exactly? You said you are an ESG, I know the mountain, I gather information, I know how you spin. A masquerade is all it is. You don't know how to type or mistype many. I don't see any predictions there. I still prefer a house full of indoor outdoor cats over dogs. Yeah, well, they're easier. Look at what I said. what I said is that, I mean, first of all, Tut, what difference does it make if you predicted what I said? Like, you can predict that I'm going to respond
11.
poorly to your nonsense. It doesn't mean that my response is incorrect, right? I watched quite a bit of C.S. Joseph. When you backtrack the origins, he's quite wrong. He's incredibly wrong. But the thing is, the fact that he's wrong doesn't make me want to watch his live streams or watch his content. Yeah, I don't know what the prediction was either. Can you just say what your prediction was rather than make me go look for it? Wait, there's somebody here at the house? Somebody just pulled up. Well, I don't know what that was. I could have sworn I heard somebody pull up, but there's nobody out there. That's weird. Yeah, you might predict that I asked what the prediction is. That would be a good prediction to make because I am indeed asking that. I don't know. It's like such things like this. I just don't know what to make of them. In many occasions, when you said like, just look back a few bit, and you'll see I said the same. Like, it's not there at all. I don't know what you're talking about. Have you ever took a Ric Flair woo blast and then jumped on a train? No, I don't like riding trains. I don't like transportation in general. Staying in one place is fine. So, like, at this point, Ted, you should have already said what your prediction was. It's just like, you get why I struggle with communicating with you? You say you predicted my response, but yeah, I can't find it, and you won't say what your prediction was. And also, obviously, it doesn't matter if you predicted my response. That's not informative about whether what I'm saying is correct or not. I know you said, well, I can predict your every move, even though I only know you through a friend and watch all your videos. Even though I only know you because you mistyped a friend of mine. Oh, he's talking about me spinning. Is that the prediction that I was going to spin? Well, I mean, you seem to call everything I say spinning, so I'm not quite sure what that means. The bottom line is, I do know what it means. It means TI stuff. But you don't know that it means that. Have I predicted Trump's type? Trump's an ESFP. That's wonderful. Thanks, fucking Willis. How kind of you. How wonderful. Trump's an ESFP. Clear as day. Thinks talk is cheap. Doesn't like to justify himself. Does a bunch of arbitrary random things. It's like he's not falling from any particular ideology or anything. I thought your time was worth money. Well, thanks. What a wonderful person you are. You just stated if I'm an ESTJ, you would know I respond that way. Scroll the comments and read, big guy. Okay, well, yeah, you continue to make that point. That okay, yeah, let's just give it up already. I think this is just another odd form of being able to hold your attention just in a different way than a witness. Well, I mean, I think he's trying to continue what he sees as a contest until he feels like he's won, you know. I mean, sure, he may like attention, but I really think that the issue here is he feels like invalidated by the way that things go about here, you know, the TI, the NE, and the insistence that you parse certain ways to be eligible to philosophize in this way, you know. The long response times. But I don't think he doesn't know what he's doing. He's doing what he feels like is a good thing to do, and what he intuits is a good thing to do with his poor intuition. He's not. Look, the thing about Trump is he's not a terrible president when you compare against actual bad presidents. He's not actually creating that many harms. But that doesn't mean that he's intelligent, right? Or qualified to do the job at all. He's not. The thing that we forget to do is compare presidents against actual alternatives, right? Like everyone's so enamored with demonizing or lionizing the guy. I am, G. You don't know anything, man. I don't need attention. I didn't say you needed attention. You claim to know typology, which is false. Long response times is very far reach to use. Is it very far reach to use intellectually? Okay, well, I'm not sure what Acacia was trying to do with the long response times there. Did I? Say something about that? I mean, actually, it's Acacia who said the long response time. Oh, yeah, I did complain about you taking a long fucking time to get around to answering the question. And you never did answer. Like, what was your prediction exactly? Like, an actual prediction is something like, I predicted that you would say, but I don't like pickles. Like, that's a prediction, you know? Predicting that I'm going to spin or something, that's not a prediction at all. It's just begging the question that what you term as spinning is actually non-communicative. But I'm kind of over the two-party system. Oh yeah, I'm over partisanship entirely. Like we need to have a sensible, dispassionate, intelligent engagement on politics, right? Most of all, it needs to be detached from emotion, outrage, and what team you're on. Like, the thing about politics is, properly done, it's extremely boring. You did what? I don't know. I'm tired of talking with you. You're- yeah. It's like when I ask you to just tell me what the prediction is you made, and it's like pulling teeth, and then the thing you actually said is not even a prediction. I mean, obviously that's a perfectly reasonable thing to complain about. Just if you mean something, say what you mean. I think your prediction's wrong, Miss Fox. I will not sleep with my shoes on. I never do. I will sleep with my socks on because it's relatively cold. Sure, sometimes I did. My God, the spinning. You did what? You provided me the prediction? I don't think you know what a prediction is. You never do, and it's been years, but it will indeed happen. Someday, maybe it will. Yeah, I live in the Northeast and it's cold AF as of late. I believe it. It's cold here too. It's currently, let's see what the temperature is. But it's not that cold. It's 47. It's not that cold. There is indeed a certain weight to the knowing, like G forces. You think Ric Flair did a bunch of uppers? 25 degrees where you are? That's colder than where I am. Although I will say that how cold it feels has something to do with like how wet it is. Like 40 and wet out will feel colder than snowy out sometimes. You predict tests is Googling the definition of predicting. You live in Maine, huh? It's probably pretty cold there. You are a lol. Right, yeah. Okay, so you've made that statement many times. Thank you. Don't even bother. No, don't even bother. He'll just say some vagary like the TENE spinning is obvious or something like that. He's not gonna give you an answer. This guy is on about basically he's on a mission to cast doubt on my legitimacy in every possible way. Like it doesn't matter what I say, his point is that I'm wrong, right? But really, that's not his point. His point is that I don't like you, Eric, and you need to be taken down a notch. He thinks that, I don't know. Like I pointed out before, Tubbs, if you're gonna attack me, that's not a good way to do it, right? because no particular type is inherently better than any other type. You seem to be under the impression that if you don't like somebody, you tell them what type they are, and that that's a good attack or something. Like, you don't like fly guys, so you tell them you're this type. It's silly. It's childish. All right. Well, he believes if he says it over and over again, I guess that counts as justification. Yeah, if I were an ESTJ channel, would have a lot more so. I would also be full of wrongness, though. So I know that ESTJs can't be correct about things, but they're not going to prioritize correctness as a an end in itself, you know. Now I'm an ESTJ because he knows, because he's watched all the videos. He can tell, and we should trust his knowing because he knows, and it's obvious. I will remember you, Miss Fox, when I wake up my shoes. I'll be like, damn, how did Mr. Fox predict that? That's a prediction, you see. That's a real prediction. I predict you're going to sleep with your shoes on. I predict you'll continue to talk. Well, it's true that I continued to talk. But Rachel's in the other room. I don't know if she's laughing or not, but she's not. Oh, yeah, she's laughing. But she's having a conversation with somebody on the phone, I think. It's like, we should definitely trust Ted's about my type because, after all, he's motivated by the fact that I mistyped his friend and she was upset about it. Yeah, well, I don't understand his motivation either. I mean, I do understand that he's motivated to take me down a notch, but I can't imagine being that intent on doing something to, such that it would have me going to that place over and over again. How would Tess describe ESEAs in general? Because none of those descriptions sound like Eric. That's true. To make the claim that I'm ESTJ, you're going to necessarily claim that most of the, if not all of the type descriptions and stereotypes about ESTJs are wrong. You know, you make a good point, Keisha. Setting aside the function stuff for a second and just focusing on, a type description. Why don't I get to have any of the benefits of being an ESTJ? I get that you're saying, well, look, Eric, you got the deficits of an ESTJ. You're NI polar, you're infanti. Well, why don't I get the benefits of it? Because because I don't know what that spin means in the fashion it's being used. Yeah, I don't know what that means either. In the sense that we can't treat it as a word that means something other than what Eric's saying is illegitimate because I've attached this label to it arbitrarily. I wish I had the driving bulldozer ability of an ESTJ. I mean, life would be easier in a lot of ways if I were an ESTJ, but it's also the case that STJs have their own challenges. You know, there's no type that doesn't come with its strengths and challenges. Like getting my laundry done is a challenge, sure. I mean, my dad was such a taskmaster as an ESTJ. He would get shit, everything handled all the time. But of course, the downside with that is what you're constantly paying attention to problems, things that might arise as problems, etc. I mean, the thing is, it's like when it comes to all the SITE stuff, it's like it matters to me that the place clean and orderly and not dirty and stuff, but I have a limited capacity to direct myself to those things because when I do those things, I expect, okay, there, now I should not ever have to clean again. It should stay clean forever, but it doesn't. Yeah, my dad was also subject to depression um, for I think probably his whole life, but because ESTJs with their clarity about TESI stuff, like they know what works for them, etc. But they have complicated relations with F. I just know I don't have will or drive for much. I also don't have a lot of will or drive to do things. And well, it used to be that I was more enthusiastic about doing creative stuff, but now I'm more likely to just live stream or I don't know. FI7 SEA can be not great. My dad often said that I always just wanted to have fun, which me thinking into adulthood, I see where he's coming from. Right, well, I also just always wanted to have fun. And I still always want to have just fun. But, life's not really like that. You can't play all the time. Well, yeah, having fun is great, right? But, the difference between having fun in ways that are desirable and having fun in ways that can be undesirable is whether or not you clean up afterwards. And cleaning up is not very much fun. But if you're gonna have like a healthy relationship with fun, you gotta put boundaries around it. Thanks. I appreciate your positive regard. I'm confident, though, that if you were to consult Tuts on this matter, he would say that I'm wrong. Well, have fun with the least amount of cleanup. Well, that's one way to think of it, but ideally, ideally, for me anyway, I'd be a little bit more sensory, not sensory retarded. Yeah, because otherwise I'll just have so much fun that Daddy will take the T-bird away. What am I gonna do without the T-bird? I have no car, no way to get any place. Oh my goodness, it is 12:30. I said I was gonna end the stream at 11 o'clock. See how unreliable I am? I did like a teeny bit of cleaning. Like took a couple of things into the sink and threw a couple of things away. But I don't even know what I'm doing right now. Eric, enough. You've been live streaming for almost 12 hours straight. Surely, whatever you were looking to get out of it today, you've accomplished that. It's just why would I bother ending the live stream? Because that's just conceding defeat. Like it's time to go to bed or something. Oh, I'm down from the mushrooms, long down from the mushrooms, but you know, there's not a kind of you ease your way down and probably feel fully normal after a night's sleep or something. But yeah, I'm not on mushrooms anymore. Do you have a motorcycle? I used to have a motorcycle. I had one motorcycle, then I didn't have a motorcycle for a while, and then I had a motorcycle again. Mushrooms help my mental health? Oh yeah, tons. They always help. I love marathon hullabaloos. Tonight's mushroom, come on. Today's mushrooms were kind of weird. Like, it had a long stretch of time of, like, coming up to coming on. So Smoke bong, let's have some interesting conversation. You talking all type. Fair enough, Iron Lion. And he was always chipper. It's only a hair dust every month. With mushrooms? I mean, ideally I do them once a week, but I don't always have them. Peas is not really hullabaloo because you weren't the host. PS is not really hullabaloo. I don't know what that means. You would be right in that, Lady Cassioa. Who's Lady Cassioa? Sapphire and Lion. Oh, Sup Iron Lion. Someone I know would grow his own from petri dishes. His own mushrooms. That would be nice to have that, but one thing that I really need to work on is not sitting so stupidly in my chairs. Like, I got this comfortable chair. If I just sit back and be comfortable, instead, I sit on the front edge of the chair and like in this hunched over position for a long stretch of the time. Peter dish. Oh, you don't want to eat off that. That's my Peter dish. Hi, Jonathan Carpenter. How are you? Watch amoeba dance around. I don't want to watch amoebas dance around. It's like, listen, whatever you want me to look at through this microscope, why don't you just describe it to me? Like, don't Peter my face. It's like, don't put your penis on my face. What are you up to? What am I up to? I'm just getting ready to crash out pretty soon. A hard pass on petering. Microc scroposcope. Right. Well, science types people, they like to look through those things. Hey, I'm looking through a microscope. Hey, I'm looking through a telescope. Just enough with the looking through things. Just, what are you even looking for? Oh, I'm trying to look at this small thing. Okay, science people. Get your microscopes and your Bunsen burners out of my face. Like peter out. I mean, like, I'm petering out. I am petering out, but don't worry. I'm not taking my Peter out. My Peter is petering out because of a weak stream. I think that's your urine flow petering out, maybe. Peter bed. That's a good name for your wife's vagina. That's my Peter bed. You are all good with me. Sounds good, Jonathan Carpenter. Example is definitely not true. Hi, Eric. Can you bring a witness back, please? No. You're already here. I haven't panned this you yet, so you can be here as this person until you get yourself banned again. You might not. We'll see how you are. Peterbed, right. Cliff's Edge is where you drink Mountain Dew. Well, good for you, A-Witness. We'll still probably refer to you as such, even though your name says Jim Darney. Acacia, you have nothing to apologize for. Jim Darney from atop the Blarney. I didn't know that Jim Darney had that close of a relationship with the Blarney Stone. I guess you could be well assured that you're going back to Ireland someday. Mea culpa be. That's a good song title. Jim Darney from atop the Blarney is a good song title. Okay, if you say so. Noomduza. You named who? Oh, your cat. Noomduza. Well, that's not a good name for a cat. Noomduza. Who would name their cat that? It's too long of a name for a cat. A cat should not have two separate names as what are part of their name. Like, you don't name a cat something like Annabelle Marie. No, that's not a cat's name. You have to name a cat. I'm not always in a good mood, but I am in a good mood now. You have to name a cat something like no more than two syllables. Well, okay, Capilla is named three syllables. But Capilla is not a good name for a cat, really. And I did not name Capilla Capilla. Kimberly named it the cat Capilla. It's stuck, and I just no getting away from that. What the cat's name is. But you also shouldn't name a cat Jason. Nobody should name their cat Jason. I think we can agree about that. Jason is not a cat's name. Has anybody ever known a cat named Jason? I've never known a cat named Jason. And if somebody tried to tell me the cat's name was Jason, I would say, no, no, no. That's not a cat's name. You got a cat named Meow. That's the cat's name, right? Kitty is also a cat's name. That's the neighbor's name for their cat. It's not really a name per se, but that's what the cat's name is, Kitty. But still, much better than Jason. You're gonna get a cat and name it Jason. Like when Jason, I like Jason when chasing, or Freddy when he's ready. Name his artist. I don't know that artist's name. My cat name is Cobweb. That's a fine name for a cat. Well, LL Cool J, huh? Well, you know what the LL stands for? Ladies Love. Zero? Name your cat white dude names will never not be funny. Well, I think I think Jason is a particularly good one for because it was. Have anybody ever known a cat named Jason? I'm pretty sure nobody has ever named their cat that. Name the movies these men are being referenced from. Uh, you know that movie with the guy with the hockey mask and the Nightmare on Elm Street. I forget what that one with the hockey mask is called. Some sort of slasher film. Pauly Shore. You know what Pauly Shore is busy doing right now, I'm sure. He is wheezing on the Jews. Because that's what he does. He goes into the convenience stores and puts his mouth underneath the Slurpee depository and wheezes on the Jews. What a strange guy, right? What a strange character he is, I guess. He's not unmemorable. Like he he's distinct from any and everything else. But one wonders how such a peculiar guy came to be. Is it a tall tale about his juice wheezing obsession? No, Keisha. You check his arrest record, he's constantly being arrested for stealing Slurpees. Because it doesn't matter if you don't put it in a cup, it's still stealing. I won't say more. Okay, well, I'm glad you're having fun, and I don't need to know more. George, George is not a bad name for a cat per se, but it's more like saying you're a fancy cat named George. Kind of got that royalty thing going on. Spell steal stealing. Is this correct? Spell steal stealing? I don't know if that's correct or not. Like, are you asking me, is that how you spell steal? Yes. What kind of metal? It's not how you spell stealing, like robbing. I don't want to name the cat that. Acacia says, or P Pilot. P Pilot, is that your name for a cat? Quindarius Gooch? That's a handful of a name for a cat. still stealing. They sound the same. Okay. What personality type would most likely name a cat Mr. Scriggles? I mean, I don't know. Oh, Mr. Good name for a cat, so I'm not sure. See you, Wallace. Thanks so much for the generous contribution, and we will be around later on too. So, Poncho Pilot. That's a good name for a cat, I guess. Poncho is a good name for a cat. You think I'm trolling because of your dry humor? I don't know if you're trolling or not. I actually think you're making an effort to not get in trouble, but I'm not sure what to make of that. Yeah, Punch is a pretty good name. Stealing. Well, it's not that much of a new bird. You could steal yourself to something. But I was assuming that, well, basically, I guess you could say he was stealing himself to something. Not normally used in the present participle ing form. Poncho and Lefty, who sang this song? I don't know who sang that song. I've not even ever heard of that song before. I'm gonna smoke one more cigarette and then I'm gonna have to wrap this up. I feel like I'm thoroughly out of gas. No, it was. Thank you, Keisha. I don't need to. I don't need to argue with him about that. No, it was not because of your dry humor. Okay. What you call dry humor, I don't know what to make of that. Um, I don't know what to make of you in general. I guess probably I never will. Again, okay, that's enough from you. Just hide you right now. I don't know why I'm not. Yeah, well, I do think you're a human who has plenty of failures, but if you keep failing in ways that annoy me, then you don't need to be here. Like, I try to be in general a good person and, you know, be deal with people honestly and so forth. But I don't always get that reciprocated. I'm in the garage because, like, I I'm not gonna put on all those clothes and everything just to go outside again. Only to be cold out there anyway. It's plenty warm in here. It's colder than inside the house, but I don't feel like burr, you know. I do feel like I have to pee. Same thing. Once again, you should pee before you go have the cigarette. What do I look like? An expert at peeing? No. I'm no expert at peeing. Okay, I'm pretty good at it. But I wouldn't call myself an expert. I have had lots of practice. 54 years of practice. Guess what? I'm not yawning anymore. Like when something like that is driving you nuts and then it stops, you don't necessarily notice it. You're like, oh, I'm not experiencing that unpleasantness. It wasn't totally unpleasant, like some qualities of yawning are satisfying, but if you're yawning that much for that many hours, it's like, you gotta be kidding me. Of course, talking about it makes me want to yawn. Well, then I'm not sure about a witness is that I do know that some of the times he's being shitty on purpose, but I'm not sure if that's just like, I don't know what to make of him. But like I said, I think of him as a flawed human being. That's fine. But you know, I mean, if you think that comparing a woman to Pee Wee Herman is gonna elicit any response other than getting you hidden, it's, I don't know, you got horrible FE or something.